information.
What's going on, Tom? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right.
What's Dave going on about?
So it's asking me to verify stuff when I log into. It says you have to verify. You have to either use your YouTube or your Facebook to verify to log in.
Right. Let me see. Oh, guests must authenticate. Okay.
Yeah, turn that off, and then Dave should be okay.
Yeah. All right. So it's off.
I'm gonna grab me a Sam Adams for this one. This will be a good one.
This will be a good one indeed. There's a lot to talk about. What's going on, chat? Sorry about that. Apparently, StreamYard starts making people verify who they are when they enter. So I don't know. There seems to be these. Oh, there's new chat options. I can make it big. Wait, tall, wide. Okay, I will keep it regular. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, good to see you all in here. Shout out to Fate. I saw him in here earlier. We did a video earlier on today. I don't know if Cherny is going to be here. He's got the link if he can join. He's got some family stuff going on. So, but I do want Dave to get here because I have a lot of questions for him and obviously things that Tom wants to talk about. Wrote down a bunch of notes. Also, sorry for not streaming on Monday and Tuesday. I've had so much stuff going on. And then, to be honest with you, yesterday I was so tired. I just wanted to go to the gym and sleep, which is what I did.
No worries at all. Is Dave able to get on?
He hasn't joined yet. Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Dave, can you hear us?
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for disabling that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I don't want to log in with my work account. It was just very, very strange. You know,
Totally understandable.
Tom, do you mind just messaging Cherny and telling him that we started?
He said he
now?
doesn't know if he can make it.
Yeah, he said to me that he's got some stuff going on, but he thought we were starting an hour later. I think he got the time zones mixed up.
I don't know if he can make it.
No, I don't know whether he'll be joining from what I hear, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's fine. If he's got personal stuff going on, that's okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll get started straight away then. I have some questions for Dave before we start off this discussion. So I was watching Rayo's podcast, and there was an interesting part in the podcast that I want to address before we get on to talking about Mortal Kombat. You said that Tom spends his time going on that fraudulent podcast hosted by Mike Hollow. And I heard it and I was like, it's an interesting way to frame me, considering you've donated to the channel before. So what is it about me that you find fraudulent?
I'm just going to go what your audience... Well, let me just rephrase that. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go by what I have observed your own audience say about, for example, the Charlie Kirk video. I think that was completely unnecessary to upload. It has nothing to do with fighting games. It's, by the way, by principle, I actually agree with you. I'm not some kind of far left. I don't want to get into that. I'm not that. Tom knows me personally. He can vouch for that. But that's even beside the point. It has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, the individual, or his politics. I think people will be surprised where I stand on those issues. I just don't think something like that should be uploaded to a gaming channel when the individual who was assassinated had nothing to do with gaming at all, and had, his legacy or lack thereof, depending where you stand politically. Again, I don't want to get into that. Has nothing to do with gaming at all in any sense of the word, by any stretch of the imagination. You know me, I have respect for you, but sometimes in the moment, obviously we phrase stuff in a certain way to get attention, right? We all do. Mm-hmm. And you're not fraudulent by nature, but you are fraudulent for uploading the video, because I don't think that video belongs on any gaming channel. That's where I was going with that.
Okay. Do you think that this is only a gaming channel, or is that only what you've observed?
I thought initially that was a gaming channel, but Tom has told me, it's his channel, he can upload whatever he wants. I'm like, fine, then it's also my right to criticize your channel. Not that, again, I'm just one man. You can upload whatever you want, and you can do whatever you want. It was just me and my opinion as somebody who's been watching your channel for a long time.
So don't you think that would just be a case of you not liking the content rather than me being a fraud?
Well, I mean, you either have a gaming channel or you do not. I mean, let me ask you: is that a gaming channel or not? What is your channel?
No, the channel's called Mike Hollow. It's whatever I feel like posting on the day. Sometimes
It's not
we'll
about having
talk
your right. I'm
to.
not,
No, I'm
Mike.
just
It's not about
explaining
that.
it to you. I'm just explaining it to you.
Go ahead.
It's predominantly games will appear on here, but it's not called Mike Hollow Gaming. It's called the Mike Hollow channel, and I sometimes have people in here that have nothing to do with games, and sometimes we sit here and talk about things that have nothing to do with games whatsoever. So I think using the word fraud to describe me when you don't have an understanding of what the channel is about is a little bit unfair. If you had just said, I don't like that kind of content, then I would have been like, whatever, that's fine. Loads of people don't like things that I post. But calling me a fraud when you're talking about Mortal Kombat kind of gave people the impression that I don't know shit about Mortal Kombat or and especially because in that sentence, you said somebody that is nothing but negative towards MK, which is
Correct.
something else, which
Correct.
I want to pull you up on as well. But would you say that's a fair assessment?
Based on what you have just said.
Hmm.
I mean, no, because your channel started as a gaming channel. I mean, you can frame it any way you want,
It
which is
didn't
again,
start as
you're
a
right.
gaming channel, actually. If you go back and look at the first 12 uploads, started off as a martial arts reaction channel.
I believe that you initially gained a lot of popularity by criticizing MK. At least that's kind of what you're known for. And those videos,
No,
rightfully so, by
actually,
the way.
the
Go ahead.
first time that I gained popularity was criticizing The Last of Us.
Well, at least in the Mortal Kombat community, you're known as the guy who used to criticize MK, Mortal Kombat 1 extensively, and I think you were justified to do so. Many people did the same thing. So in the Mortal Kombat community, you're known to do that, and you're also known in many negative aspects. I think this is not even that controversial. If you go back and check out some of the corners in our community, they would have a lot of other stuff to do. That's a lot more harsher than anything that I've ever said about you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted
Yeah.
to pull you up on that because I mean you said it and I wanted to get clarification on it. The other thing that you said was that I'm nothing but negative to MK, but then you said something in the podcast a little bit later with Rayo that I thought was interesting. You said that you basically have nothing nice to say about Mortal Kombat 11. Am I getting that right?
Oh, by the way, it's Rio, not Rayo.
Right, Rio,
And
sorry.
yeah, and I don't remember the last time you can point me out that you said anything positive about our games, our players, our community.
No, I'm just
Our
asking you. Do you hate Mortal Kombat 11?
Do I hate Mortal Kombat 11? Yes.
Hmm. So would it be fair to call you a Mortal Kombat hater then?
No, because I play other games. To this day, I play Mortal Kombat 1, and I have nothing but good things to say about the game for the
But
most
I
part.
still play MKX.
Okay, then why don't you make a video detailing why the game is appealing to many people, why the game is liked by certain, players and by certain community members? Have you done that?
When MKX was active, I wasn't really active on YouTube. Now I have no interest in like making YouTube videos about it, but I still like the game. And as you know, and as Tom knows, I love the 3D games. I've been advocating for them to come back for years. I enjoyed MK9. Tom's seen tournament footage of me, so I think calling me a Mortal Kombat hater is unfair when you also hate one of the games. I mean, maybe you hate more Mortal Kombat games. Are there any other MK games that you don't like?
Well, let's talk about what the community is actually not talking about, not this fake drama, which
I'm not, I'm
is
not, I'm not
actually,
starting drama. I'm just trying to like dispel this because this is
well,
this is
I
something that
hate,
you hear on Twitter.
well, again, if you want to, I think, again, if you want to get somebody on the podcast who's going to yell at you and who's going to like put you in your spot, I'm not that person, but there are many
I'm not
people within the
looking for you
community who
to.
would.
I'm not
Okay,
looking
fair
for you
enough.
to yell at me. I'm just having a chat with you. No one's gonna put me in my spot. I'm just saying
Well,
that
not in
you're
that
saying you're
sense.
calling me a Mortal Kombat hater, but you also hate one of the MK games. So I'm just a bit confused of what this means.
Well, I mean, you hate Tekken 8. Does that make you a Tekken hater? Like, I
I
mean, what
don't
does that
hate
mean?
Tekken 8. I've
Well,
clarified this many times. I have loads of issues with Tekken 8, but I don't hate it. Otherwise, I wouldn't play it. I hate
I
Mortal
mean,
Kombat
it's
1.
in the
That's why I don't play it.
semantics. I have a lot of issues with MK11. Do I think the whole game should not be worth existing? I don't know. That's up to the people to decide. The point I'm trying to make is if you want to talk about modern topics and not some kind of drama, I can tell you what the community is saying right now. We essentially have a game for
Yeah.
$50 coming
Yeah.
out that it doesn't have private lobbies. That's
Okay,
something that
that's
people
okay. Yeah, fair. That's fair. Now, I was criticizing it. Would you say that I'm a Mortal Kombat hater for saying that this Mortal Kombat collection that's coming out is subpar?
no, I think you're 100% right in calling it. I think it's not even subpar. It's worse than subpar.
Okay, well, we agree. I'm not a Mortal Kombat hater then, right? We just hate different aspects of what the franchise has
Well,
become.
I
We can
would
agree
like
on
to
that.
see content, at least personally. Again, it's your channel. I don't want to get into, Tom always says, "Well, Dave, it's his channel. He can do whatever." Like, okay, fine, but I can also criticize him in the way that I see fit, and I would like to see, you don't have to glaze, as the younger generation says, you have to glaze this franchise, but like some positive content here and there. Like I like MKX. This is what I liked about the game. Let me make a video and educate people what I liked because your channel is popular. Then maybe what's popular in MKX by you making a video, we can maybe get some of those gameplay aspects returned in the next Mortal Kombat game. That's all I'm saying.
What about the podcast that we've done about the 3D era? We did 7 hours on Mortal Kombat on the 3D era and how much me and Tom love it. Does that not count
Well, I
for
mean,
something?
it does count for something, but the 3D era games, if you want to get into the details, are not known for their gameplay. They're known more so for their, like Deception is more known as an overall product. Deception as a competitive game is trash, but it's known for its script, its storyline, all this stuff, right? It's story, all those aspects. It's known for that, less so for its gameplay.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just wanted to clear that up with you before we started with the podcast because I don't with about what 14 games in the franchise by now. If you hate two of them, are you a Mortal Kombat hater? If you love the other 10 or 11, doesn't really make sense. So I wanted to clear that up. But I guess we can get started with the podcast. Now, the reason that I wanted you and Cherny here and Tom is because I watched Rio's podcast, and there was a lot of things that you guys were talking about, and I was so perplexed at how like they were not. Tom was talking about combat mechanics. Tom, could you just fill in the chat with what you were talking about, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. So one of the things like in MK9 that the FGC really loved is so this was the era in which comeback mechanics were first introduced in fighting games. And the FGC did not like it. So they didn't like Rage and Tekken 6. Especially the original level 3 X Factor Dark Phoenix or level 3 Virgil that would wipe your whole team out. People were not fans of that. They weren't even fans of the revenge meter in Ultras and Street Fighter 4. And here comes Mortal Kombat 9, which didn't have built into it a comeback mechanic. Now, there were situations that led to two characters or three characters being able to delete your health bar, but these were problems that could not be corrected because they were caused by bad coding in the game. So they were more a limitation of technology as opposed to they let it rock. But built into the system was no comeback mechanic. Like in Ultra is something everyone has access to. Rage, level 3 X Factor. Mortal Kombat didn't have a universal comeback mechanic that everyone had access to, and that's one of the huge reasons why MK9 was praised so well.
Yeah. So, like, do you disagree with that assessment, Dave?
I don't disagree with anything that Thomas said. Just like on the podcast, I don't. I think it's all 100% factual. But there's such a thing as telling one half of the story, right? And the story is that you don't need a comeback mechanic when like three characters just kill you. Like Jax kills you in the corner, he doesn't need a comeback mechanic, or he does 100% combos. Sarek kills you with you can't even break her, man. Like it was so hard to play the game at the very, very end. And just to preface real quick, this is a game that to many people who still may know me, give me my name. I don't want to track a game that I don't know. I'm just telling you the facts. And the
Mm.
fact is Cyrex, Smoke, Jax, maybe one other, they just kill you. You can't play the game, man. They just kill you.
Okay.
And yes, at the mid-level play, like people will not be doing that stuff. But when back in the day when you fight Maxter, you fight CD Junior, you fight Waffle Smoke, you just die. You just die. Yes, Tom is right. MK9 used to be praised for its lack of combat mechanic by people like uh, Justin Wong, uh, God rest his soul, Flo, and people like that. No question about it. But guess what? Those people eventually stopped playing our games towards the very end of a Mortal Kombat 9's lifespan. And when people figure out all the broken ass stuff, right? Like again, the 100% combos, the resets. At one point, Sub Zero had it. It was actually more balanced than any of what ended up being in the game. So I just think there's context to what was happening rather than just saying rather than just uh, retelling one side of the story. That's all I was saying on the podcast.
Yeah, I don't think, in my opinion, when I was watching the podcast, I don't think Tom was just telling one side of the story. I think he was just explaining like a basic reality of the game. Because although there's 3 characters in the game that can just delete your life by any moment, a character like that exists in Tekken 7 as well, like Marduk, for example. But Marduk was his own character, the same way Cyrax was. It's not a universal thing where everybody's able to do the Valet Tudo tackle. So we all agree, right? If you speak to a Scorpion main, like myself, I don't have a built-in combat mechanic, so the argument is kind of useless to me. So we all understand that MK9 has no universal combat mechanics.
Also, in the context that I was mentioning, it was in that so it's for sale. So I said I think it's a good thing that it's for sale because when Mortal Kombat went to MK9, you could tell that they were listening to a lot of things. Like people were joking about how many 50-50s were going to be in there. There was a concerted effort to keep 50-50s out of it. The FGC didn't like comeback mechanics. They made an effort to make sure they were the only game that wasn't instituting at least a built-in comeback mechanic. So I was trying to say that you could see that they actually reset the standard on single player content in fighting games. NRS reset the standard and raised the bar here, and then complained when they couldn't reach their own bar that they set and everybody else did. Oh, who wants to play story mode and content? You made people want to do that. MK9 was revolutionary in a lot of ways. They cared about the story mode. Nobody gave a fuck about story mode. Now every game has to have a good story. They changed you could tell they made a concerted effort. So what I was trying to say was them being sold is good because they're a lot like an athlete in a contract year. You're going to get the best out of that because you're in a contract year. NRS, under new ownership, they want to make their new owner money. It's going to give them better negotiating power for bonuses, things like that. They're going to care. They have a vested interest in making a more quality product for the new owner. And I was just trying to demonstrate how they did that from the 3D ones to MK9, and then how the quality fell off once they had all that success. And I think now that they have to reprove themselves to their new owner, whoever that may be, we're going to have the same standard. And I don't know why it got off topic to, well, Tom's being disingenuous. I don't know where that even came from.
I don't think you were being. I just told you. I just literally gave you credit. How am I calling you disingenuous? I'm just saying you're missing the other part of the story. Like, as you always used to tell me and used to teach me, 2 things can be true at once. Yes, there were no comeback mechanics, which is 100% true. However, Cyrax doesn't need comeback mechanics. Neither does Smoke.
True, but
Neither
I did
does Jax.
preface my comment by saying bugs and glitches that could not be fixed due to the technology limitations of the time.
Well,
I did preface. I put a caveat in there.
I get into arguments with you as well as Rio about this all the time. Mike, this is MK9. This is what it is. It's a car released in the 1990s, whatever, right? Back when there was no AC and there was no heating on the steering wheel, right? Like, yeah, at that time it was a great car, but is it a great car right now? Hell no, it is not. Like, the game hasn't aged well.
Kaneko, you don't understand. Kaneko, you don't understand the limitations of how the game was coded. That's the only reason why. It wasn't. It was weird. But then Dave also, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, then did what a lot of the Mortal Kombat community does. And this is not a Dave thing as much as it's an MK community thing. Whenever you reference something from an old game, they change the subject to attacking you and saying, oh, you're some grandfather that can't adjust to new games. You just want the old game remade. And
yeah,
that's a common thing you see with the MK community.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that. Go on,
I'm
Dave.
not going to get into personal. Thank you. I'm not going to get
into
personal.
Yeah, but it's an overall MK thing. It is tough to have a discussion with MK people.
I'm the wrong guy to play that game with. When you came over and we met for the first time, I've shown you nothing but love, and I still do. You know, me and you, We go all the way back. Yes, you and I,
True.
maybe more so me. I have, let's just say, a colorful way of expressing myself. Sometimes I'll keep it on with the audience. Yeah, it's for entertainment. Sometimes I generally mean what I say. Well, not let me retract. I always mean what I say, but sometimes I push back, right? Because the narrative I feel like is unfair. I want to not physically, but like
Sure. I got it.
metaphorically punch the guy in the face, right, in an argument. Not physically, of course. Please don't do that, right? But that's my style. And you guys, if you have known me, you know that's my style. And a lot of you guys hate me for that. That's okay, and I don't care. Like that's just my style. The point I'm trying to make is this: I'm not interested in personal arguments. What I'm interested in the facts, and the fact is, Mike and all of you listening, those games haven't aged well, man. Like a lot of you guys, if you played them to this day, and Tommy will even admit that, you guys will quit. Like that's just a fact. You guys will not like the zoning. You would not like the armor. You will not like these combos that last forever and take 100% of your life. And
But no one's
and then,
arguing that, though, Dave.
but that's the game, Mike. That's the game. That's what the
But
game
no,
is.
but no one's arguing that. That's what I'm saying. Like I played MK9. I played it in tournament. Like I know what it's like. I don't want to go back to MK9. But what we're saying is there's elements of MK9 that were pretty cool. That I'm not saying that I want to go back to MK9. I don't even want to go back to MKX. But there's elements of them that I would like to see come back. It doesn't mean that it's a praise of the whole game.
No, and that's a great point. I think that's what Rio also says. The problem is, when you talk about MK9, you can't isolate the game from its BS, right? It's impossible. That's what's in the game, right? And a lot of people, not you guys, but they're like, they have their rose-colored glasses and they're looking at these games a certain way. And sometimes I think Rio does it with the 2D games. Sometimes I feel like Tom, to a lesser extent, does it with MK9. Back in the good old days, remember you used to do this. Yeah, no,
I've
it
never
was
said that in my life.
well.
Back in the good old days.
I'm paraphrasing. I'm not quoting you. So the point I'm trying to make is MK9 for its time was a good game, and I think it was respected. But obviously, as the meta developed, and there were a couple of patches that tried to fix things that made things even worse for certain characters. Made it think even worse. I got my top 8 at Evo, and I had never touched the game after that because I thought it was not a good game, man. It's not that you fight Cyrax Smoke at the highest level, Cabal. It's just not fun to play, man. That's all I'm trying to say. But yes, Mike, the game did have good elements like the anti-air system. I like the jabs. I like the movement. I like the shorter combos. Um, I like the general speed of the game. I'm pretty sure we would probably all three of us would agree on those characteristics of the game.
Yeah. I guess the next thing I wanted to ask you is I wrote down a bunch of things from the podcast. And like I was listening to what you guys are talking about, but this is going to be like a more community related thing and how it might affect Tom. And obviously, Tom, if you want me to like stop asking this line of question, I will. But I'm just curious, why Dave? Why do you keep calling Tom a coward? Like I'm confused. Is there something in particular, or am I missing something?
I think you're missing a lot. The characters that I used to call cowards a lot, and it's an inside joke, were the smoke players. Because smoke, we used to counter Freddy really hard with his anti-zoning, and in an inside gig, I used to trash them. And again, I repeat, I have nothing but respect for people like Waffles and Ribs and all the other smoke players. It was essentially done for entertainment purposes, and people loved it. I had Waffles come up to me many times in terms like, dude, it's so funny. Ironically, you kind of pushing my name and you kind of bringing it out there. It was never like there were never any malintentions, and I think you're reading too much into this. Same thing with Tom. We get into debates all the time, and that's just kind of how I am. And Tom is like that. We're passionate about what we believe, but I have never try to try to be malicious and like try to get at Tom. If you want to talk to those people, there are actually those people, and some of them even wrote articles about Tom and made him try to portray him a certain way. But that's just not me.
Okay, fair enough. Tom, was anything you wants to add? I'm just gonna read out super chats, but if you want to go first.
I mean, see, the difference is with Dave is Dave will play into the narrative for entertainment purposes. But when Dave does it, it's like when two friends are out at the bar and one is ribbing you for like a joke. Like Dave plays into the community narratives and it's supposed to be for entertainment, crying about Jackie or this and that. I understand what he's doing. It bothers me when it deviates from the topic, but I understand it's the entertainment. people jump on Dave for it because they don't know myself and Dave's relationship. But the truth is, Dave is doing nothing that everybody else doesn't do. Who from the MK community comes on here or goes online and talks respectfully to me? None of them. But you have no problem if Foxy does it or Sonic does it or Diddle comes on and jokes around. You have no problem. But when Dave does it, people are like, oh my God, the disrespect. But Dave is at least privately, I know Dave and I have a very good relationship and there is a respect there. It's so, I mean, I don't know why people have a problem when Dave does it, but not when anybody else does it in the community. So it's just kind of weird.
All right, we'll come back to this. I'm just going to read out some super chats quickly. What did Legacy Collection do? Mocap controversial, but thank you for the 199. I guess we could talk about the Legacy Collection now, because I'm catching a lot of flack for it online for my comments about it. Now, I don't feel like I've stepped out of line. I don't feel like I am being an MK hater for saying this. The Capcom collections.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, I will. Actually, I'll put it on screen so you guys can see what I said. Here we are. So I said that the Mortal Kombat players are about to feel the sting that the anime community has been feeling forever. Fighting games launching without crossplay, ranked, or lobbies is diabolical. Right? So again, I don't feel like I'm out of line in saying that at all. I think that in the year 2025 going into 2026, it's absolutely ridiculous to charge $50 or however much that is in pounds, basically a full price game, and there's no crossplay, there's no ranked, there's no lobbies, and you've got people in my comment section telling me to shut up. And I'm just like, how have we gotten to the point? How have we gotten to the point where these developers and these companies have trained people into accepting less than? So I've said to everyone here that everyone in my comment section is saying, this game came out in the 90s, what did you expect? But so did all those Capcom games. So did I think Fate was telling me about the Cowabunga collection. They all have basic online features. Why is it? And this seems to be almost exclusive to the MK community. I'm just going to be honest now.
Okay.
Tekken released Tekken 3 the other day. Did anybody see the response to that? They got absolutely shredded for that because we did not ask for Tekken 3 to sit on a couch and play with our friends that are 100 miles away. Most people that grew up with Tekken 3 are grown. They have kids. They're in relationships. They're busy working. They might get an hour a day to sit down and play. They can't drive to their friend's house. So we say to Harada, give us a Legacy collection. They don't do that. They drop Tekken 3 and it's completely offline, basically. You have to use SharePlay to play it. SharePlay is garbage. And we torched them for that. We said, we don't like this. We're not interested. The MK community, from what I can see, maybe you guys can correct me, are perfectly happy with this game launching in this state. Explain this to me.
So let me explain it to you. For one, it depends on who you're asking. There's the NRS community. The NRS community portion are okay with it. It's kind of weird that the NRS side of Mortal Kombat is really not a Mortal Kombat fan because they shit on anything that's Mortal Kombat pre-NRS era. So it's really weird, the Mortal Kombat dynamic. So it depends. They're just still going to their NRS shillery, even though this is not an NRS product, it's digital Eclipse. So they also don't understand what you're saying. Basically, this is a cash grab, and you're calling it out. It's like, clearly this is a cash grab. We know now that they're selling Mortal Kombat with WB Discovery. So we know that they're selling it, and it's a situation where, like, look at how this game launched. It's clearly a cash grab to get as much money as possible before they end up selling the IP. And really, it baffles my mind that anyone today, as much as they, well, you know, it shouldn't surprise you because in MK1, it launched without crossplay. And I'll give Dave credit. Dave was all over this. Like, this is unacceptable. They advertised crossplay, and we didn't get it for what, 6-8 months, and they still defended it. Called us doomers. So those same people are, of course, going to defend this. Give it time. Give it this. Give it that. It's like they advertise this as the love letter to Mortal Kombat. Hey, we're giving back to the fans. I had to buy it. Well, I guess ruin the announcement. I will be playing it for Steam and for PS5 to play people. But for like the casual audience who they say they're making this for, can you imagine? Like, oh, my friend has it on PC. I have it on PS5. We can't play with each other. In 2025 is unacceptable
ridiculous.
for a $50 product. And NRS, not even NRS, WB keeps releasing Mortal Kombat products under the trust us, we'll add this later, just pay us now kind of model.
Yeah, I just want to read out some of these comments. If you guys want to cut in at any point, feel free. But I want you guys to understand how the video game industry has trained people to accept less. This person says, back in my day, crossplay and lobbies were a bunch of buddies on a couch in the living room taking turns and having a blast. Perhaps the younger generation needs to do the same thing. Now, let me say something, and I know it's going to sound condescending, but when you say back in my day, you sound old, okay, which is fine, because I remember playing MK back in the day. But if you still have time to sit around every single day and play with your buddies, you've made some seriously bad choices in your life. Grown-ups do not have that kind of time. We don't have time to sit around or travel to our friend's house constantly. So yeah, back in my day, I could go to my friend's house or I could go to the arcades because I didn't have responsibilities. The point in having online and having lobbies is to replicate that feeling. But I'm able to play with loads of people around the world without having to also put petrol in my car and travel all the way down to the next area. I don't know what knucklehead would sit there and think this was a smart thing to type up. Not all of us are rich. We have jobs. Then there's this one. Maybe I'm a case of old lady is old, but I don't see the problem. It's a 90s era collection of games from a time when crossplay was going to a friend's house after school. Is this AI? Am I talking to AI here? At least, what is this? What has happened to gamers? Have we lost our minds?
Dave, you want to weigh in on this? Dave, I know he knows it's unacceptable. Dave will agree it's unacceptable.
No, this is. I think you guys are being too soft. These people are fucking morons. By the way, the only thing I will disagree on is that there are people in the MK community calling out. Just real quick, Mike Metroid, man, if you're part of the community who doesn't need an introduction, MKLK doesn't even have fucking private matches. What a fucking blow up. Other user just again randomly. Apparently, MK Legacy Collection will not have lobbies, cross-platform, or ranked at launch. Hashtag why did NRS do this? This goes back to a meme in the NRS community that they banned somebody for because he entered a tournament with why did NRS do this? But anyway, like I think it's a problem. I don't necessarily agree that's an NRS or problem. I do think people are speaking out against this, and again, no better example than Rio. Like, how many times has he hammered the point about please, NRS, well, not NRS, but the people, I don't even know their name. Tom, who the hell are these
Digital
people?
Eclipse.
Thank you. They're please include these aspects. Like, we need ranked, we need lobbies. How are you going to grow a scene if your game is literally anti-scene? Like, it's anti-community building, it's anti-improvement, it's anti, just getting better. It just makes no sense. So I'm all like about blowing these people up. Whoever, I think honestly, for me personally, it's WB. These people have a grip on MK with their disgusting hands and with the disgusting fingers, their repugnant fingers, and there's just no way to get, to brawl their hands out of the neck of MK. There's just no way. And God willing, at some point this will happen, so we can be like, you know what? Finally, there's a publisher, financial supporter, whatever the fuck you want to call it, who will support MK and it will support a competent, you know, team that can add all these features. So people who like the older games, by the way, I'm not even one of them, can actually have fun, can improve, can build a scene, so we can have the game be played in online tournaments, etc., etc. So on this point, man, I think again, I'm all on your side, and I think you guys are being very, very soft and expressing your frustrations and concerns.
Yeah, there's someone in this here. I can't put it on the screen because he called me the F slur because I didn't agree with him. But basically,
Jesus.
he said to me that you're reading too much into this, and this is not going to be the resurgence of the arcade scene that you think it is. And I said to myself, where did I say it's going to be the resurgence of the arcade scene? Is anyone that's playing Third Strike right now or playing Alpha 3 or whatever they have on those collections are online under the impression that Alpha 3 is going to become an Evo game or something? Like, these people are stupid. And then when I said to him, we just want basic features in the game, like, so none of my friends live close to me. I have to travel out. The closest one's an hour away. So I said to him, well, I can't play with my friends now. I basically got to sit there and, just play offline. And I'm assuming most adults will be that way because you're going to
Let
go
me,
home to your wife
dude,
or kids, or you're going to
having
go home to your
ranked.
girlfriend. Hold on, Dave.
Oh, sorry,
And
sorry.
and yeah, so he called me the F slur, and I said I was like, we've gotten to the point now where the companies have won. They have trained these idiots into believing that anyone that is complaining about not having ranked are just sweats. Who, by the way, last point, I'll give it to Dave. If your concern is that you're going to go online and get beaten by sweaty players because they like playing ranked, they're going to be in quick match for those first couple of weeks anyway. You're going to get fucked up anyway. Then you're going to leave too because you're probably just going to go back to Madden or whatever you were playing. So you're not going to escape people that are good at playing fighting games. Fighting games are competitive by nature. You're just going to have to hold the L. It's such a juvenile talking point, but go on, Dave.
This is another talking point that I hear a lot is, oh, we don't need rank. It's a competitive feature. I don't know who said that. Maybe some morons did, maybe even digital clips. It's not a competitive feature, you fucking idiots. It's a feature that allows people, if I'm just playing the game, I'm just testing it online. That's how you grow a scene. You can't grow a scene if people are stuck in mediocrity as far as, like how much they can level up. So you with this thing, look, man, I hate doing this, but just like, guys, don't buy this garbage because $50, you're paying for a beta, man. Like, they released some kind of like text that says, all these features coming at some point, depending on the console. Dude, I'm angry. And I
Oh, I
think
saw that. Is that Digital Eclipse that put that up?
I don't know who did, but I found it on Test Your Mind and via Twitter. And Cherney to me linked it privately as well when he said he couldn't come on. So, Tom, I know you've got to be raging about this as well, my friend.
I think the game was the cash grab. I think it's becoming more evident of that. And it seems like the NRS community is trained to be more accepting of that. For years, I know Dave doesn't comment on it. He doesn't want to go there. I have accused many people of shilling for the current regime, whether it's NRS or Digital Eclipse, anything WB related, because they do this for a living. Well, a lot of them have their early access. They don't seem to be bothered by this at all. And these are people with hundreds of thousands to millions of subscribers on YouTube. So this is kind of the proof here. So a lot of these same people have early access. And a lot of these guys in MK1 will say now, hey, I'll admit year one was bad. But they wouldn't admit it during year one when they could fix it. Now they're playing, they have early access to Legacy Collection, and nobody's talking about crossplay. No one's talking about how hard this is. They're just churning out the content, trying to make money. And if something goes wrong and Legacy Collection doesn't go well, and like Dave pointed out, crossplay and ranked is a huge reason for that, would be a huge reason for that. Like, let's be honest here. Before we even get to competitive level play, online play on the casual level is the most important thing. If you can't go online and play with your friends, a game is literally useless in 2025. It is a useless game. So if you have friends that may buy Xbox or PC or whatever, and you can't play with them, It's a massive L. It's a huge deal. And all these people that have the ear of WB because they're getting NRS has nothing to do with this. They're not giving early access. WB is. They have the ear of these people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be getting early access. You know what they say? Nothing but good things. How can this be going on and there be nothing but good things said? Look, and I understand these people, they got to do what they got to do to get money. I respect these people because I respect how they have to make their money. I'm not going to say their names, but let's just say two of them, you put these things on hamburgers and hot dogs. I'm not going to say everyone's name here.
I'm going to say it. Ketchup
But-
and mustard. I
but-
haven't watched the videos. Tom, this needs to be said. I mean,
hold on.
I'm not trying
I respect those guys. It's
so
not.
do I, but
First of all,
okay, go
make
ahead.
a living doing what they're doing is not easy. It requires an incredible amount of work to have the success that they have. But besides them, there are others. Mr. Aquaman, who I also respect. There are others who I respect. I respect Foxy. I respect Destroyer. I respect Honeybee. I respect Tweety. I respect Super. I respect Maximilian. But they're not going to call this out. None of them will. Because Max don't give a fuck. Max can call anything. Max is like Omega level. So is Super. But they're not. We have people in our scene that have the ear of Warner Brothers that could say, this is unacceptable, man. But nobody will. Because people enjoy the perks of positivity. Yeah, Max is a different level. Max will call this out. Maybe Super too. But everyone else won't. And during MK1, oh, Tom, what do you mean? What proof do you have? This is a disaster. No crossplay? No crossplay? It's terrible. The modern community has no idea how to play these games. Now, the problem is also, what if casuals want to take the game? The game doesn't even have a chance to be taken seriously because TNS is, I believe, doing UMK3. On what platform? The UMK3 community is on PC. But most modern FGC players are getting it on PlayStation 5. Who are you going to alienate? Somebody's got to be alienated. The game can't grow. It can't grow. And where is this being talked about? Not by the people that talk about.
They're not going to call it out. They're not going to call it out. Dave, what did you want to add?
Well, I would argue it is being talked about. It's being talked about on Rio's podcast.
But not the people that have the pull.
But Tom, I don't think Mr. Aqua does. Mr. Aqua have an early copy? Look, man, I know you don't want to mention names, but you have to mention names, and not necessarily like, oh my God, these people are evil, they're the shills. Not necessarily in that sense, but just like, I don't think Mr. Aquaman has an early copy of the Super. I don't know these people personally.
No, I don't think Aquaman does either. Honestly,
but we know Ketchup and Mustard did, and I generally believe in the past they've been more assertive in their criticism of like character archetypes or lack thereof, and certain other aspects that would agree with them. I haven't watched their video, but I feel like if you're gonna release a video documenting their early release of the game, you have to mention the lack of these online features that are essentially, honestly, almost a God-given right at this point, right? Like, how do you release a game?
The modern era, yes.
Yeah, how do you release a game in 2025 without private lobbies? Just like, wait, what?
Well, I mean, I just want to say in defense of Ketchup and Mustard, it seems, from what I can observe, I'm not just saying this because I'm friends with them, but it seems that they're actually working directly for NRS or Warner Brothers, or they have heavy involvement with them. Mm-hmm. It's probably no different from any of our actual employers. If our employers are like, yo, this is going on, and we sit in a meeting, in the back room, we might say, yo, this is some bullshit. But we can't tell the customers that. We just can't. We have bills to pay. I understand it from their point of view. I'm not saying that they are 100% on payroll, but that's how it looks. Who I'm looking to call this out are people that are not directly reliant on their income from esports, because they are. the content creators that have
Yeah.
some sort of pull. Those are the people where it should be like, where the fuck are the basic things? I mean, you guys know, I know Tom knows that I love Bleach Rebirth of Souls, but I am on Tamsoft constantly. Where's this? Where's that? Every now and then I'll get a response from somebody. Why have you done this? Why have you done that? Now, I love the game, but even some of the community are like, Mike, just shut up and play the game. But I'm like, why? We paid money for this. And in that case, we didn't even know until the day before we weren't going to have ranked and lobbies. But guess what? They gave us ranked because we made so much noise about it online that they probably looked at it and said, you know, just fucking put a basic rank in the game.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not
think-
saying it's the same thing about ketchup and mustard, because obviously they can't say things. And there are some situations like they may have mentioned it privately to Warner, somebody there, and they might have said, oh, we'll have it up in 2 months, right? I mean, the question is answered, right? I mean, but they can't say that. They can't say, well, somebody told us it'll be up in 2 months. But I just feel like at least mention, like, say something publicly about it just because of the optics. You know what I mean? Just because it is looking like we know MK11 was a problem. A lot of these people had nothing but good things to say about MK11. How can that be? We know MK1 was a disaster year one, but go to their YouTube channels and look for any talk of it. Non-existent. How? Yeah. They'll say now, and I'm not specifically talking about ketchup and mustard, I'm saying in general, they'll say now year one we know was bad. But you go to your YouTube channel and you look to find that content that talks about it, doesn't exist. You know, hindsight is 2020. NRS community will acknowledge problems when the roof falls in, but then they won't acknowledge it when you can reinforce the roof so it doesn't fall. That's kind of the problem.
I do think that's a little bit of an exaggeration, because I don't think look, if you're on Twitter for any game, for especially fighting game, if you think there's a positivity problem, I don't know what in the world you're reading.
No, obviously, yeah. Social media is negative.
And I think this legacy collection will be brutalized by like 90% plus of the NRS player base. Not just NRS, the mid-bay player base, anybody, you know, who has a sense. It's like, dude, we can't play the fucking game. Like, you guys released this for 50,000. Like, what the hell is going on, right? Like, I don't think that's necessarily the reality. I do believe that when in the sense of when we will disagree, the three of us, has to do with, you know, is this game actually a good game? Is this game actually a good game based on the meta? Because I think that's when you get into the subjective topics of, you know, 100% combo is good. What's the execution like? Is that good for the? You know, see what I'm saying? Like, that's when you get into trouble, right? But yeah, obviously, as I keep mentioning, those 5 things that Rio has talked about, that to his great credit, that Mike keeps talking about, those 5 things, you know, like ranked, lobbies, practice mode online, you know, those just like common things right now. If your fighting game doesn't have, no, it's not good, man. Like, you can't build a scene. It's not a good product. It just cannot be, right? That's all I'm saying. And yes, like that's the thing that I was referring to earlier.
Yeah,
wait a minute. All that's available is quick match day one.
Yeah, day one is quick match. That is it. This is
not even private match. You can't even match with somebody.
No, it's just random. And do you know what, Tom? This is actually worse than anime games, because even Bleach had a system where you could invite at least one person to a private room. MK is launching without the ability to do that. Now, I'm sorry, yeah, but the anime games usually have a much lower budget. So sometimes people can be more forgiving with those games. This is Mortal Kombat we are talking about. Can anybody imagine the absolute shitstorm on social media if Street Fighter Live game? Can you imagine what would happen if Tekken Legacy Collection comes out and this is the status in? It's not. This is unacceptable. And you know what? I'm not even going to read into the private lobbies too much, because we don't even know what that means. Are they going to give us 4 people? Are we going to have, what is it going to be, 3 people in a lobby? Like, what does a lobby mean to these people? We don't really know. Anyone that is okay with this is okay with accepting slot.
When did they announce this? Yesterday?
No, this was like an hour ago.
Yeah, this is
Wow,
literally brand.
an hour. So less than 12 hours before it launches, and they got everybody's pre-order.
This is shambolic.
I told you guys, this is the real story. It's not, does M2Dave think that Mike is
Oh
fraudulent? This is this
God.
is the legitimate fraudulent thing is what they're doing, and it's a disgrace. However, I will say this, for better or worse, we also know that the state in which Street Fighter V was released, from what
Oh
I
God.
understand, still the most sold Street Fighter V game, Street Fighter of all time. So, I mean, technically, MK can
Yeah, but
recover
Dave,
from this. Go ahead.
you're right. It could. I mean, I don't think the Legacy Collection is going to. This is more of a
No,
reputational
I
hit
don't.
to
I don't
Mortal
think so
Kombat
either.
again.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
But
yeah, I don't think
Street
so.
Fighter Five got better over time over the years, like season 2, 3, and onward. Season 1, if it stayed in that state, it wasn't going anywhere. It only sold well because Capcom actually listened and they made
Oh,
meaningful
God.
changes.
This is not
Well,
good.
I don't know, man. I think with especially with the meta, I think it depends whom you ask. I think the online for Street Fighter Five at the end was still pretty fucking bad. There is an
No, I mean
aspect
like
though,
the general game like got better over time. The online was not
again,
good in
Mike.
Street
It
Fighter 5.
depends which people you ask. I used to
Mhm.
play that game, and I had a lot of fun. Not so
Yeah.
much online because I think online was garbage. And I'm on. Look, man, we all agree this is a complete disaster. Meaning the Legacy Collection. I think a more controversial and more interesting point is there's definitely something that's above and beyond the actual quality of the product, right? Like because we know the Street Fighter 5 ended up selling well. Yes, there were improvements for sure, but there was some trust in Capcom. There was some trust in Ono-san at that point, right? Like to actually, you know, bring a renaissance to this genre that was literally falling apart. Like, don't you
Mhm.
guys think there's an extra, quote unquote extracurricular aspect here? Like there's an extra here.
No, you're right. Like Capcom had the trust of the community because of Street Fighter 4 and just their general releases. But MK has been pissing people off since MK11. Like whether you like MK1 or not, MK1 is extremely controversial and it pissed off a lot of people. MK11 sold very well, but by the end of it, the goodwill was gone. And now this has happened. Yeah, they're in a different boat to
But Mike,
Capcom.
more Street Fighter 4 was not. Yeah, it was like overall it was a game well received, but the last versions of Street Fighter 4 were not, held in high regard. If you actually analyze the scene with like Elena, the unblockable setups,
Mm.
I feel like again you're not wrong, but it's like the Tom argument for me, like you're missing like one whole side of the story here, brother. Like that needs
No,
to
no,
be
no.
acknowledged.
I'm not missing it. I understand that there was towards Street Fighter 4's end, people got more and more annoyed with it, and it started to fall off. But the whole story is that Street Fighter 4 was the resurgence of the fighting game community back in 2008, and at that time, Street Fighter 4 was really all that you had. It wasn't until like Marvel came out and then MK, and it had established itself. So even though people were pissed off, it's Street Fighter. There's a lot of goodwill there. So Ultra, yeah, Ultra, Eleanor, Rolento, that was all really not fun at all. But there were years of goodwill built up, whereas MK has years of badwill built up now. So even it doesn't matter what they it matters heavily how they move now, as opposed to Capcom, where Street Fighter 6 is just destroying everything.
No, Tom, go ahead and I'll chip in. Go ahead, Tom.
Look, without first of all, there are people I see in the chat even saying like this is all doom and gloom or whatever. This is
Wait, sorry,
backed
Tom.
by
There's echo.
That's my bad. That's my fault.
Oh.
I'll-
this is backed by a multi-billion-dollar company. And you have, as Mike said, companies far smaller that understand. I want you to understand, like, this is so you have a double whammy here. So if you and your friend, one buys the game for the PC or Xbox and you buy it for PS5, you can't play each other.
Mhm.
That's one. Two, if you guys are both on the same console, you can't play each other because it's quick match only. So you don't know if you can match up with them, right? So you can't. You just have to keep disconnecting until you run into each other.
Yeah.
And three, because it's only quick match, any online tournament that was planning to be held early in the game is canceled because you can't match two players up.
Yeah.
This is, as we saw with MK1, casuals don't have patience. How long do you think they're going to wait?
They're not gonna wait.
And then they'll, months later say, oh, we added it. They're not going to come back. It's over. They have literally put legacy. They put any chance for the classics to get off the ground in the ground from day one.
And also, like, straight kind of, I can see you in the chat, and he's saying that he can't believe what we're saying. Let me spell this out. All of the games in the collection are all games that have been out for years. Some of the games in the collection are older than some of you in chat, right? So we already know what we are getting in terms of the games. We've all played them. All of us have played them. And if you haven't, they've been out for years. There's nothing new in there other than maybe the unseen documentary pieces they're going to be doing, which is great. But I'm going to watch those on YouTube in a couple of weeks. Okay? I'm not paying $50 for a documentary. You're shaking your head at this, and maybe other people are shaking their head at this, and I don't understand why. They have just told you that on day one it will not have basic features. What is hard to understand here? How I don't understand how people are not pissed off at this. Are we okay? This is not a new Mortal Kombat game. This is not Mortal Kombat 2 or Mortal Kombat 12 or whatever they're going to call it. This is the old MK games that we already know about, that are on Fightcade, where you can play other people that have been thriving on Fightcade, right? They would not thrive without the advent of being able to play with friends online. And you're shaking your head at me because I'm saying, hey, it's 2025, not 1991. Where are our basic features? Are we being for real right now? I'm baffled.
You should be baffled. Guys, if you want to support Mortal Kombat and NRS, just purchase MK1 because that game at least has crossplay. It has not a perfect, obviously, it has an improved, online netcode. It has some of the features that you need. And again, not entirely. I'm not still excusing it, but if you want to support the franchise, support the franchise by actually purchasing a game that's been improved, not by a legacy collection or obviously the older games that's been downgraded that makes the game worse. And you guys know that Tom and I have a lot of disagreements. Mike and I have a lot of. This is not something. There are zero disagreements here. This is all inexcusable. This is beyond pathetic. This is embarrassing. Nobody should be spending money on this. Again, I say this as somebody who still plays to this day MK1, and I encourage you guys to play it. But play a game that has some type of functionality instead of none at all. And essentially, they're releasing a spreadsheet saying, you know what, we'll fix it at some point, depending on the schedule. Sorry, I haven't pre-ordered this, nor will I, until I see basic functionality, basic features that essentially all fighting games should have in the year of 2025 and moving forward.
Yeah, and just to address those people on Twitter, because I know that there's a couple hundred people on Twitter watching right now. It doesn't matter how many times you say this. I don't care if I come across pompous. This is just the truth. I'm not saying that single player content shouldn't be in a fighting game. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying people aren't more pissed off that MK Gold is not in the collection. I'm not saying that at all. I haven't declared what people are the most pissed off at. What I am telling you though is that a fighting game launching without ranked, lobbies, and spectator is destined to fail. It is destined to fail. It doesn't matter how many times you want to push back on that, it will fail. There's no data to suggest that it would do any differently. And one of the major fighting games, the biggest one out of all of them, releasing a collection without it, and you're defending it. You are exactly what these companies love. They love listening and reading comments from people that are like, what's the big deal? And they're just basically waiting for all of us to turn into those kinds of people so they can bend us over as many times as they want. That is what they are doing. Now, if you're the kind of person who doesn't play ranked and doesn't play online, then this doesn't even concern you. This don't concern you at all. You're going to play the game regardless. You ain't going to have to deal with me, Tom, Dave, Fate, whoever else. So this has nothing to do with you. This is for the wider player base because ranked is the most populated mode on any fighting game. There's no fighting game in existence other than maybe Xenoverse, and calling that a fighting game might be a stretch, that is more populated in other modes than ranked. Not one. And second to that is going to be lobbies, where people can get together with their friends and play for hours on end. Anyone saying otherwise is talking out their ass. There's no nice way to put it. They are 100% talking out their ass.
I think even Roy Arkin, Mike, if you remember that part of the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I think even that guy would admit, like, Tom, if you're just tuning in, I mentioned Roy Arkin. I think even Roy Arkin was like, guys, I mean, this is just well, maybe he would make excuses, who knows? But like, I think again, those 5 things that people have hammered.
Yeah, I don't know if Roy.
Man, but like, it's like, dude, if you don't have those 5 things, man, why are you even releasing fighting games? You shouldn't be.
I mean, people can't even match up. That's the weird thing. So let's say my brother gets it and he goes, "Hey, do you want to play some?" I can't, even if we have the same platform.
No, Tom, do you know what's crazy? Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections launched like this. There was no lobbies. So I had to watch my friends go into ranked and just try to match up with each other. They'd press X at the same time to see if they could match with each other. And everybody in the anime fighting game community said this is unacceptable. Now, I think they ended up adding it later on. But this is a reoccurring theme. And we thought that this was only exclusive to these anime fighting games because they're low budget. People don't care as much. They tend to come across like cash grabs, a lot of them. But now this is happening to major fighting games. And my concern is that there's enough people that I even see in PL's posts that are getting onto him, telling him to shut up, that I'm starting to wonder, is having lobby and ranks going to be a feature one day? It's going to sound crazy. That not only will it not be on launch, but it'll come as like DLC, like here's like frame data, right? Who would have thought that we would have had to pay for frame data in Tekken? Will there come a day where we pay for lobbies and ranked? It's starting to feel like there's enough people that will pay for it and say, what you guys complaining about? It's only $1.99.
Yeah, Tom, go ahead.
I mean, again, nobody can match up with anybody. This is even going to alienate. What this is doing is making everybody fodder for the people who've played it 20 years past its prime.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Pre-order to get access to online ranks. That's where we're heading. All of you people that can't see the problem with this, we are heading for disaster because of you. We are heading for disaster. I'm telling you guys, we're going to get a point in time where we have to pay to play ranked. And then someone's going to say, you guys are always complaining. I can't with these people. I'm just going to read out some more super chats, guys, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Tom, thank you for the $5. Oh, God, not the one trick from Elm Street again. I think he's talking about you, Dave. Cheers, Tom. Appreciate it.
Oh, nice. That's clever.
Tom, thank you for the $5. Listen to M2Dave giggle in the background. I think he found some candy underneath his hairy mouth.
More cheap shots keep it coming, boys. But yeah, Tom is the victim of the MK community. Look at all these cheap. Where's the Tom anti-comment? Where's the Tom $20 comment?
I know Tom does get his fair share here as well. Don't worry.
I'm waiting. I thought Tom was the villain of the MK community. I'm waiting.
Well, this isn't the MK community. This is separate.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. Live near my brother, and we barely have time to play. Thank you. Listen. I'm 33 now. Yeah, I haven't got a wife and kids, but I do have a girlfriend, 2 jobs, a YouTube channel that I do live streams on and editing. I just can't go and play games whenever I want. I have other responsibilities. On top of that, there's having 2 jobs as well is already fucking annoying as it is. And being able to just be like, okay, do you know what? I've gotten in, it's 9 o'clock. I need to get up for work at 6 a.m. My boy texts me, he's like, do you want to have a few games? Yeah, sure, I can play for like 45 minutes. Boot it up there and then. No, now I have to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta drive down the road because these smooth brains are like, oh, back in the 90s, that's what we had to be in the 90s, dummy. It's 2025. What's the point in having technology progress if we're just gonna go back? This is one of those things that we don't need to go back. We don't need to. It's just dumb.
Yeah, no, Mike, no. You gotta go to whatever the so-called online. Try to like just frame, press the X so you can get games, brother. You see what I'm saying?
It's
just frame that X. Just frame Tekken 4 stuff, brother. Try to get those games at the same time so you can actually play ranked and legacy.
That's what people have been on. We've been doing that, trying to press X at the same time so we can get games. You know how stupid that is, and you know how stupid you sound for defending that. By the way, I was born in the 90s.
Man, you gotta level up your execution. You gotta level up that Tekken 4. You gotta play.
I was born in the 90s, so I've already been there and done that. They're talking. One guy, I think he's from your era, Tom. I don't know what his name is. He always pops up on my posts. He's going to me. Oh, you do you know? I should find his name.
Rex or whatever his name is, right?
Who?
Rex or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, I think you saw me talking to him.
Yeah.
He's going to me. I'm 47 years old. You weren't in the arcades. You look too young. And I was like, well, go to the gym and drink some water, mate. I don't know what to tell you. I grew up in the arcades as well. We were all in the arcades. Like I've already been there and done that. I was in Trocadero Arcade. Okay, you can ask Cobra Commander, you can ask King J, you can ask Lion-O. They were all there. So it's not my fault you didn't fucking look after yourself. And then you're coming at me saying, "Oh, you weren't in the arcades." You've already been there and done that.
Absolutely.
Keon, thank you for the $5. I was gonna get this collection since I've still got respect for old MK, but this is stupid as hell. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna get it as well. I have very little interest in the old MK games, but I thought to myself, do you know what? There's so many old heads that are interactive that play these games. I'll jump in lobbies and I'll learn from them. Now I can't. So maybe we'll have lobbies by Christmas.
Yeah, that's actually changed my mind. I think I'm not gonna get it now.
I cancelled my pre-order. I said, "Fuck that! I'm not buying it now." Because I was thinking to myself, do you know, I'm not good at these Mortal Kombat games. I was good at the 3D era and NRS era games. The old ones, I didn't know how to play them very well. I didn't even understand the combo structures very well. So I thought, you know, Fate's going to be doing stuff for it. Tom will do stuff. Dave might do stuff. There's other people that are going to be doing things. I'll learn from them. Now I can't. I just have to, like Dave said, I got a just frame X button on the start screen and hope. Just hope that I match up with someone that I know. And then you got people defending it. Tom, thank you for the $5. So the MK collection pack is just a retro MK1 all over again in pixel form this time. You got to another year and 7 months to play the game. Well, you even got that apparently. It's dead on release. OJ, thank you for the $5. Stop being okay with games servicing you and look at these situations objectively. As a consumer, it is your right to ask for better. Stop settling. Exactly. I don't understand. I really don't understand the mentality of these people. Dave, let me ask you, what do you think the blowback would be if Modern Warfare, Black Ops, all those games, that they did a legacy collection of all the old Call of Duty games and they were completely offline?
I'm not in touch with those communities, you know, like maybe as well as you
but
are.
You know Call of Duty, right? You know everyone plays it online. No one plays story mode.
Yeah. I mean, I think there will be massive backlash, and I pray to God or whatever deity you guys believe in that will lack thereof that there is a lot of backlash to this, because we let him get away with it once with Mortal Kombat 1. And again, I believe that game has improved a lot. That's why I give it credit. But just like, dude, can we stop, please, making the same mistakes over and over and over again and accepting, you know, and accepting different results? And that is to an extent, a definition of insanity.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I
this
didn't
point
even
is,
know
yeah.
that. I didn't know they
Okay,
did
go
it.
ahead.
They actually did it with Modern Warfare 2 and it flopped. Surprise,
Yeah.
surprise. Like I used to play Medal of Honor in my own time. Like I used to play Medal of Honor in my room on my own time. If Medal of Honor came out now with no online, it's going to get played for 6 to 7 hours because that's usually how long the story modes are, and that's it. It's over. You know, a good example that you can use for this for the people that don't understand is Uncharted. And Fate brought this up to me earlier, but it's true because I still play Uncharted. Uncharted 4 and Uncharted 2 and 3, they all have online. Those games lived for eons after the campaign was finished because they did an online service and they did it well and they kept it running. Uncharted 4 is still going. If you go on to Uncharted 4, you will find games like that because they added ranks, they added all these other modes to the game, loads of different modes on there that you can play. And the game is still going. Still, Uncharted. Now, you probably wouldn't think to yourself, oh, some people don't even know Uncharted's got ranked. Uncharted has got a fantastic online mode. And that all we're asking for are basic things. And you've got smooth brains on Twitter saying that we're just hating. I don't get it. I don't get it. How have we gotten here? This is madness. If the next Mortal Kombat game launches, yeah, let me ask people in chat that have a problem with what I'm saying. If the next Mortal Kombat game launches and there's no lobbies, no ranked, and no crossplay, which will likely be in what 2026, 2027, and then we go, this is dumb. Are you gonna call me a hater? What? Am I being unfair, Dave?
No, I think you'd be 100% again. I think you're. I don't think you're being as outraged as I am about this. I want to support this great franchise. Again, they gave me my name. I think gave Tom his name. Because we competed, we made our names. Just like maybe other people could do the same thing. They cannot. Why? Because you have this piece of shit company who doesn't want to, implement the bare basics, and it's so sad. It's just frustrating, right? But guys, I made the right choice. I didn't pre-order this. I knew it was
Yeah,
gonna be a
Rio
flop.
had no idea. I
Well,
just
look, man,
messaged Rio about
I'm
it. He
not
had
gonna
no
call him a
idea.
friend. Maybe we'll say that for later. Not, I don't mean any malintention with Rio because we're supposed to record a podcast later on as well with him. But like, yeah, this is bad. I think this is literally, I believe. Tom, you can correct me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the worst release of all time. Like in the modern FG. I
It
think it's
might
worse
be.
than MK11.
It might be.
It's worse. It's worse. It's worse than MK11. It's worse than MK1.
It
It's
is.
worse than Street Fighter 5.
How
This
is
is
this
little.
possible? A
Yeah, like
release
how do
worse
you
than MK1? Like, it's that bad? Yeah.
add Street Fighter 5? Like it. Again, Tom, you may disagree, but please listen. If people want to spend their hard-earned money, and when you want to try MK desperately, I'm gonna say it, man. Spend it on MK1. Shit, spend it on MK11. I'm serious. Like, at least you can enjoy the single player content, right? MK1, I would argue the most balanced, the most polished Mortal Kombat game to date. Spend it on those games, like I did, like Tom did. At least you're spending it on something somewhat valuable. This is not worth it, man. You're spending $50 essentially for a beta, man. You're wasting your money.
This is just
This
crazy
is
to me. It's just
this is
crazy in the modern era. It's like this also goes to show you how much time it takes to put these modes in the game.
correct.
NRS, this is not an NRS release. Separate from this. This just goes to show you that you just can't slap crossplay or lobbies or whatever in a game. These things take a lot of time. Modern Mortal Kombat starting from scratch, no wonder why it comes out jankety. People have taken for granted how much time it takes to get what we consider basic features up and running properly, if at all. Legacy Collection, they can't even port an old game over and give it these things in time. Can you imagine if they said, we're going to reimagine UMK3 and redo every special and normal and combo? that game would not come out. You know how butchered that game would come out? It just goes to show how much time these things take. Warner Brothers is just throwing this out as a cash grab. Period.
Yeah.
Period.
On
You
that
want to
note,
answer that
actually,
question? Mike, you wanna? I saw that question. I think it's a great question that the user just asked.
how is it worse than early Street Fighter 5? Do you know what? Yeah, I'll let you answer it, Dave. But there's one thing that I do want to say before you do. This is much worse than Street Fighter 5, in my opinion, for one main reason. Actually, it's not even the main reason. It's just part of the problem. When we see games coming out over time and we see problems with those games that exist in our own space, you like to think that people that are close to them will not repeat the same mistakes. So if a game comes out in 2009 and it's a disastrous launch, you would look at that and go, probably shouldn't do that again. This is something that has happened before in fighting games where they've launched without the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And so when it happens whenever Street Fighter 5 came out, like what, 2014 or something, like whenever it launched, you would look at it and go like, this is dog shit. We're now in 2025, 9 years later. That makes it astronomically worse. 9 years that you can't learn from your fucking mistakes, from your people that you're closely associated to, right? Because Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat are the big three. You'd look at what they're doing from 9 years ago and you go, yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. And then you do it anyway. This is leaps and bounds worse on that premise alone. It's like me watching someone in my own home make a mistake and then the very next day being like, yeah, I'll just do it as well.
So
You're even dumber than that person.
Because I know the community is going to come at me like Tom being negative again. Let me just tell you this. I don't know that anyone... I was stupid enough to give my entire youth to Mortal Kombat. All I did for 30 years was play Mortal Kombat. That was my future, which is why I ended up in some of the trouble I ended up in 2019. I fell in love with this game, and I never imagined the classics getting taken to another level than we took it to in the arcade era, which it has been. And I was actually looking forward to, I talked to Fate in his Discord and he wanted to hold some events. And he was like, Tom, can you commentate? And I thought, how fun would that be? You get people who love the arcade games. I'm going to commentate tournaments for it. This is going to be awesome. And you can't even hold tournaments for it. And then I thought, like MK4 in the arcade, more so than any arcade game, I was the guy in that game. And I see all this back and forth with glitch jabbing. And I thought, the truth is, Mortal Kombat players from my era are dinosaurs. There's a reason why only one player ever has transitioned from that era to the 3D era to the NRS era, because they just can't adapt. They struggle with it for whatever reason. And I'm just as old as those guys are. So I said, I want to play like Biggs in Detroit. I'm going to learn glitch jabbing. I'm going to go back to MK4. I'm going to learn the game. I'm going to teach people, and I'm going to elevate to their level and see like how good was I really back then? You know what I mean? Can I transition? And I was going to be fun, and I could teach people the game as well. And I was looking forward to it, but I can't invite Biggs. I can't invite Detroit. I can't invite Foxy and beat him 100-0, which I would love to do, but you never thought this day would come, Foxy, huh?
Well, it's not gonna, apparently. Stupid game.
No, I know.
Properly.
It's fun, right? Like, I don't give a fuck if he beats me or not. But I mean, Foxy, to me, so I thought Foxy would be extremely good at like a game like MK2, to be honest with you. Man, people don't know the defensive mind that Foxy has. But Foxy's like an evolution of me. He's a phenomenal defensive player, but he can also play offense in a way that I probably will never do it. He's just a better player. He's like the next level, version, and I thought he would be really good at it. But to be honest with you, without the competitive aspect, I just, even if you want to learn, like let's say Combat says, you know what, I want to play Mortal Kombat. I want to learn. Or Rewind says, I want to learn, and hey, they want to hit up somebody. It doesn't matter. They can't get in the game, right? Or what if Sonic Fox says, you know what, I want to prove that I'm the MK GOAT, even though I can't play 80% of the games. There's no reason for him to play, right? He's playing 2xKO. He can't even learn this game because he has to wait an hour to match up with whoever he wants to match up with, right? It just sucks. It's a huge L it's a huge L on all areas. It's a huge L for people trying to learn. Do they not realize that there are far more newer players than older players? Like Mike said, older players, they maybe have an hour a night to play. Do you know how Mike will tell you how hard it is for me to be able to do half of these podcasts because I'm old, I have a schedule, etc. Mike works 2 jobs. For Mike to get an hour to do anything is hard. We have to schedule everything we do. There are far more newer players than older players. Older players are gone. They're doing other things. For newer players to not be able to match up with their friends, like they don't know how to play the game. They don't know how to play. How are they going to learn? There's really no way to. Or what if you're a newer player and you say, oh, what's this UMK3 thing? And you get matched up with someone like Detroit for your first game, you're done. Like, this sucks. Right? Like, you can't consistently play it for fun. You can't consistently play it competitively or with your friends. This might be the worst launch in the history of fighting games.
Yeah, and I also do want to that someone mentioned it earlier in the comment section. People that are coping by saying this is a museum, this is a collection of history. I'm just like, please, like, keep on saying that. Like, if you guys keep on co-signing nonsense like that, the next Mortal Kombat game is literally going to launch like this. This is no different than any other collection. And Digital Eclipse did correct me if I'm wrong. Did Digital Eclipse not do the 30th anniversary collection of Street Fighter? Wasn't that them?
I believe so.
Yeah, right. So that has lobbies. So why is it that Street Fighter got lobbies, but Street Fighter's main competitor from the 90s, Mortal Kombat, didn't?
Money. Warner Brothers doesn't want to put out that. They want to. It's a cash grab. Spend the least amount of money, get the maximum amount of reward. The reason why I said there's not going to be a 3D collection isn't because I'm a hater. It's because this was a cash grab for Warner Brothers. Now, when the 3D collection would be, Warner Brothers is just saying, what assets can we sell to make money before we sell it off? By the time even the 3D collection would be considered, it will be under new ownership. And new ownership, they don't give a fuck about legacy collection. Make a new game that will sell. Period. This is it. I really felt.
Yeah, I think
this was
Tom
a good
is.
chance. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Tom is spot on. There's no question about that. There might be some disagreements about who's actually making the game, who's testing the game. I believe that's a more subjective topic, but I do believe, and I've always believed, that WB is cancerous for this franchise. They don't really give a damn about this franchise. It's all about money. It's about money ASAP, and I think the reason we know that is because
Quick money.
this is
What can we sell right now? Yeah.
Legacy is essentially the transitional girlfriend you date because the one that you actually love broke up with you, and now you have to get over her, and that's what this game is, right? Because we know that a new NRS game, whether Mortal Kombat or Injustice, is in the works. So this is essentially like, man, we got to make some money in the meantime. What do we do? Like, give us some ideas. And they're like, oh, release the legacy, release these old games. But like, I'm sure
what can
they
we port
know,
quickly for a sale? Yeah.
and that's essentially what this is. And I think people know that. And it's a shame.
Rio doesn't know about it yet. We're going to talk about it tonight with him. He doesn't even know about the quick match thing yet.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you guys a quick question? Because I've seen people talking about this in chat. I didn't know about it. Did the Mortal Kombat art book Flawless Victory use AI?
They did, and the images were horrible.
Right, so I've got this image here.
It's terrible, Mike. Oh God.
Are they being for real? They used AI.
Yeah.
Nah, guys, you can't be supporting this.
GPT at work, bro. Yo, looking
Okay,
good.
let me tell you something else they did wrong. They brought in a bunch of people to do interviews for content in the game who never lived in the era.
Mm.
And all they are doing is retelling my stories and James MK stories and Total MK stories. Stupid.
But why did they use AI? I don't understand. I don't understand. This artwork already existed. What was the purpose?
Maybe
Cheap.
say,
Get it cheap.
go ahead.
Sell it.
Yeah,
Make it
go
cheap
ahead,
and
Tom.
sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is mad.
Yeah, make it cheap
This
and
is
sell it.
actually mad. Like, I can't support this as a fan of the MK series. And that sounds crazy to hear. I can't support this. I can't support this nonsense. It feels like this was such a slack. This was so easy for them. This was a layup. Give us the old MK games. Give it ranked. Give it lobbies. You're done.
To quote you've always said they are sitting on gold. Release it. You've always said that, and
we keep getting dookie. We keep getting dookie. Like, this is so simple.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who is doing this and who's pulling the strings, really, because we can only speculate. But this is fucking ridiculous.
We don't know.
Mortal Kombat is under your wing, and you just can't do the bare minimum. It's not like
bare minimum.
It's not like you have this franchise that nobody loves and you're trying to find a way to get people to love it. You have Mortal Kombat. All people asked you for was the bare minimum, and you couldn't even do that. And this is not Digital Eclipse's first collection. They've done them before.
Willing to wait on crossplay. Just allow us to invite our friends. And they still couldn't deliver that.
Fucking atrocious. This is unbelievable. I'm going to read out these super chats, but I do want to transition over to who you guys think Mortal Kombat might end up with. I'm just going to read these ones out quickly. KFB, thank you for the $10. What are your thoughts surrounding Sonya Blade's infinite leg grab in Mortal Kombat 1, and if it's considered cheating? If Sonya's leg grab can be blocked, that should mean it's not cheating. Am I wrong?
Let me answer that. MK1 is right now unwatchable due to glitch jabbing. So in MK1, pretty much every move in the game is unsafe. And what the game is now is Sub-Zero mirrors, because he can slide punish anything. It's all glitch jabbing. Any move not a glitch jab is a slide punish. You can attack while blocking. So Sonya's leg grab infinite doesn't matter anymore, because every time you are attacking, you are simultaneously blocking. Glitch jabbing actually destroyed MK1. And ironically,
not just MK1,
but it had the worst effect on MK1. It honestly might have made MK1 worse than MK11, which how? But it did.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $4.99. My MK drawings as a kid would have been acceptable art. Yeah, anything over the AI stuff.
Yeah,
what a disaster,
100%,
man.
100%.
I'll start with Dave. Dave, who do you think there's a chance that Mortal Kombat could be produced absent from NRS going forward?
With all due respect, I think you're asking the wrong question. I think should it be designed absent from WB?
Well, we know, but we already know it's gonna leave WB. Mm-hmm. We already know that's gonna happen because they're looking to sell it off. But we don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't mind. So the folks working currently for NRS, I believe Dizzy's one of the, if not it's actually the individual slightly behind, slightly below Paulo Garcia. You have 16-bit still in there. Maybe Big D. I personally believe those are all very good players. They know what they're doing. It is everything that I have in mind in line with them, like in terms of the way I perceive a perfect fighting game. Probably not, but I do trust them more than giving up to some random ass studio like Digital Eclipse, whatever.
True.
I still have faith in them because those are the people that I used to compete against, and I do believe they know what they're doing. that doesn't necessarily mean that they will do whatever I would like them to do, if that makes
Mhm.
sense.
How about you, Tom?
So the reality is this: WB will do whatever is in the best interest of business. If they have a cash offer or an offer that is high enough without NRS involved, they will sell Mortal Kombat absent from NRS. Whatever they think they don't care about the future of Mortal Kombat. They care about how much money we can get now. So if somebody makes an offer 2 to 5 million higher without NRS, they'll take it because they don't care what happens afterwards. They're liquidating. So it is possible that Mortal Kombat is more valuable without NRS than it is with NRS. And that just comes down to if someone like Netflix or Paramount, I'll give you some information now. Those are two buyers, two people that have made the top offers right now. If they happen to buy Mortal Kombat, it will come with NRS. They're not game designers. If a studio, if another a design studio buys it, like Capcom has their own studios, right? Like they wouldn't keep NRS. Let's just hypothetically say, then NRS would not go along with it. So it really all depends. I'm with Dave. I believe NRS will go with it. I truthfully have no faith in Stephanie Brownback. I think listen, two things can be true. I respect Stephanie. I respect Dizzy. But I'm sure Disney respected Kathleen Kennedy. And it didn't work out. I believe that the culture change at NRS had a huge impact on some of the decisions made, even before we get to gameplay. And I think even Dave would agree. It didn't work out. It didn't work for NRS. It didn't work for Disney. It didn't work for a lot of companies. That's why I'm hoping that with a new buyer, that I have faith in them to make a good product. I wouldn't have the memories I have out of the arcade games. Myself and Dave wouldn't have the memories we do of MKDC, MK Deadly Deception. I wouldn't have the memories of Deadly Alliance or MK9 if they were incapable of making a product we love. Mm-hmm. Clearly, we know they are capable, but success is handled differently. It was not handled well by NRS. I believe with a new buyer, they will be forced to go back to the drawing board, create a game that we love, and then hopefully they build off it instead of tearing it down. So I think NRS goes with them.
I think, and there's people in the chat have been alluding to it, I think the Saudis are going to buy Mortal Kombat.
Wow.
God, that'd be terrible.
Why?
Because they would just make as much money as they can and run it into the ground. Almost like private equity. Saudis are the private equity of the FGC. And if anyone knows about private equity, I know Dave gets on me when I say this. The FGC doesn't because, unfortunately, they are impoverished. And I'm not saying that to shit on them. I'm just saying you don't understand private equity because it doesn't affect you. Private equity, the Saudis are the private equity of the FGC. And private equity never ends well.
But don't go on, Dave.
Have the Saudis been good to KOF/Fatal Fury?
They just got it. They always seem good at first. But look at KOF. It's unsustainable. Nobody watches it. The numbers are low. It doesn't do well on YouTube. Doesn't do well on Twitch.
But Tom, much? Tom,
hold on. It's only there because of the money they're putting up.
But Tom,
how are they making a profit?
Tom, it's Fatal Fury. The game was never going to be. Mike, man, let me say this.
My point is, how are they being? My point is, Dave.
Let me say this,
they have
man.
to be profitable. They're not profitable.
Tom, let me say this. How many damn fighting games have been released in a damn 35 years? Over 1,000.
Yeah.
Yet, like what? 10 are played nowadays, right? Probably 5, 6 are modern, and the rest are old games, right? Like maybe Third Strike, Marvel, Melee, guys, let's not be delusional. Tekken and Street Fighter, and to a lesser extent Melee, they're not the standard, the exception. That's what fighting games are. They're not that popular. So
That's
for
true.
the Saudis, I don't give a damn who's buying um, King of Fighters or Fatal Fury. Dude, I loved Gary. It's one of the games I grew up. I remember playing on emulator, with my cousins back in the day. But let's be realistic here. Our games are not that popular.
No,
Doesn't have
that's
to do
true.
with the
I
audience.
agree with you.
Somebody said
Yeah,
something in chat. Well, I don't understand the Saudis' quest for soft power. I do. They are quietly acquiring everything. Once the Saudis own everything, they have a monopoly. Then they can charge whatever they want, and we are forced to pay it.
I don't
because
think
have
that'll
to.
happen.
I'm-
I don't think that'll happen. To be, I think the Saudis have still. Saudis kind of remind me of this guy that I spoke to once, where he's got so much money that he parks wherever he wants in London and gets parking tickets because the amount of money he makes in a day is so ridiculous that he doesn't care. He's like, they could tow my car, I'll just pay for it to come back. It doesn't bother me. I think the Saudis have so much money, and they're trying to, change public perception. I don't think that they're going to try and charge out of the arse because they already have too much money.
They have
think
fuck
that
you money. They have oil money.
yeah,
they
they
have real money.
they have
Yeah.
fuck you money. So they a Saudi can come and be like, hey, we're gonna host a $1 million prize pool for a game
Because we
that
can.
10 people play this game. Perfect Legends goes to a tournament, he's in top 8 straight away. So they are not doing this. I don't think they're ever going to do it to a point where it's like, we're going to charge you $200 to play.
They don't
Mortal
care. This
Kombat
is fun money for them. This is their passion project. I got it.
Well, not even that. I think they're trying to change public perception, and I think that is more important to them than money because they piss money. So if Mortal Kombat goes to the Saudis, there's actually a very good chance that the quality of the product will probably go through the roof. I don't know what public perception is going to be like because people don't like the Saudis acquiring everything. But Fatal Fury, minus Cristiano Ronaldo and the DJ, is actually a great fighting game. It's really it's honestly good. I don't like 2D fights too much, but if you were going to sit me down and make me learn any of them, it would be Fatal Fury. I think that game is quality, and people are not showing up for their game, but they're still putting up millions for a game that nobody's playing. So
Why aren't people
it could be
showing
good for MK.
Why aren't people showing up? If it's
For
a
Fatal
quality
Fury,
product,
I think that they're not showing up for Fatal Fury because I think Fatal Fury suffers from the same issues that KOF does, but to a much larger extent. KOF was already a niche, and I think people don't connect with the characters outside of the fighting game community. And I said this once to people, Dave, and I was like, they were talking about how there should be more SNK guest characters in Tekken. And I said to people, no one gives a shit about SNK characters. I'm not saying that myself. I like them. I like SNK games. Okay? I've got a lot of them. But outside of the fighting game community, people don't give a shit about them. Geese, Mai, and Terry, and maybe, what's his name? Geese's son, I've forgotten his name.
Terry, was it?
No, the guy that trains with Terry. The one that does Raging Storm as well. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They're all popular characters.
Rock.
That's it. Rock Howard. That's it. Yeah. They're all popular characters, but outside of that, no one gives a shit about these characters. Like anyone that is saying otherwise is coping. So I think there's no Scorpion that exists in SNK. There's no Ryu. Their best bet is Mai. Mai is the only one, and there's two big reasons why. But outside of
her
that,
attributes and her
yes,
attributes.
Yes, Mai is obviously one of those characters that, like, we don't need to get into all of that. But Mai is very popular. But name 10 SNK characters. Guys, put me on the spot. Andy, Robert, Geese, Rock, Mai, Vice, King, Iori, Kyo, and K.
I'm just playing.
No, they try to put me on the spot. I know SNK characters. It slipped my mind because I was talking. But yeah, people don't care about.
No, dude, I agree with you 100%. Like, I used to play like King of Fighters 98. I'm like, who the hell are half these characters? and I'm like, I don't know any of them, right? Like, what is Bao? Is that a character? I don't know, some Chinese, I don't know, like kid.
Yeah,
Like,
like dude,
what are
I,
these
I
characters,
like
right?
I like Yamazaki. I've said out of everybody that
Yeah.
is in SNK games, if they put Yamazaki in Tekken, I might be okay with that. I might be okay with it. I think he's a pretty cool character design, but I say Yamazaki to regular Joe Schmo, they don't know who I'm talking about. But if I say Zangief, they're like,
Yes.
okay. If I say Ling Xiaoyu, they're like, isn't that annoying girl that ducks and everything? Like people know those characters. No one cares about SNK characters. I'm not talking about us guys here. We do. I like SNK characters. I think they're actually very cool and they're some of the most stylish characters in all fighting games. But Fatal Fury was never going to succeed because KOF barely succeeds as it is, and that's the more recognizable name. Fatal Fury is this game. What's it called? City of the Wolves, Mark of the Wolves. People barely. It wasn't that popular back then either. It wasn't that popular. So people will show up for a Saudi Mortal Kombat. I guarantee you, they'll show up for a Saudi Mortal Kombat. They're not showing up for Saudi SNK anything. SNK is never going to get off the ground, dude, and it sucks because SNK has some quality, but I don't know. People just don't connect with it.
I think I think I would make the same case with the Virtual Fighter. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's literally the same thing, right? Like everybody knows Kazuya, everybody knows Jin, everybody knows Heihachi, everybody knows Jinpachi, right? But do you know Wolf? I don't. Do you know, I don't know, Bao? Like these characters are almost like, they have, I feel like it has to do with the legacy of the game or lack thereof in this case, right?
Mhm.
And it's a shame because yes, Chrysalid, Ignis, Zero. Yeah, guys, I know I'm a nerd. I know all those characters. I like the Nest storyline. I trust me, I do, and I enjoy playing King of Fighters 2001. But like competitively speaking and legacy speaking, these names have no value. They just don't. And I think that's kind of what
Mhm.
Mike is saying, and I think he's 100% on the spot.
Yeah, and also Virtua is made of they. I mean, outside of the terrible marketing around that game, redesigning the characters is actually cool because when they showed off Wolf, I thought he looked the best he's ever looked. He looked like a jacked up version
Yeah.
of Ganondorf, and I was like, okay, you know what? His image, like how they had changed it, was striking. The image of Wolf that they showed us for Virtua Fighter 6 is memorable. The one from the old Virtua Fighter games, he could be anyone. Like it's not a remarkable looking character. So them deciding to redesign the characters was actually a good move. SNK might need to do that with their characters. I don't really know. And the thing is, I wouldn't even want them to do that because SNK characters look sick. They've got some of the best swag in all the fighting games. It's just people don't connect with them. They just don't.
Well,
I
Mike,
don't know.
this is the case that I would make for modern fighting game. It's just like, they give him a modern look. Obviously, they make him cooler. And guess what? I know you will disagree, but what Tekken 8 has done, make it the game flashier, make it more exciting, and you could say it was a failed attempt. And I would understand your perspective with the heat system.
Mm.
But it's like, how you do the heat system, and you're stuck in a 50-50, and this other guy comes in and he does armor, and now it's like it's trying to recreate that perspective. And I understand the opposite perspective. I respect it. But like that's the way you build hype. That's the way you create characters that people actually care about, and not just some random guy who just does, I don't know, wrestling throws, right? King is special in many ways, and they try to, and they did stuff with Armor King, et cetera, right? But like that's because they went out of the way to modernize the character, to evolve the character. And if you have no evolution, whether it's MK or with Sub Zero or Tekken with King, name anything, right? Like other games will fuck you up. Like you will lose
Mhm.
perspective. Like that's why it's so important to evolve characters. And sometimes we may not like that because they kind of they lose their nature, but it has to be done, man. There has to be an attempt.
Yeah,
That's
I
kind of what I
understand.
yeah.
I understand the attempt. I think Tekken overstepped a little bit. I get
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
like modernize
Please.
things.
Yeah,
They
absolutely. I can
overcompensated. They overcompensated too hard. Yeah.
Yeah, they've gone a bit too far. Like I understand trying to make things more digestible for a new audience, but there's a limit. And I feel like Mieri Zo, or however you say her name, she has. I feel like she's pissed off a lot of people where she shouldn't have. She should have been a character
absolutely.
that people would have been excited for because of of where she's from. We never got a fighter from there. We don't know what the people in Madagascar fight like. It was kind of exciting to hear all of that as somebody that like grew up watching martial arts films. But then they slapped on Ancient Ogre into her, and I was like, there was no need for that. She would have been fine on her own. And then you're making a fucking jump off walls. She's summoning poles. Like she's a pole dancer as well. I was just like, what are you doing? This isn't a fucking Shonen Jump anime. This is Tekken. Like you've crossed the line, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
I think, well, that's how I'm kind of like more legacy maybe than all of you. Like, dude, I want Bruce back. Why did we ever have Josie?
Back to
Back to bring that back. I mean,
counted back to.
you know, Mike is gonna cry about it, but hey, at least it's gonna be in the game. You know, give us back Ogre, give us back his Oki. You know, that's what I want to see. That's why I'm super legacy for. This, I don't know, chick. It's another like big tit chick. Like, why? We already had that. Like, can we please have that's the reason why I'm disappointed in Tekken. It's not so much with the way the game plays. But like, I want legacy. Give me legacy characters. He's a Ogre. If Street Fighter 5 can like bring back Urian, then Namco should be able to bring back Bruce, Ogre, Ancient Ogre, Jinpachi. Those are the characters that I grew up with, and those are the characters that I would love to have back.
Yeah, I agree. Some people were getting onto me because they were saying you just hate female characters. It's not that I hate female characters. It's that I hate how Tekken presents a lot of them, specifically the new ones. Lucky Chloe, Josie, and now Mirizo. They're just annoying. They are super annoying characters.
They're generic. They're just too generic for me, honestly. I don't know how you feel, Mike.
Yeah, listen, I know that there's two different thoughts when it comes to fighting games these days. And obviously, I lean more on the old school mentality. But when I'm booting up Tekken, I don't listen. People were trying to get onto me saying, "Oh, you just don't like boobs in your game or whatever." It's nothing to do with that, okay? Because I never had an issue with Ivy. I never had an issue with Anna until they gave her a bazooka. I never had an issue with any of these characters. I'm not complaining about big boobs on a character, okay? I'm not. I'm just saying that Harada knew we wanted Ancient Ogre. He gave us a fucking 19-year-old pole dancer. That's not cool, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with women because the pole dancer could have been male and I would have flipped out anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not that I like masculine women, but because Alexis has just said that in chat. It's not that I like masculine women. It's that it's a fighting game, right? With the Mishimas who are trying to destroy the planet. Lydia makes more sense to me. The fighting prime minister from Poland. That's a cool concept. Now her gameplay is questionable because it's like you're playing a one-player game when you're fighting her. But the idea is cool.
Yeah,
all this magic in Tekken is fucking stupid. And the same goes for Mortal Kombat, actually. Mortal Kombat magic is all fighting, like mysticism, that's all good. I do find it funny that the MK Legacy Collection is launching without a lobby system, so we can't run tournaments when Mortal Kombat's entire premise was a tournament. But they repurposed characters in Mortal Kombat, right? So Hanzo Hasashi, arguably one of the most popular characters, doesn't exist outside of if you play arcade mode and he's like a kid.
He might be the most popular. Popular.
He's the poster child at the very least. What did these smooth brains at NRS do? Scrap. Can you imagine if Capcom scrapped Ryu and they said Ryu is now Bison, Bison is Chun-Li, and fucking, I don't know, Rolento is Urian? Like, it was unnecessary. And then I had people on Twitter going, you just hate it. What do you mean I'm hated? It doesn't make any sense. How have we gotten here? It's just so dumb.
It doesn't.
But I will say this, Mike. There is, not in those severe cases, but there is a sense of characters need to evolve, right? Like, Guile is still a too special move character, but he's been made way more offensive than he ever was, right? And he's been given tools that are like, yeah, that probably wouldn't fly in Super Turbo, right? Like, and I'm okay with that, right? Because a character can have, just like in a, if you guys watch a movie or a story, like there's character development, right? The same thing happens with fighting games, and I'm okay with that. Now, if it's extreme, I'm against it. But I believe what Capcom did with Guile is still mostly intact, right? Bison, right? In Street Fighter 5 is like, what are these normals that he's just shoving up my face? Like they're all like plus and stuff, but there's no Psycho Crusher. I was like, wait, what? Until like, what was it? The skill 2, right? So I'm okay um with evolution. I'm okay with change as long as it makes sense for the character.
Yeah. All these people like saying, "Oh, Lara Croft for put Lara Croft in." I heard it for Mortal Kombat and I heard it for Tekken. I was like, why would Lara Croft be there? For what does am I tripping? How does she fit into those universes? It doesn't make any sense.
Let me just say this also. The Mortal Kombat community is surprised that Combat League reset or whatever it is, and no patch came today. Because Ed Boon said, something along the lines of, it may not be the last patch, the last one. How many times can someone offer to sell you oceanfront property in Arizona? Mike, you don't get it. Arizona's like a desert in America.
Okay.
I mean, how many times can that happen? Warner Bros. To do anything costs money. Who pays the bills? Warner Brothers. They're selling the game. They're not trying to put any more money into it. And yet you still thought? This is my point about negativity. Listen, and Mike's going to get into the disrespect. I'll be the first to tell you. And I'll admit it right now because I want a fresh start. I'm tired of being angry. Honestly, yeah. Did I come across an MK11 and MK1 like I was rubbing your face in the failure? Yes. I was rubbing the face of all you shills and all you people in the failure of Mortal Kombat. Yes. I was angry. So I'll admit my wrong there. But I wasn't wrong in what I was saying. Like, this is all backed by numbers. At the end of the day, Warner Brothers is a business, and they're in business to make money. And by that logic, you can predict the moves they're going to make. Who in God? I mean, like the Mortal Kombat community was like, oh my God, why didn't they roll out the red carpet for Final Combat? Why? They canceled Chaos Reigns because of money. I mean, the Chaos Reigns, they canceled future content because of money. They put everything up for sale because they don't want to do this anymore. Why then would they say, you know what we should do? Anybody got an extra $1 million around so we can shell out 200 grand in prize money and pay for venues? And no, they don't want to do it. I mean, like, it's just obvious. The MK community is just blind to business decisions. Why would Warner Brothers dump money into a patch when MK Legacy is a cash grab? They're selling all their IPs and studios. They don't want to put any more money in. They want to get money out. And yet they still get fooled.
But Tom,
Yeah.
you're kind of beating a dead horse. Like Street Fighter and all these games, they still sell less. Yet they have a lot more money on the line. Yet they have a lot more views. Yet they have a lot of this other stuff.
I think Street Fighter
Not
6 is
saying-
like it's right behind MK1 right now. Like it's
I think Street Fighter will eventually surpass it. I think the difference is this: the Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
I don't think it has anything to do, Tom, with all due respect, I don't think it's anything to do with the quality of the games. I think we have already established that. If you guys in the chat, and if you're consistent, you will acknowledge that Street Fighter 5 on release was a complete disaster.
It was.
As much of a disaster, if not even worse than MK Mortal
Agreed.
Kombat 1. Yeah.
Agreed.
But obviously there's some kind of mentality in the Street Fighter community. I don't know what it is. It might be cultural. It might be related to the to the Asian atmosphere, whatever, however you want to phrase it. But that's obviously like they believe they have trust in that company to make things right.
No.
And
no.
Go ahead.
What happened is it's very convenient to compare Street Fighter 5 to MK1 and say, oh, how come Street Fighter 5 recovered? Why can't MK1? But that's not really accurate. So to compare Street Fighter 5 to MK1, MK1's failure is a product of how MK11 ended. It's a combination of things. Like you and I have talked, Dave, and nobody can point to one thing in MK1 and said that's the problem, right? It's a combination of things. In Street Fighter
Dave,
5,
you're echoing, bro.
in
Sorry,
Street Fighter 5 was an atrocious launch. A lot of the things you can say about MK1 about content and being bare bones, you can say the same thing about Street Fighter 5. Dave is 100% correct. However, the difference is Street Fighter 5 did not follow a game like MK11. There are things about Street Fighter 4 people didn't like. But Street Fighter 4 is considered the father of the modern FGC. The mother of the modern FGC is Marvel 2. So what I put a video up where I referenced this. I just put it was a 2-hour video. It's my history in the MK community, so it's long, and I had to cut it short still. It would be a 5-hour video if I went through everything. But the FGC was dying. Arcades were dead for fighting games anyway. You had to play Deer Hunter, and fight in arcades. Like fighting games were done. Marvel 2 revitalized that's not even a word, but it brought life back to the FGC. It allowed Evo to happen. It brought so many people in that you could then start tagging in other Street Fighter games.
Yeah.
But again, the FGC hit a stale point. In out comes Street Fighter 4. That era, Mike, this is called the FGC Renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
And that is powered by Street Fighter 4. So as much as people could say, well, SF4 wasn't the most well received, it brought back the FGC. The FGC was going down and it brought it back. That's why it's called the FGC Renaissance on the back of Street Fighter 4. That is what Street Fighter 5 followed. So while Street Fighter V had a disastrous launch, it followed the game known as the father of the FGC, the modern FGC. The mother is Marvel 2, and then when the FGC began to founder again, Street Fighter IV is known as the FGC Renaissance. That's the game it followed. Mortal Kombat 1 followed MK11, which is considered the worst fighting game ever made in history. So Street Fighter V didn't follow that. If Street Fighter 4 was as bad as MK11, then Street Fighter V would have been in serious trouble. Street Fighter V had the luxury of following the game that's considered the father of the FGC Renaissance. So it had a much bigger margin of error than MK1. So you can't compare MK1 to Street Fighter V because you can't compare MK11 to Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter MK1, with a disastrous launch and a disastrous first year, followed the worst fighting game in history. Now, just by the numbers, and I'm not talking about sales because I do agree with Dave. MK11 was a bad game, but it sold 15 million. So sales
that
numbers.
whole argument makes no sense, my friend.
Now, hold on. Let me finish. Sales do not indicate how good or bad a game is. MK11 is proof of that. But sales do indicate audience retention. MK11 sold 15 million copies. Now, as Dave pointed out, the FGC is the smallest community in gaming. It's a very small community. 15 million people for an FGC community is massive. Would you agree, Mike?
Yeah,
massive.
Basically everybody would have had to have bought the game in the FGC.
So Mortal Kombat literally captured every single Mortal Kombat fan on Earth. 15 million. Of those 15 million, how many bought base MK1 in year one? 5 million. Just by 15 million to 5, they lost 66% of their community, which is staggering. Now, we know, though, that there are people that bought MK11 that didn't buy MK1, but there are people that bought MK1 that didn't buy MK11. So it's really more than 66%. There's a variable number. Somewhere between 66, let's say 10%, and 75%, or let's say 9%, they lost. Somewhere between 66 and 75% of their community they lost from MK11 to base MK1. That is staggering. And it's because MK11 was so garbage the way it ended that many people thought, I am going to wait and see. And as I agree with Dave, the word of mouth in MK1, for several reasons, a lot more than just gameplay, the word of mouth was so bad, MK1 never recovered. You had a few million people that bought it early on. The word of mouth was bad, and then it never recovered. And then you look at Chaos Reigns. We don't know how many people bought Chaos Reigns. We know in year 2 of MK1 that it sold 1.2 million. So that means they probably bought MK1 and Chaos Reigns because Chaos Reigns was available. So it sold at least 1.2 million. I'm going to grant that it sold another 800,000 and sold 2 million. Tom, well, how do you know it didn't sell 5 million? Because if it sold 5 million, we wouldn't be having this conversation about no more content. So let's just say it sold 2 million. From MK11 until Chaos Reigns, they lost 90% of their community. Now, if Dave wants to make an argument of is MK11, MK1 now good or bad, I'm not going to debate him on that. What I'm saying is, what is factual is they lost 90% of their community. In no way does that show that people are happy with the product.
Dave?
I think there's a massive leap of logic if you've ever taken
The numbers don't lie, Dave.
Okay, if the numbers don't lie, MK11 has sold 60 million
I
copies.
just said the numbers. I'm not using the numbers.
Exactly. The numbers don't lie unless they
Dave,
you want to make
again.
Tom, I
Dave,
didn't interrupt you. Let me talk. So,
but you're not addressing my point. This is what I'm talking about.
You
This is
have
what
no
Mike is
point.
talking about. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. I just said I agree with Dave that numbers are not an indicator if a product is factually good or bad, right?
okay,
I
then
said
why
it,
you
but
talking
a
about
product
why
is
you
an
talking about sales?
sales are an indicator on how many people you gain versus how many people you
Okay,
lose.
in other words, the sales are not a point except when I make it a point to prove a point that,
That's
that
not,
I want to.
Dave. That's not
No,
right.
Dave, that's not that. Okay, I'll use a different game. I'll use a different game to make the example.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
think for a lot of people, the quality of Call of Duty has been on the downward spiral for some time now. But Call of Duty games sell like fucking crazy. Like I was looking at the numbers of them the other day, and it's insane. But all I hear from players on Twitter, on YouTube, even I know competitive players in the Call of Duty scene, they just shit on it completely. So what Tom is saying is true. Like a game selling a lot of copies doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good product, but it does indicate.
I'm not saying that it is.
No, but
Okay.
I'm just saying it's an indicative of how many people you lost. So let's just even say MK11, it's not going to sell 10 million. MK1, I mean, I can fucking promise you that. It's at 6.2. It only sold like 1.2 million in year 2. It's
Why are you
not
still
going to
talking about
magically sell
sales?
4 million
Sales
more.
don't matter. If by
Hold
own
on, but
definition
let's
sales
just
don't matter, why are you
say,
talking about sales?
hold on. Let's just say I grant it that it's going to sell 1.3 million more copies, MK1. 7.5 million, even if it sells half of MK11. That means that you lost at least 50% of your community between that and the patch and Chaos Reigns. And we all know that there are people that bought MK1 that didn't buy MK11 and vice versa. So they actually lost more than 50%. Let's put in 10% for variability. If you just go MK11 to MK1, when it's all said and done, they will have lost between 50 and 60% of their community. That is a massive number. But the reality is, if you go from MK11 to Chaos Reigns, they actually lost 90%. So you could say MK1 is the greatest game ever made. And maybe it is, Dave, as a product. I'm not here to argue with you that as a product, it is not substantially better than it was. What I'm here to tell you is the numbers don't reflect whether a product is good or bad. Because to your point, MK11 sold XYZ. Who's going to say it's good, right? But it does indicate how much of your audience you have lost. Mortal Kombat has lost 90% of its seen by the numbers. And that is inarguable.
All right, let's hear Dave. Let's let Dave talk on it.
And this whole argument makes no sense because essentially claiming that previous games have a major impact on the modern game, which they may or may not. This is very difficult to measure. And I've studied this topic in college. Trust me, this is just fake science. Like, this is just not true. Besides, he also mentioned that Street Fighter 4 is considered, I guess the Renaissance, which may be true, but again, if you recall, this is literally the fault of his own logic. The end of Street Fighter 4, guys in the chat, I know you dislike me, Elena, unblockable setups. Do we all not remember that now because Tom said it doesn't matter? We do remember the stuff. Elena, the dive kick meta.
The
By
game
that old logic,
resurrected the FGC.
Hold on, Tom, wait, hold on. Let Dave finish. Let Dave finish.
logic, we're talking about the end, the end of the lifespan of a fighting game, right? And how it influences the subsequent game. That your own logic doesn't make any sense. So by that their own definition, Street Fighter 5 should have sold miserably, which it did, but then they did certain stuff that made it sell very well. So it's about, what is it about? It's about making improvements. It's about gaining the trust of the people who still play the game, and it's about the overall mentality that the community has. And yes, in Street Fighter 5, in general, the Capcom community, they have more trust, especially the market in Asia. They have more trust in their games than we do. Even when they mess up, we all just agree that Street Fighter 5 on release was a massive disaster.
This is nothing to do with what I said.
But it has everything to do with what you said.
You sound like Kamala Harris asking a question, saying that she grew up like everyone else.
I didn't.
I mean, like,
I don't know,
Dave.
I don't know
I don't understand.
I'll let you talk. Like,
I don't understand what you're not addressing the point.
But you're not.
You're saying things
Tom,
like
Tom, let him go. Let him
I mean,
talk.
I'm just okay.
Because you're making inconsistent connections just to prove a talking point. Like,
what
again,
does Elena's unblockable have to do with anything?
Just the same point. You oh my God, the cameo system is running MK1. Idiot. They don't care about that. That's
Mike, we've got to transition to the disrespect. You see what Dave did?
Wait, hold on. Before we get that, I want to give Dave. Hold on.
Yeah, Dave, finish. Go ahead and finish.
Let Dave finish his point, even if you disagree with Sonny. So let him finish.
Go ahead,
this is the same case we have.
No, go ahead, please. I want you to finish.
In Rio's podcast, he rants for like 10 minutes straight. And I'm like, dude, I have to jump in. He will not. I literally have to take notes because he makes so many.
By calling me a grandpa.
Dude, stop taking offense. You've called me a million things. Let's move on. We're friends.
What do I call you? Because if you watch those podcasts, I don't insult you at all.
I don't take offense.
I insult you at all. Go ahead, Dave. Let me go ahead and finish.
Anyway, the point is this. As I've been saying, like the biggest picture, Mike, is this. Trust me. Obviously, there's Capcom has known to mess up, right? We all know this. As well as any other fighting game company in existence, right? And we all acknowledge that we just blew up Mortal Kombat Legacy for like the past hour and a half, right? There's no question about this. Nobody is defending this with the possible exception of Roy Arkin, who's an irrelevant figure in the FGC, right? The point I'm trying to make, there's obviously a factor beyond the quality of a fighting game, which is made up of people, for whatever reason, maybe cultural, whatever the case might be, they give that company the benefit of the doubt and still believe in that company. That's why Street Fighter 5 started as a disaster, yet ended up selling the most out of any Street Fighter game ever made. And
no, Dave, I think you're actually wrong on that, and I've got numbers to prove this. You've mentioned Street Fighter 4, you've mentioned Eleanor. Now, I was playing Street Fighter 4 heavy back then. And yes, Eleanor, Rolento, some of the balancing in Street Fighter 4 towards its end did piss people off. But on paper, And to the wider community, as in people that just play Street Fighter in general, because there's millions of people out there, Ultra Street Fighter 4 is the second best selling version of Street Fighter 4. So I think it sold around 2 to 2.3 or 4 million copies.
More than Chaos Reigns.
Yeah, and B, you were only hearing these complaints at the absolute top level, which by the numbers are largely irrelevant. Ultra Street Fighter 4 was the second most positively received sales-wise.
Tom's full argument is the cameo system
But no.
sucks.
You're wrong, Dave. You're attacking the quality of the game. My argument is not on the quality of the game. I clearly stated, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, that sales numbers do not reflect how good or bad the game is, correct?
Yeah.
What I said was it is an indicator on how the public feels about it.
Yeah, it has to do with mentality. That's you literally just mentioned
No. So my
Study
point is,
linguistics.
so
Feels
no,
is-
it does. It's not mentality.
feels
My point
implies
is,
subjectivity.
my point is,
You literally just use the word. You literally just, feeling implies subjectivity, right? The way I feel about something doesn't necessarily mean the way.
no,
you feel
Dave.
about it.
No, Dave. What I'm saying is, life is not fair, and unfortunately, I can create the best product in the world, and Mike Hollow can say, Tom, you created the best product in the world. And the rest of the world can say, fuck you, I don't like it. In theory, it's the best product in the world. But if nobody likes it, get fucked. Back to the drawing board. Make something.
By what standards?
Hold
By
on,
sales
hold
or
on, hold
by
on.
what standards?
My point is that you mentioned Elena's unblockable. Here's the real truth. I'm not disputing anything you're saying. Guess what? It is still considered the father of the modern FGC. And
By
Dave,
who?
you can say,
By the
but
same
how
people
can you
crap on the
consider it
game?
that? Hold on. You can say, but how is it considered that? Marvel 2 is the mother of the modern FGC. And M2Dave right now can say, how can Marvel 2 be taken seriously? You got Iron Man wiping your whole team out. You've got 90% of the roster unviable. How is that game taken seriously? It doesn't fucking matter. It was. Your opinion on the quality of the product doesn't fucking matter because life is not fair. So there are you can say Marvel 2 is not the best product. However, it is considered better than MK1. Why? Because people said so. And unfortunately, in the world, people said so. That's what works. I mean, that's just the way it is. So Street Fighter 4, regardless of the Elena and blockables and blah, 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 in history, it is seen very favorably. Very favorably.
It depends whom you ask.
It is called the Renaissance. Mike, yes or no?
By who? By
It is
Street Fighter
called
players?
the yes or no?
There.
It is
I
called
don't give
the
a damn what resurrected.
Dave, why is
Hold
it
on,
called?
Tom,
Why is it
Mike,
called the
call that
FGC
even, man.
Renaissance?
He stalked twice as much as I have. Like, can I?
Can you
at least say
answer me
something?
why MK1
No.
is not considered the Mortal Kombat Renaissance?
I don't give a damn what's considered a renaissance.
I don't give a okay, that's the problem. You say I don't give a damn to me and it matters. But when you say, oh, but the unblockables, and I say,
Tom,
I don't
the
give a
Renaissance
damn what you
to
say.
me- Hold on. The Renaissance to me is Super Turbo. That's like the
The modern FGC
That's like-
Renaissance is
I don't know
super
what modern
Dave, the
means.
game
Like,
came out in the 90s.
that's
Dave,
the
you-
game that gave you literally the modern anything 2D
The
fighting
game
game. What
came
do you-
out in the 90s. Dave, let me ask you this. By the numbers, has Mortal Kombat between
I thought you didn't care about
MK11
the
and
numbers, but now you care about the
Hold on.
numbers. Which one
I'm
is
not,
it?
Dave, I have given you that numbers do not reflect if the game is good or bad. I am
Wait,
not
then why are we
saying
having the argument? This whole argument is pointless. Then.
yes or no.
Wait, hold on. Let me just. There's a couple things that they've said that I can. Well, hold on, Tom. Super Turbo cannot be the Renaissance era fighting game because fighting games were in their infancy in that time, and by definition, that just wouldn't make any sense. Street Fighter 4 is considered a Renaissance game because at that time, in 2008, the fighting game community was all but dead. There was nothing going on. There was no media attention outside of maybe YouTube in its infancy. I don't even know if YouTube was around. I can't even remember. I think it was, but it was very young. There was nothing going on with the FGC. So Super Turbo is a great game, but it can't be considered a Renaissance game because Super Turbo was around the beginning of the fighting game. So it can be a game that maybe
great game depending whom you ask. I think it's a great game, but a lot of people think the game sucks. They prefer Third Strike. And
okay, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that it's an early adapter of the fighting game community, so it's not a Renaissance game.
All fighting at least 2D ones, like the basic fireball motions, the basic special move motions, the basic the way sweeps work are based on that game. So like depending how how far you want to go back, you can make the irrelevant Renaissance argument, like what's based on what. Like we all
No,
agree
but that's not what the word means, though. That definition wise, it doesn't make any sense.
But the whole argument is pointless because who's denying that Street Fighter was the original fighting game that paved the way and continues to pave the way? I don't deny that. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with Mortal Kombat? Like, it has nothing to do with the argument. The argument
Dave, all I'm saying is
lost.
Mortal Kombat has lost 90% of its fan base.
So has Street Fighter when they released Capcom Fighting Evolution. Who cares? Nobody cares. Yes, Capcom Fighting Evolution. Remember when that was released?
Mike, do you see what I'm saying here, man?
Wait, hold on, Tom, let Dave talk. Can you expand on that, please?
Remember when
I need another beer for this, man. This is terrible.
Grab a couple, Tom. Put some whiskey in that Coke. Maybe you'll be.
Dave, you're gonna need some vodka for Rio tonight.
Yeah,
we're gonna need to pile it up, man.
Yeah, you better put some alcohol in that Coke, man. Maybe you'll understand these arguments better. But the point is, remember the Capcom Fighting Evolution? Where was the scene for that? They bombed it. Oh my God, no Renaissance. Like you guys are dumb, man. Like this is.
But Dave? Do you know what Renaissance means?
I know what it means. I have
what does it mean?
Linguistics. I know Renaissance. It
comes Fighting Evolution came out when MK Deception was out.
Yeah, we say nothing.
Like, what are you talking about?
Don't lecture me about the vocab. I know it better than both of you combined. It's about.
But you're using the word incorrectly. Like Capcom Fighting Evolution was a dead game. So yeah, it didn't.
You guys are like masturbating to this one talking point that's completely irrelevant to what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, can you? All right. So let's not interrupt Dave. Let Dave make his full point, please.
Let me make my point. So this is the point. I don't care what the Renaissance is. We all agree more or less, right? That Street Fighter, in its etymology, has paved the way for pretty much all of the modern games, right? Going back to as far as World Warrior, right? Like. And that's the way it is. It's just one of those facts. Whether it's Street Fighter 4 or whether it's Super Turbo, whether it's World Warrior, why does it matter? What does that add to the argument? I don't understand what the argument now even is.
Well, I mean, on that point, Tom, you're saying that it depends on who you ask, but it doesn't. The general consensus is that Street Fighter 4 was the Renaissance game. It's what brought back the fighting game community. That's not a matter of opinion. That's just a fact. It's a matter of opinion whether you liked it. It's a matter of opinion on whether you think it's a good game. But whether or not it brought back the community, that is not up for debate. It was that game.
But what does that have to do with the point that you're trying to? What is your major point? What does that? How does that link to MK and to the overall FGC and fighting game in general? What is your point?
You're debating the quality of the product. I am not. I am saying that numbers do not necessarily show the quality of the product because we know MK
talk nothing but numbers. Oh my God, MK has lost its audience.
Dave, numbers
it's not about the numbers. So what point does that have?
No, I'm not saying it's not about the numbers. I am agreeing with you that numbers.
You just said 2 seconds ago it's not about the numbers. So now it's about the numbers.
Dave, you won't understand if you don't let Tom talk.
Dave,
then he can talk.
I'm saying that numbers are not necessarily indicative on if a game is good or bad, because the game can technically be good, but people just don't like it. So is the game bad? No. However, it doesn't resonate with people. It doesn't make it bad. It just makes it unliked. but the numbers do show the percentage of people you gained versus percentage of people you lost. So MK1 can be the
So now the
greatest
numbers
game.
matter. So when I was trying to
Dave,
make
what
a
I'm just
point,
saying is that by the
stop, it makes
numbers,
no sense.
they lost 90% of their
I thought you
community.
didn't care about the numbers. Why are you bringing back the numbers? I thought you didn't care about the number. So
Okay,
you
wait,
care
Dave.
about
Let me ask you then. Why do you think the numbers don't matter?
I just don't know.
No, they
what
do
to
matter.
do. I
But
don't
not
know
to the
what to
sense that
do. I don't know what to
So wait,
do.
hold on, Tom. Wait, hold on.
Mike,
Tom,
Mike.
Dave, what is it you don't understand about Tom's point?
There's nothing to understand. Here's why MK1, if that's the point, didn't sell as well as it did. It has to do with the points that Rio made and that you made. But Tom is like, let's talk about the numbers in the sense of sales. Wait, I thought you didn't
I
care
didn't say in sense of like
He
sales as
didn't
far
say
as
I'll
so.
tell you why MK1 didn't sell as well as it did. Very simple. It was not a good game the first year. There you go. It's that simple. Why do we have
Dave,
to analyze everything like, oh
Dave,
my God, like
can you
maybe it's the
concede?
Renaissance?
Dave,
Maybe it's the
can you
what are
concede
talking about?
they lost 90% of their community?
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with what we're
Is
talking
that
about.
good?
It's not good, but we had Capcom games that lost even 100% of its community. Who cares?
Capcom did not lose 100% of its community.
Stop
What are you
fighting
talking
Pro,
about?
whatever the fuck that piece of shit game
What are
was.
you
Why aren't you
talking
guys
about?
defending
They
that?
lost 100% of their community.
Capcom, like that game, like that Guile and that mommy, like, come on, man. Capcom released some terrible games, but we don't have charlatans ranting about them because it's pointless.
Dave, could I give you an example of
Go ahead.
like when you went from Tekken 6 to Tag 2? Tekken was like basically dying, right? Even though Tag 2, in my opinion, is a great product. You know, it introduced the
Love
jukebox.
it.
I agree. I
It
agree.
introduced,
Love it.
yeah, it introduced the ability to play your own music in Tekken as well. I thought that was really cool, but it didn't sell well. Tag 2 almost killed Tekken. So coming off the back of Tag 2, Tekken 7 had to deal with the reputational damage caused. That had a knock-on effect. A lot of people were asking questions about Tekken 7, and Tekken 7 didn't launch in the best way either, but they built themselves up. MK1 launched in a disastrous state. So did Street Fighter 5. So did I say the MK1? Sorry, launched in a disastrous state. So did Street Fighter 5. One of them built themselves up though. The other one didn't. The other one's gone now. So I feel
That's
like
because there's again, goes to my point. There's a mentality in the Namco, in the larger Namco community, as well as the Capcom community. No matter how bad it seems, they're gonna play the games no matter what, right? Tekken 6 is considered a disaster, right, in the United States, right, for the most part, especially with the bot mirror, right? Guess what? Korea,
No.
Tekken crashed.
No.
What are you talking about? Again, revisionist history in a nutshell. This is it. Tom is the perfect example of this. So
but
How
we had
many
the-
of this on this call were a top Tekken 6 player in the United States?
nobody
So
cares.
let me actually
how
tell
many
you.
were.
Hold on. Let me actually tell you the truth. Tekken 6 in the United States was fucking massive.
Bob Mirror
I mean-
that killed the fucking game. Massive my ass.
Guys,
Tag 2 is the one. that almost
guys,
killed
No, Tekken
who
6
do you
Bob
really think is
Mirror.
a bigger FGC historian? Me or M2Dave?
Okay,
I mean,
now
let's
it's
be
a
honest
personal
here.
argument. Okay, Tom, yes, I get it. Now,
Well,
yes,
hold
Master,
on. Let me tell you.
tell me
Let me tell you
more.
the truth.
Tell me more. What else you
Hold
got up
on,
your sleeve?
hold on, hold
On my
on. Let me give
knees.
you some history here. So Tekken 6 in the United States. So Tekken 5 was received okay at first until people realized what Tekken 5 was. DR resurrected thing a little bit, but not enough to really overcome what 5.0 really was. Because 5.0 was the game where everything goes. 5.1 in the arcades only was the game where nothing goes. And then there was DR, which was kind of in the middle. But Tekken 5 did some damage. Tekken 6 was very well received over here in America, to the point that we had 4 MLGs. We've never had more international competition come over here. Koreans were coming over here constantly. Nin, Whole Man. Never has there been this much Nin didn't even come over here until Tekken 6. I know, because we used to talk some shit to him to try to get him over here in Tekken 5. He never came over. in Tekken 6, he comes over here. Tekken 6 BR was massive. We had MLG, four MLGs, which were huge. You had Rain coming here. MLG was a huge fucking deal. And the effect that Tekken Crash had on the North American scene was massive. Never before did we know so many Tekken players overseas. Never before. And they were coming over here and coming over here and coming over here. Tekken 6 was on fire for a good amount of time over here. Tekken was very big in Tekken 6 over here in North America. That is a false statement.
But you're talking more of the competitive scene, right? Not the overall sales.
Correct.
Yeah. Just to clarify for people in chat.
Let me just quote the statement. The effect that the Tekken Crash scene had on the Tekken, the American Tekken community. That's all you need to hear, right? Like, so essentially it's from a different country. Again, which has to do with the mentality, right? Because the game was not considered to be very balanced. This is literally not even debatable.
Nobody cares about balance. It was fun.
Okay. It was fun until you fought the top tiers, then you complained all day long.
That's the beauty of fun. Nobody cares about balance.
Well, people
If it's fun.
don't care about balance until they fight a top
That's
tier.
the beauty. That's the beauty of fun.
Anyway, you made a statement. So the statement was the effect that Tekken Crash had, which was massive in Korea, right? And there was, remember how, if you guys remember, we had that one moment in Injustice 1 in which people would essentially booed the Superman in Injustice 1 and the mirror, or with KDZ, whatever the hell it was. That was Tekken 6 at that time. That's essentially what it was. And the numbers were incredibly low.
There were not that many Bob mirrors.
The game was considered a joke. So
it was not considered a joke.
We're looking for influence, and we found it in another scene, which again has to do with what I'm trying to
Mike Hollow, when you can, Mike saw the video. Mike, is it true or false at one point the Tekken community called me the Godfather? True or false?
Yeah, I saw that video.
So clearly, I have a better understanding of Tekken and its community than M2Dave. Dave is wrong.
Guys, I'm the zoning master. Stroke my cock. Tell me how good I am because I got top 80. Well, what does it have to do with anything? Like,
I didn't say anything about zoning master. I didn't say anything about. Hold on.
Tom is not
nothing about zoning your cock or Evo. I said nothing about any of those three.
Tom is all about like, let's not get into the personal arguments. Let's not. I'm not. God, my name is.
My point is, Dave, you don't understand. Dave, you were talking about the Tekken community.
Oh yeah. Dave doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Dave, you're talking about how the Tekken community received it, and you're debating it with someone who was far more ingratiated and ingrained in them than you were. You're wrong.
Okay, so you're making a personal argument. Okay, that's
no,
fine.
Not personal. I'm saying from experience, I was closer to the scene than you.
I'm not saying you might have been the better player. I'm just telling you.
Not about my being the better player, just in the scene.
That's the argument that you're making. Okay.
No, I was in more circles.
What does that mean? Okay, they're sucking up to you. Dude, I know all this
sucking up to me.
Stop embarrassing yourself. Tom, this works in the NRS community. And the simpletons, that will not work on me, my friend.
Mike, can we move on to the disrespect, man? Because Dave is doing it, and I want to end this fallacy.
Okay, let me just read out the super chats, and then we'll move on to that portion. Let me see. TY Sam, thank you for the $4.99. Just cancelled my pre-order for MK Legacy Collection. Was really looking forward to it, but only quick match, no private lobbies is beyond ridiculous. I think you made the right move, bro. That is ridiculous. I can't believe they've done that. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. I do think Virtua Fighter has a chance to rebuild itself. I do too, but I think that the marketing team needs to change up what they're doing, because how they're putting this game across to us is becoming more and more concerning every single time we see it. I don't understand why they showed us the game and then said that, oh, the game's going to be at Tokyo Game Show, and they showed us the exact same thing that we saw and just added a few more details. So they need to pull up their socks, but I am excited for it. OJ, thank you for the $5. Not going to lie, no shade. Love female characters as much as the next guy. Manon and Asuzan are main here, but Tekken females feel like Divas era WWE bland, except a few. Yep, that's and they're getting, in my opinion, they're getting worse. We need Michelle Chang back. Well, we need something. But Lydia was a good design. Sun Bear, thank you for the $4.99. Characters like Master Raven were really interesting to me. So she was attractive, but had a mature coolness about herself. I don't care for Master Raven much because she's a palette swap. I would have preferred if she was her own character. I think having a female Shinobi would have been cool, but she's just Raven with a female skin. So yeah, maybe there is something they can do with a redesigner, but yeah, I'm not too interested. Chicken Senpai, thank you for the $4.99. Hope everyone has had a good day. Thank you, bro. And Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. Pokemon ZA sold well, but it's widely hated. Yeah, that was a cash grab. Apparently, they only needed to make $500,000 to make their money back, and they sold like 6 or 7 million or some ridiculous number. So yeah, I'm very disappointed in Pokemon right now. But all right, we'll move on to the next topic. I think this is probably like the last topic to cover. Yeah. So Tom, do you want to start off by telling people what it is you want to talk about?
Yeah. So I see all the time in every video I do with M2Dave, people get on Dave for his disrespect. And Mike, you even asked me, you say, why do you tolerate the disrespect from M2Dave? I say, because I know Dave and I are close friends, and I know it's like a friend kind of ribbing me about what the narrative is, right? But I know ultimately there's a respect between me and Dave. So he's ribbing me, which I can accept because I know there's respect there between myself and Dave.
Can I just chime in on that, please? Obviously Dave can correct me if he feels like I'm overstepping boundaries here, but like you have a certain reputation in the Mortal Kombat community. Would that be fair to say, Tom? Like they view you a certain way.
Yes.
My boys would not talk the same way that some people do on Twitter about me in public because they already know that maybe the perception of me is not great amongst these people and like they're pushing a hate campaign or whatever it might be. So in private, they'll rib me. In front of my family, they'll rib me. In front of people we know, they'll rib me, but not in public. It's no different to me. And no disrespect when I say this, Dave, but it's no different to me than if I was out with my girl and she started shouting at me in public. We can have an argument behind closed doors, but if you shame me in public, we've got a big problem.
He's not trying to shame me.
But that is what's happening. But that is what's hold on.
He's doing it for entertainment.
Let me say this.
Let me just say, and I'll let Dave go.
Go ahead.
Dave said earlier that he says things for entertainment. He says like shut the hell up and coward and all that for inside jokes. But I, for example, didn't know it was an inside joke. And when me and my boys are watching Rio's podcast, we don't know. We're just sitting there. Like the thousands of people that watch you that don't know the inside joke, that think that you're getting called a coward. So the perception is not good. Whether or not you two have respect behind closed doors, really to the rest of us is kind of irrelevant because what we see is one guy is getting clowned by the other and the rest of us are sitting there going, why is he taking this?
Well, first of all, I'm getting clowned by your audience literally every second.
But they're not your friends.
I don't care if they are or not. Like, it makes no difference to me. Also, by the way, Rio's not even your audience. Like, M2Dave this, M2Dave there. I literally don't care. It makes no difference to me. If Tom called me this moment, like, dude, God forbid, my kid's in the hospital. Can you give me $1,000? No problem. Here it is. Not even a question.
Same for me.
I respect this man so much. You guys have no idea. Because again, it's the modern pathetic audience who has this one perspective. We all have to suck up to each other, and if we don't, like, no. Tom and I, we go way back then. We showed up to Console Combat. To this day, maybe the most watched local in the RC of all time. He came up. We played. I beat him. He shook my hand. I'm like, oh my god. He shook my hand. I just fucking tried to zone him for literally every match. Give this man a drink. You guys have no idea how much I respect him, and I don't believe in the soft, modern perspective of, oh my god, why should we be hurt? No, I don't see friends that way. Like, if you're my friend, if you're my real friend, then you have to be able to take the heat when we disagree. If all we do is agree with each other and suck each other off, then you're not my friend. You
That's
have
not
to
what.
take the. Not saying you said it, Mike. To be fair, I'm just saying
But
in
could you
general, right?
address my points though? Could you address what I said?
There's nothing. I just addressed it. Like,
You didn't.
dude, I literally had people, dude. I know, look, man. I know you go back. I don't know if you goes back as some of us did. Like, dude, I play people in my apartment. They will literally walk out. I could tell they wanted to punch me in the face because of the way I played. That's
Okay.
how heated it got. And the next day, look, man, it's the game. We took it to the next level. It's not like that. We're friends. And yes, to this day, I'm still friends with those people.
But Dave, that's not that okay. I'm gonna reiterate it. I'm not saying that you and Tom ain't friends. I didn't say that you're not friends. I didn't say that behind closed doors you two are not buddy buddy or whatever. I'm saying that when you're out in public with people and your friend has already been looked at a certain way by the masses as their friend, wouldn't you understand? I'm not, again, my community does not suck up to me. They've held my feet to the fire plenty of times. I've lost hundreds of subscribers of the things that I've said on here. So that is definitely not happening. And I have the analytics to prove that. But it's a different thing when your friend is viewed a certain way by the community and you're just echoing what the community is saying about them and you're talking to them like
Well,
they're a dickhead.
I think if you look analyze the comments, if you look at your comments, I'm way more hated than Tom ever claimed that he was. If
But
you look
he's
at
talking about the MK community.
I am talking about well, okay, let's look at Rio's examples.
Mhm.
Which by the way, I encourage you to check out Rio's channel. I am the number one guy targeted, for better or worse. I'm not complaining about it. I really don't care. I just don't I think Tom plays the victim too much sometimes when he shouldn't be, for whatever reason. If you look at our comments, dude, I am getting targeted nonstop. Like, oh my God, M2Dave protects Tekken 8 and the heat system and this and that and
But Dave, again, that's not what I'm talking about. Like
but
the
that's
commenter, I'm not
that
talking about that. The MK community hating him. I'm not saying that they don't or that you don't
they
get
don't hate him.
targeted.
They don't
No,
hate
no,
him.
I'm saying that you don't get targeted. I'm saying that you two are friends and you don't have to agree or suck up to him. What I'm saying is that the way it looks to the rest of us is that you treat your friend in public like a dickhead.
I don't know what that means.
It means that when you guys are having a debate, okay, I'll tell you like this, Dave. You, when we talk, when me and you talk, you treat me with more respect than when you and Tom talk. And it would be okay if you were in private, but you're amongst people that look at Tom a certain way. And then when these podcasts finish, those people clip it, they go on Twitter and they start dragging Tom all over Twitter saying, look how your
Well,
own boy treats you.
again,
And I know you're saying you don't care, but as his friend, don't you think you should care a little bit?
I think Tom is one of the most respected is one of the most respected. I know he will deny this, but like I generally believe that based on my research. He's Tom is one of the most respected people in the MK community. The fact that people after all these years, yes, not everybody, right? There are some people who are trashing him and have done it for a long time. I believe they have failed. And especially like, I don't want to get into the whole history, but like, the articles on whatever that stupid magazines are, whatever s- sports. I, the fact that his name is still anonymous with synonymous, sorry, it's still synonymous with like a player who has had success after all these years, while many people
That's
failed.
no longer what it's synonymous for, though. That's how you see it, but it's not true. And
But do you
we have the
think,
receipts that Mike can
Tom?
pull
Do
up
you think,
whenever he wants to.
Tom? But do you think I'm contributing to your name being like, I don't
No,
know,
what I
being
think
targeted?
is that Dave. So here's my point of view on this. Dave will play off a certain narrative for entertainment. Does Dave in his heart really believe that I was crying about Jackie? No. But is it going to start the argument and be entertaining for people to see us go back and forth? Yes, because Dave doesn't want an echo chamber on the podcast. The people that started the narrative are angry at Dave for bringing up the very narrative that they caused.
No, that's not why they're angry, Tom. That's not why they're angry. They're not. It, we might not agree on things, but at the end of the day, if it was my friend talking about something, there is a level of respect when we're talking that I would have for my friend.
Sure.
When people listen to you and Dave talk, it feels like I am watching somebody from Twitter talk to you. When you guys are in private talking, no one cares. Friends say crazy shit to each other all the time. But when you're in public, it's no different from your wife disrespecting you. My girl will not, under any circumstances, talk to me like I'm some sort of idiot or even raise her voice when I'm in public. I might do something to piss her off when we get home and she shouts and says, "Hey, I didn't like that." I might not like the shouting, but I can digest that because I'm not being embarrassed or paraded around. If my girl does it in public, we've got a serious fucking problem. That's the problem that people have with your interactions with Dave.
Well, let me say this. I think you're missing the entire point. Like, Tom and I essentially agree like 90% of everything. Like, you name it. Especially, we agreed so much in MK11. We essentially made the our co-hosts leave the podcast, and we got in massive trouble for that and all this stuff. So now you're saying is that because the 10% that Tom and I disagree on. Again, I'm not saying I'm a saint. I definitely go too far, and maybe to some extent Tom would make the same claim. But that's the beauty of it. That's why we make all conversations interesting. We make them entertaining. Like we make them. What, guys? Do you want to listen to a podcast where people agree with each other for like what 4 hours? Why are you even listening? Then what's the
I
point?
didn't say that you need to agree.
Not
I'm
saying.
saying this in plain
Mike,
English.
it sounds like you don't have to. You can speak for five other languages. I can still understand it. You don't have to say it in any plain language. Trust me. The point I'm trying to make is this: I have my way of phrasing things, and I understand it's not popular. How do I know? Your audience, Rio's audience, back in the day, Pigos the Hot's audience. I completely understand. But that's my prerogative, and that's the way I choose to express myself. And I know it's not popular, again, but I assure you, 100%, Tom is my friend. I don't fucking hate the guy. Uh, I never have. He earned my respect when I was hated, when people literally wanted to strangle me to death because of the way I played with Freddie and got my top eight. He was like, dude, he shook my hand, was like, dude, Dave, that was so awesome. Like, give this fucking man a whiskey, give the man a beer. Like, I respect this guy. And to this day, again, we have disagreements and it's not always been perfect, but I don't have any malicious intent with this guy. He's my friend, I assure you. And
But
Tom literally
Dave,
himself, he doesn't feel
you know that people on Twitter do have malicious intent, and when they listen to his friend talking to him the same way they do, it incentivizes people to treat him that way.
people who are gonna hate on Tom are gonna hate him no matter what I have to say. You do realize this, right?
But you don't think it would help if his one of his closest friends did it? Like you can disagree. I've disagreed with Tom before, but do you have to talk to him like he's a retard?
I don't think I do talk to him like that. I think Tom is his own personality. He has said a lot of stuff over the years. I have protected him. Sometimes again I disagree. And I think we have had a very much a stable fighting in relationship. And again, I repeat, man, if this man needs anything, I'll be the first one to say, like, dude, I'll help you out. Like, I mean this as a brother, like as literally my own. I don't know what else to tell you. I think this is a complete fake argument. I have nothing but respect for this man's skill in fighting games. And Tom can tell you himself, Tom, did I ever mean any like malintent to you? Name me one that I was like, dude, I
No,
don't
but it's like this, right? It's like
Mike, he's
Foxy,
telling you himself, man.
for
Like this is
example,
a
Foxy,
No,
right?
no, Tom. Okay, listen. Tom is being way too nice. You're being nice about this, and Dave is not understanding what I'm saying. I think the chat understands. I'm not saying that you're not real friends. I'm not saying you wouldn't give him your leg. I'm saying that the way you speak to him publicly incentivizes other people to treat him that way. Tom is just being nice about it. Okay, if my friends spoke to me like that in private, it would be fine. My friends rip into me all the time. They call me all sorts of names in public though, after like I've been through cancellation campaigns or whatever, if they were also there talking to me in that manner, we would have a big problem. There's a difference between public and private. I'm not calling your friendship into question. I'm saying that how everybody else sees it. That should matter to you when your friend is on the receiving end of hate campaigns in the MK community all the time.
well, Mike, fair enough. Tom, and I know you want to say your piece, and I promise you will get
Yeah,
your
yeah,
chance here, and I will not interrupt you. Back in the old days, and with all due respect, Mike, I think I'm maybe like 10 years older, maybe slightly less, right? Maybe like seven or so. We were hardcore, man. Like I trashed my cousin, back in, there was a lot of the old FGC. There was a lot of toxicity, right? Back when
True.
there were no like sponsorships, the cameras were not rolling, they didn't show our faces, hint, hint, right? Like, let's be serious here. Tom, you could identify, like, the back in the day, even, maybe you could even reference James MK, right? Like, back, it was super toxic, and like at the end of the day, we were still friends. I'm not saying my behavior is perfect, Mike. I acknowledge it. It's not perfect. Trust me, it's not. But even if you have to admit, it entertains people and it's funny to listen to, for better
Well,
or
let me give you
worse.
an example.
Go
People
ahead.
say to me also, Tom, how can you consider Foxy a friend when he comes on and literally crushes you every chance he gets? It's because I went to a tournament and I was hurt, man. I couldn't even walk. My supporters, who don't exist, demanded I go to a tournament when I couldn't walk after a car accident to prove that I was a good Sub-Zero player in MKX. These are not my haters. These are my supporters. Tom, you got in a car accident? Nice option select. My supporters. My supporters. Foxy carried me around on his back. That's a friendship that most people don't do. Now, he may, play to the crowd and say, I'm just trying to take a piss. But when push comes to shove, I couldn't walk and the guy carried me around on his back for an entire tournament. On his back. That's actual friendship. Now, I know the personality of Dave or Foxy, but I also know the men. You know what I'm saying, Mike? And there's a difference.
I
However,
disagree, but fair enough.
I don't like the community coming after Dave for this when they don't go after anyone else. The community for years has been doing what Dave has done. And they don't even respect me like Dave does. And they don't come after any of those people. Yet Dave does it and they say, whoa, what is this? Get Dave out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the people that you're referring to, a lot of them are faceless anime profile pictures. We don't even know who they are.
They're some of the most popular players in our community. Some of them wear animal costumes.
But again, but Sonic Fox isn't your friend, though, is he?
A lot of these people were once my friends.
I wouldn't
Were they like FGC?
No, not like Dave.
friends,
No,
or-
not like Dave. No.
No, I'm saying were they like friends in the community, or were they like your boys?
Friends in the community.
Right, so there's probably a difference. It's probably closer to
Mike,
colleagues.
True.
let me bring this up to you, and you are the host. You are the one who invited all of us. If I thought you were a fraud, I wouldn't have come literally out of my work, literally out of my job on the East Coast, out of my clothes, change, get right, eat like a meal, and get onto. If I thought you were this piece of shit, I would have never entered this park. I'm not getting any money from this. I hope you guys donate to him, by the way, because I think he deserves it. He works very, very hard. So obviously there's an aspect of like, I'm trying to be entertaining and trying to like offer a perspective while trying to, like, get you guys' attention. If I thought Mike was a piece of shit, why would I be here? Like, I would never be here. And it's the same with Tom Brady. If I thought he was a fraud or whatever, he was a guy who uh didn't deserve the respect that he deserves, like, I would never talk to him.
But
So obviously
Dave,
there's more to this that meets the eye. That's all I'm trying to say,
yeah,
man.
but Dave, I get called a drama farmer a lot, and there's definitely times where I overstep my boundaries and I make mistakes. But a lot of the time, I'm reacting to drama that somebody else has created. So essentially, what you're saying is that like you didn't believe what you said. You baited me into believing that you thought I was a fraud. Essentially, almost starting drama between us. Is that what you're saying?
Not really, because Tom, you know me. If I wanted to start drama, especially back in the MK9 days, you know the way I would have done it.
What Mike
I
is
just
saying is you say you respect him, but you talk in a manner as if you don't.
You can be
But I don't.
entertaining and still
But
show a level of
what-
No,
respect.
Dave, he's great on podcasts because he is entertaining. Because people don't understand that. I mean,
Tom,
people say
you and
whatever
I have
about Dave.
talked how many Lord knows how many thousands of hours. Did I ever like disrespect like Mike? I was like, dude, this guy's a piece of shit player. I have no respect for him. I was like, no, I just disagree with certain videos that he uploads, which is my prerogative to say. I was like, yeah, I think he's very good at Tekken. I think he's a lot of skill. Like it's Mike. I think you've taken this to another level that it's never meant to be taken as. Tom, am I right or wrong? Like, when did I ever
No.
Again,
Mike?
Dave is just so like if we did Rio's podcast and Dave just agreed with everything, people would probably complain that it was too boring because it was an echo chamber.
Exactly.
But
But
Tony
no one
disagreed.
is saying that people have to agree. What I'm saying, and I haven't taken this to another level. I asked the question, I got
No,
an
I
answer.
don't think you have. Yeah.
Yeah, like if someone calls me a dickhead on the internet, I'll ask them, "What are you calling me a dickhead for?" And if they say to me, "Well, I didn't really mean it. I was just being entertaining," I'm like, "Okay, well, you rage baited me then. I got rage baited."
Well, let's just say that what people tend to listen to are the WWE/WWF characters, right? Like, and I don't mean like I'm all fake. Like I'm not. I generally, what I say, I believe. But at the same time, if all of us are doing is trashing MK1 or any MK for like 3 hours straight, like why would people listen? Like there's no point there. Like let's argue like the more polemic, the more controversial topics, right? About MK. Like let's talk about, do we agree with um I don't know. If we're talking Tekken, do we agree with Power Crush heat engagers? And I know Mike
Well, let me just say this.
rolled his eyes. He immediately,
Let me just say this
he
because
immediately rolled his eyes.
so if the narratives around me were that I was this, so here's the difference. If the narrative around me was that I was this heavily respected player in the Mortal Kombat community, here's the real truth. I am the Alex Valle of the Mortal Kombat community, but the MK community doesn't see me as the Alex Valle of the Mortal Kombat community.
I agree.
If I was seen that way, people would see Dave's ribbing of me as Dave's just ribbing Tom because I would be heavily respected. Because the majority of the community does not respect me. They look at Dave and say, man, Dave is playing into this narrative they put on him. That's disrespectful. But Dave could say, hey, if the narrative of the community was the truth, nobody would think I was disrespecting him. You
But
guys
that's irrelevant, Tom. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is your boys. Like the whole I'm blocked by half
So
of
you're saying there are two
Tekken.
things. Okay, you're saying there are two
Yeah,
things.
these are two separate things. Half of Tekken FGC in North America has blocked me. Every time I see a new post on Twitter, I go into the comment section. I'm blocked by at least half of the people commenting.
Yeah.
Now, if my boys started leaning into that online, when they know there's a contingent of the scene that hates me, I would say to them, "Are you stupid, bro? Like, what are you doing?" You can say that stuff to me in private. My boys rip me all the time. Dave was saying back in the day. Wait, hold on. Dave was saying back in the day, people were like ripping each other more. We rip each other just as bad now. And I was also in the arcades. I heard what was being said. But the arcade was a community. We all knew each other there. Now the whole world is watching. When you do something wrong online, or when you get dragged, or when your face is plastered all over YouTube and they're dragging you, the whole world is watching. It doesn't help when even if your friend respects you, they're also seen by these people that, you know what TikTok brain is like. They'll watch a minute, then they'll click off. That's the only minute they've digested, and all they heard was your boy saying, "Shut the hell up, you coward." I don't know how else to explain it. It's very easy optics to understand.
Can you explain why the Tekken community blocks you?
There's a couple of reasons. Same reasons for Mortal Kombat because of how critical I was about Tekken. I've covered a couple of situations that they don't appreciate. I've had people on the podcast that they don't like. I open up this space to anyone. The most recent one, I kind of made a fumble with King J, and they got even more angry about that. So I've been getting blocked for a very long time. The main reason that I've been blocked from what I've seen on Twitter is they don't like the fact that I allow people onto my platform, whoever it might be, to have discussions and they don't like the fact that I deviate from fighting games and I'll have like a random streamer on. Like you guys saw Shiga was on here, but it's nothing to do with fighting games whatsoever. I just took an interest in him and wanted to speak to him. They don't like those sort of
You
things.
see this guy? Hold on a minute. This guy, Nene, after she said, shout out to Tom, but if he's the Alex Valle, I'm messy. Brother, you're right. I'm not Alex Valle. I was dominant for longer. I'm not saying I'm a better player than Alex Valle, but with comments like that just show that you don't know the truth. I mean,
Tom is like Messi and Ronaldo, like a fusion, like a. What do you
I
call it? You
mean,
know,
and I want to transition to the proof here, Mike, because here's the real truth. Listen, the real thing is that there's a term called revisionist history, which basically means that people in the modern era revise somebody's history until the version they want of it. And that becomes the accepted norm. Not real history, but the revised history. And my history has become revised. You know, there's a guy, people call myself my haters. M2Dave says XYZ, Tom has enough haters. And I shared something with Mike Hollow over the weekend. There's a guy that when I was talking about something about legacy, he came after me hard. Mike, true or false? You saw the whatever. He came after me hard. You this, you that, you can't do this, modern era, blah, blah, blah. And he was so passionate that rather than crush him, I reached out to him privately. And I showed Mike the private DMs, you know, just so I have somebody that's a witness. And I said, hey, man, I didn't mean to call you a troll, but maybe you just don't know the history. And I told him my real history into the NRS era. And true or false, Mike, his response was amazing. I had no idea that you were able to win then and even in the modern era. Oh my God, that's so awesome. True or false, Mike?
Did you want me to put the DM on screen, or do you want?
Good. Show them. Show them.
All right, I'll show them the full context. Hold on.
Yeah. The guy originally was crushing me on Twitter. And then even his last public tweet was, that's so awesome, man, blah, 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 blah. He admitted he was misinformed. I had several voice conversations with the guy through voice text, recording. And he admitted that I was just on voice, that he was just going by what the community said. That, you know, I thought you were just this old, bitter man that couldn't compete in the modern era. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of my haters are not actually haters. They hate so passionately because they actually believe what they're saying. Most of you don't realize that your trolls over the years were believed. And people believe that I was this guy who did nothing and I'm just delusional. And they actually think they're doing me a favor by trying to break me out of my delusion. So when I don't give into that, they're not trolling. They look at me like, what is wrong with this guy? He's delusional. I'm trying to help him. Doesn't he know what everybody says? And then when they find out the real history, it's different. Mike, what do you have the actual DMs that I sent you?
Yeah, I've got the DMs, but I just want to.
Can I say this, please? And I think I'm reflecting a lot of the audience to say, guys, I don't care about this. I think this is all irrelevant.
No, I know, Dave. I know. I got.
Let me just say this. Look, I'm not saying Tom was never disrespected. Obviously, he was, but like, this is all irrelevant to me. I think the most disrespected players, ironically, not right. Me, guys, give all your hate comments. I think you, please speak your mind. You deserve a right to say whatever the hell you want. You on this spot. I literally don't care. I'm more interested in like the actual arguments, gameplay, you know, the arguments that are related to the games, not
No,
so
but
much
hold
about
on, Dave.
any.
Hold on. No.
Tom, I'll let you speak. I promise. I think those arguments are a lot more interesting. They're like, oh my God, you know, I got flamed here. Whether it's Tom or otherwise, whether it's
No,
Mike
I
or
agree.
you,
The gameplay
I
arguments.
literally don't care. Like I
I agree. The
flame me,
gameplay
you
arguments
can
are more
flame me for,
interesting.
like, a
I
month.
agree.
I don't care. Like,
But all I'm
But
saying is,
Dave, wait, hold on, Dave. Are you saying that you're more flamed than Tom?
if you check out Rio's podcast comments by far.
But
I
I'm
mean, like,
flamed everywhere.
well, fair
I
enough.
just
But
want to like.
I don't
put-
care. Like, welcome to the FGC.
No, I
No,
got
but
it.
I do think we need to like stress the fact that first of all, Dave, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, but most people that are watching this have no idea what you look like. Even when you go back and look at old
I
match
don't
footage,
care. I don't
but
care.
what I'm saying to
I
it's
thought
not. I don't care if you don't care. I'm explaining the situation to
fair
everyone
enough.
that you have no stake in this. Really, you're a faceless person on the internet. Most Mortal Kombat players have no idea who you are or what you look like. Everyone knows who Tom is on YouTube, on Twitter, and in the MK scene. They all know his face, they all know his background, and there's been plenty of videos done on him
Again,
and plenty of
Mike,
tweets. You don't have that same level of hate. It's not even
Mike,
comparable.
you're making again a personal argument. I'm more interested
It's
in the
that's a
argument.
fact. That's just a fact.
He's more interested in the gameplay rather than
That's
I'm more.
fine, and I
I'm more
agree. Tom, the
interested.
gameplay is more interesting. I'm just
That's what
saying
I
that
want.
this is
I
what it
don't
is.
care. Like, oh my god, I got insulted online. I don't care. I
Yeah,
Well, let me
but
just say-
Dave,
let me
Dave,
just say
this
this,
is
let me just say this,
it's
let me just say
it's not about whether you care. Okay, respectfully, if I care, that's what
Nobody
matters
should
the
care.
most because it's my
You don't have to
podcast.
be respectful, by the
No,
way. You can say
so let
whatever
me
you
just
want.
say this.
No,
Let me just
wait,
say
hold on,
this.
Tom. Hold on. I need to
Okay.
make this perfectly clear because there's people that say this on Twitter all the time. I care. If I care, it matters because it's my podcast. If people don't want to talk about it, then they don't have to be here. But this is one of the points that has to be
Fair
addressed
enough.
because the level of hate that Tom gets is not comparable to you or most other people in the MKC because a lot of these people that get hate
Oh,
online
dude,
are faced.
everybody, Mike,
No, you're not listening, Dave. I understand. Even I get hate, but there's different levels of hate that people get. I mean, outside of the FGC, there's hate that we wouldn't be able to comprehend because of how much bigger the scenes are. Let's take, for example, one of these big streamers, someone that's going through a controversy right now.
Can you read Velocity's thing when you get a chance, Mike? Also, it's not a super.
Yeah, I'll read it out. But I'm just in general, like you get these massive streamers who have millions of subscribers, and maybe some of them do bad things. Some of them are unfairly misinterpreted online. They get droves of hate. You might not care, and that's fine. That's completely fine. I don't think anyone cares that you don't care. But what I'm saying is that you can't be like, oh, suck it up, because you just don't know. You don't
No,
understand
I'm literally
how
saying
what.
that for myself. Suck it up. Like that's literally what I'm telling you. Like,
Yeah, but
uh,
that's from like
yeah,
your
I
perspective
know.
because
Show my
you've taken a certain amount of hate and you're like, this is something I can deal with. And maybe you could even deal with Tom's level, but you haven't experienced it on that level, so you can't
no, I
speak.
have, and I've been telling Tom for 30 years. Nobody cares. Like
You've experienced hate on the
everybody.
same level as Tom.
No, I don't think I have. But at the
Okay.
same time, like, who cares? Like, you have your results to speak for yourself. You know you're an accomplished fighting game player. Why are you
I
playing
know
the
that.
victim?
Yes, but
Yeah,
hold on.
okay,
I've
but
been telling
the reason
Tom,
that you don't care, Tom,
may I finish?
wait,
May I finish,
Okay.
please?
Okay. So here's why, Mike.
Tom,
Dave doesn't know how it affects me. So let me help. Can you read
no,
Velocity's thing,
Tom, may I
please?
say this, please?
Yes.
I'm not suggesting that everybody handles it. Like, I'm not saying again I'm perfect, but like the comments, like again, I encourage you guys go to Rio's channel and see the. There was a time I didn't talk for like 30 minutes and feel like, Dave, shut your mouth. I'm like, dude, I didn't talk for 30 minutes. Like, again, I'm not playing the victim. I don't care. You guys can say that. If that's the way you feel, tell us more. But like, I don't believe in victimology. Like, you guys feel that way because I don't know, because the way I talk here, or maybe on Rio's channel, or even King Burrito's channel,
I'm glad you brought up
make you
DSP,
like
by the
feel it.
way.
Go ahead.
no, but Tom, Dave, I think that you said one thing that was really interesting right now. You said none of it matters because you have your results and you were a good player. It seems to me like you just care about the games and you don't care about the people behind the game. We're a community at the end of the day. And if people don't know how to treat others with respect and grace, there's going to be a serious problem, regardless of how many results you get. The person is always going to matter more than the video game every single time.
So can you read Velocity's tweet, a comment really quick? He said, this may be ignorant, but at least it feels like community figureheads target Tom way more, which is why you get the mobs of people. This is kind of the problem. People have always said to me, ignore the trolls. But as Mike is going to show you evidence that what he's going to show you is not possible. If there's, what do they say to me, Mike? You got one guide. Mike, can you admit what you have seen and what you're going to show is not possible from one guy? It is a massive effort from thousands of people to allow what you're going to show to be acceptable.
Yeah, what do you want me to show that
Yeah,
thing
hold
with
on.
you and
Before you do
PL.
that, let me just say a couple more things. The thing is that it's a trickle down effect. It's not the trolls saying XYZ. The problem is the very best of the best players from Sonic, Foxy. A lot of times he came on Mike's podcast and I said, well, Foxy, you say this and this and this to me. And Mike, did he not say, I'm not serious. I'm just trying to take a piss. True or false?
Mm.
So what he's saying is, I'm joking with you, but the people don't have to believe me. They believe me because they want to believe me. So what happens is a lot of people will say to me in my stream days, well, Foxy said this, Tweety said this, Sonic said this, Slayer said this, and they caused a riot in your chat. And we were helpless to flame you because they said blah, 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 blah. The problem is from the very top, people say things, whether it's a joke or they're serious, and it's been said so many times, it's been accepted by the masses. See, what you don't understand is the modern troll is different than the old school troll. The old school troll used to go on forums and say, let me see if I can get this guy to react to me with a wall of text. But they couldn't get to players like me. So in the modern era, they said, if I can't get to him, if I can create a world in which everybody believes my lie, and then not me, one guy, but 1,000 guys come after him, if I can reshape his reality, maybe that will get to him. That's the modern troll. What you guys don't realize is if a troll comes into a stream and can't get to the streamer, but nobody says anything, they can say, well, if 2,000 people are watching, if I can't get to the streamer, if I can get all 2,000 of you to start a riot in this chat and believe this guy's a fraud, maybe that will get to him. And you guys all fell for it. So Mike is going to show you some proof here. I'm going to set the stage here. Their first video called Disrespect. So I went to a tournament called UFG. In MK9 is when I noticed this happening. In MK9, I noticed that things were different. It started out small. Tom is a fraud. He had tester advantage. Dave, true or false? There was a beta released before MK9 launched for 2 months, and Sub-Zero was a beta character. True or false?
Wait, which game?
MK9 released the beta 2 months before launch, in which Sub-Zero was a playable character. Remember the MK9 beta that held a blockade?
I don't. Can we
Remember-
please, guys? I have to go.
Okay,
like,
Dave
I'm
doesn't
gonna make
remember.
this like a.
So let me just
Is
tell
this
you the
like
facts.
a victimization topic, or like can we like actually make this about the gameplay? Like, do you
No,
guys
no,
actually
okay.
care about like
Dave doesn't
one guy?
remember. So you can look it up factually. MK9 was
I want to
released.
make this about gameplay. I don't.
Okay,
care
hold on,
what's
Dave. Hold
it
on, hold
makes no
on.
difference to me.
Okay, but see, this is the problem. When I go to dispel the rumor, people always shift. So it
Nobody
never
cares
gets
about the
dispelled.
rumor. Everybody's been trolling their whole
Okay.
lives at one point. Like, who
Okay.
cares? Like, can we please talk about
MK9 had a
the
demo.
gameplay?
This is, you see what I'm saying, Mike? When I do something wrong, nobody says who cares. But when the community does something wrong, who cares? So
Yeah, we
MK9
can get to the gameplay, but just let Tom finish his point.
Yeah, so MK9 had Melina, as the chat says, Melina, Johnny Cage, Scorpion, Sub-Zero. It was the beta that was released for almost 2 months before the game launched. Dave, what character did I use to win the first tournament?
I assume Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero. So if the beta was out for 2 months, everybody could play Sub-Zero. I didn't have any tester advantage.
You do not want to make. Yes, you did. You and Perfect Legend have had the.
Hold on,
had that-
Dave. Hold on. My point is that everybody had access to Sub-Zero for 2 months. True or false?
No, you and Perfect Legend. If you want to, Tom. Do
But
I have to
hold
talk
on,
about-
Dave. True
I
or
don't want to
false?
make you look bad, man.
Dave, what I'm asking you is everybody had access to Sub-Zero for 2 months. Yes or no?
No, they did not.
No,
You and
they
Perfect
didn't.
Legend.
So the
had
beta that had Sub-Zero, nobody else but me could play him.
Correct.
Dave, it was a beta released to the general public that had Sub-Zero. Was that available for everybody or only me?
Only you and Perfect Legend. Yes.
So hold on. The beta that was released to the general public was only available to me.
I'm not trying to talk. Mike, I'm not trying to address this just to protect them.
My point is
trying to-
okay, Dave, the demo that had Sub-Zero was available to everybody, correct?
Yes, but how long did you guys play the game before that?
My point is they had it for 2 months, true or false?
No, you guys had the
Okay.
game before that.
So I won a
Imagine-
tournament. Hold on.
Imagine anybody having.
Listen to where I'm going here, Dave. Let me
Okay.
see where I'm going before you see where I won with Sub-Zero. I am not disagreeing that I had somewhat of an advantage because I did test the game. This is why I was not allowed to compete in the PvP. Hold on, Dave.
Grave for yourself.
Hold on.
Fine.
I'm not digging a grave. I was
Fine,
not
fine.
allowed to compete in PvP because I was a tester. As a tester, I was banned from the $21,000 PvP tournament. I'm not disagreeing with that. However, Dave, true or false? 2.5 years into the game, I was still placing top. Yes or no?
Of course you were, because you're.
So hold on. So 2.5 years into the game, I wasn't placing top because I was a tester, right?
No, but obviously there's still that.
Okay, hold on.
Imagine
But
me.
but here's what happened in MK9. Something happened because I was a tester. It was the goal of the community to prove that I was a fraud. Now it started very,
I don't know
very.
what that.
Hold on.
Means. I don't know what that means.
I lived it. Let me tell you from
You
my
asked the
experience.
question I'm answering. Like what I'm not allowed to answer.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No. Tom, can we please stop this victimology? It's annoying. It's
Dave,
boring.
that's why I have the
Sorry.
proof, Mike. That's why I have the proof. So
Okay, you have proof.
okay,
people
hold
talking
on, Dave. I have proof that Mike is going to show. Hold on. So from a very early point in the game, it became about exposing Tom Brady, proving that he's some fraud who won with tester advantage.
Welcome to the real world, like what people
Dave,
do with
you
Trevi.
said it.
Tom's M2Dave zones. He's a fraud. Can I win a Tom? I don't make my career fighting
Mike, this is
victimology.
my point.
Why are you
I
trying to
can
do
never.
the same?
Dave, this part is going to be a lot longer if we just don't let Tom finish.
Yeah.
we,
So-
we can
so
move
what
on
about-
after this.
Yeah.
It's a
So
long rant.
what
It's a
I'm
long rant,
saying.
I'm just
Hold
saying.
on. What I'm saying is that when MK9 came out, it was a very small rumbling to prove that I was a fraud, and many people, including Justin Wong, bought into this narrative. It was said that Tom did something one time in the first tournament, never to place top 8 again. This was a narrative that was repeated through all of MK9. Forever King one time said, the thing that sucks about losing to Tom is that the community thinks he is garbage. So you have to hear, how did you lose to Tom? Showtime, who won Most Improved Player Award after placing top 8 at MLG Dallas, said, the thing that sucks with losing to Tom is he's really good, but everybody always asks Tom to defend his wins. So you always have to get brought up as someone that lost to him. The joke was, here's Tom, who's a really good player, but we got everybody to believe he's garbage. So it bothers the people that lose to him, and maybe it will
Mike,
bother Tom.
please make it stop.
Hold
I
on.
can't
Hold on.
listen.
Good thing.
Tom,
That's
I
why
know everybody's against you. You are like everybody.
Hold on! You're about to lose, brother. So what happens is in MK9, something happens to which it becomes acceptable to crap on me. Now, am I streaming and raging to the trolls? No, I didn't stream till 2015. So I'm not on stream addressing the trolls. I'm not on message boards addressing the trolls. I'm not on YouTube raging at NRS. My YouTube content was very few and far between, and it was only tech related. So long before people like Dave or my fans who don't exist say I was raging and doing all these evil things, all this was going on. And then comes injustice. At UFGT, even Dave, who's a critic of mine, will admit it was unacceptable how I was treated. And Dave was there. And Dave saw it firsthand. I won East Coast Throwdown that had exactly 297 people. Now, Injustice 1, I didn't start out winning as a tester. I lost to Rio the first tournament. I was losing to Chris G at Next Level. I was losing. I wasn't winning. I wasn't dominating. I was losing. And people were like, "Oh, Tom, oh, can't win with tester advantage. He'll never win again. Oh, we got him." And I was frustrated. At this time, I had my firstborn son, and I realized if I don't win one of these early majors within the first 3 months, which the first tournament was 3 months in, I may never win again. I'm a father now. My priorities are shifted. I trained obnoxiously hard, and I can't thank one Dave, who I played online quite a bit in Injustice 1 early on with pre-patch Deathstroke. And we had some fun games. And it was always GG's. Dave never cried about Aquaman. I never cried about pre-patch Deathstroke. We had a lot of fun. But I played Rio constantly. I cannot thank Dave and Rio enough for the time they invested in me to allow me to, at that time, become the oldest player in history to win a major. And when I won, I knew it was the end. I knew I would never win again. I'm almost 40. I have my first child born. And I sent a text home to their mom. And I remember I said, "Tell him Daddy won." And it was such a meaningful win to me, because I was speaking to my newborn son. Your daddy won. And it was like, "Hey, buddy, we did it." It meant a lot to me. It meant a lot. I'm almost now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nee just won a tournament at 40 years old, correct?
Did he? I know JDCR won it. Did Nee win again?
Nee, JDC is not 40. Nee won Evo Japan, right?
Oh yeah,
Whatever
that's
it was.
some time ago now. Yeah, yeah.
And
yeah,
everybody on Twitter was like, Nee got that husband energy. He got that father energy. I win at almost 40 after being around since 92, almost 30 years later. Now, replace me with anybody else. Replace me with Nee or anyone else. My God, he's been winning since 92. Must be that father energy. Not the MK community. They deemed it didn't count. Unreal. It counts for Nee, but not for me. Unreal. So then the following week is a tournament called UFGT. I got contacted by Stephanie Brownback, known as 16-Bit. And there was some shit talk going on between the East Coast and the Midwest at that time. Meanwhile, keep in mind, I have nothing to do with it. Now, the tournament I won, again, UFGT, had 297. The same amount of entrants as UFGT, ECT. And Mike, you can verify this. ECT for MK1, the first MK1 major, had 297. The same as ECT when I won. I won a tournament the same size as Sonic Fox when MK1 first came out in the modern era. Only I did it over 10 years earlier with modern era numbers for Mortal Kombat. 16-Bit hits me up and says, "We want you to come to UFGT." And I say, "Look, man, I'm a new father. I just won $2,000. I need to, I didn't pre-register. I don't have a flight. I don't have a hotel. This is going to be really expensive for me. I would be very irresponsible if I didn't, put my money into my family. I just don't have the money for this right now." And the new patch just came out. I don't even know that I have a chance to win. A new patch just got released on Tuesday. You want me to fly out 3 days later? Like, I don't know. I'm tired. A new patch came out. I don't want to do this. 16-Bit says, "Well, we will pick you up. You won't have to pay for rides or cabs. We'll pick you up. You can stay with me and Dizzy. And, I would have to late register, which is more expensive. And, I don't get put in a pool as far as like pre-seeded. I don't get seeded anymore. And I get thrown into a pool at random. I have no say in this because I'm a late registration." But he goes, "We'll play you 1,000,000 games if you want. You can stay with us. Me and Dizzy will pick you up from the airport. No worries." So I bought a cheap red eye. The tournament was on Saturday. I flew out on Friday early a.m. I had to get up at 2 a.m., go to the airport in Virginia. I get to Chicago early morning. Call 16-Bit. I say, "Hey, man, I'm here. Come get me." 16-Bit then says, "We're not getting you, and you can't stay with us. I'm sorry." He says, well, at that time it was he says, you can't stay with us. We decided that there's a lot of shit talk going on between the East Coast and us, and you're the man. You won the last major, and we want to beat you. So we're not going to play with you. You can't stay with us, and no one's going to pick you up. So now I'm stranded at the airport. I'm exhausted, and I have no
Are
ride.
you being for real?
Yes, and Dave will verify this is true. And keep in mind, Mike has never heard this story. So it just shows you I didn't talk about it or make excuses about it. I just held the situation. So I'm stuck at the airport and I'm like, I don't have a place to stay. I don't have a hotel. I don't have a ride. I don't know what to do. So I'm trying to contact players, and people are making it seem like Tom, that bum, that mooch. Keep in mind this narrative, me being a bum or a mooch, I'm not trying to mooch off anybody. Like, I didn't even expect to be here. I thought things were under different circumstances. I couldn't find a ride. I'm at the airport for hours and hours and hours. Finally, I get a cab to the venue. I said, fuck it, I got to spend the money. I took a cab to the venue. Can't find anyone to let me stay with them. Anyone. And I didn't expect to spend the money. Again, I have a son, a newborn son. I can't be throwing money around like this. I just won $2,000. $2,000 is nothing when you're traveling to a tournament. And I'm struggling here. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Everyone who goes to GGA to play casuals, no one will give me a ride. I had to take another cab to GGA. Maybe someone will let me stay with them. Maybe I can link up with somebody. I go to GGA, Slips, God rest his soul, I'm not playing with you. 16-bit, not playing with you. Waffles, not playing with you. Nobody from Chicago would give me a single game. And people even not from there, you would think that they would say, congratulations, 6 days ago, you won a big major. They're like, fuck you, bitch. You're shit. I was never treated so poorly. Nobody would even, I was struggling to get games. And everyone's there offline. Like, no congratulations, nothing. I finally found someone to give me a place to stay at 3 a.m. that night, early morning. I had to sleep for 4 hours because I had the first pool of the day. It was, I think, Master D was in my pool. We had the first, Dave's cousin. We had the first pool of the day. Back then, people were like, Tom gonna lose in pools. Me drowning in pools was never a thing. That was a rumor of the MK community that I was always drowning in pools. I don't think I ever lost in pools in my life. So I win my pool. Who'd I beat, Dave? Master D and Smar, right? To get out of my pool. And then I had to play Slips out of pools. And Slips beats me. I say good games. I won. The tournament was, again, poorly seated. I wasn't seated at all because I was late registration. So it was poorly seated. Hold, Dave, let me finish. I'm not lying. I'm telling the reality.
Minutes, just so you know, this is even this will make Perfect Legend jealous.
Okay, so you see this? It's no. Hold on. This is going to go to my point. It's okay to treat me. It's okay to treat me poorly.
You even know this is just wrong. This.
Wait, Dave, are you saying that he's lying?
I don't think he's lying at all. But can we please talk? Or is this
so I'm not lying. So see what I'm saying? When I talk about my problem, what happened to me, shut up. So don't shut up. Hold on. Before we get to my pool loss.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait, hold on, Tom, just 1 second. Dave, what's the issue you have that with Tom telling this story? Because we've never heard it.
Are we in this call to be lectured at? Or are we in the call to actually offer an opinion? If you want to call to
when I was accused of being scammed, am I in the community to be lectured, or are people?
Tom, wait, hold on. Tom, hold on, 1 second. I don't understand what the issue is of him sharing this story about his experience.
There's no issue, but if I talk twice as much, your audience would shut me up in less than a second.
Because they never heard this.
Are you here? Are we here to be lectured upon? Or are we here to actually offer some kind of opinion?
You see this?
I don't mind.
Wait, hold on. Do you feel like Tom is lecturing you?
I've heard this story a million times. I'm ready.
We've never heard it before.
You were there, Dave. Of course you've heard it. You were there. These people weren't.
I don't like the victimology perspective, as I've already told you a million times.
You didn't let me finish. You're assuming that I'm going to the victim role.
I've been listening for almost 20 minutes. Can I talk or not?
But
Okay.
Dave, he's telling a story about his experience. You're his friend. You know that all 700 people watching right now don't know about this, and you're basically telling them to just get off it.
Dude, what did you invite me for? To listen for 30 minutes? Like, what is the
Okay.
what is the point of this podcast? Like, to listen, I guess. Okay, I'm listening. How much you got? 20 more minutes? Let me know when it's our turn to talk. If it's so, dude, we were literally supposed to have a
And
schedule.
this is why the community gets to do what they do to me, and no one will ever know.
I know. It's Tom, the victim. It's always him,
Okay,
right? Like,
can I finish, Dave, or not?
no, you cannot, because I'm out
Okay.
and I'm tired of your bullshit. I'm out.
All right, Dave can go.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
fine.
So
Honestly,
let me just tell you the truth.
Tom,
So let me
let
set
me
this
just
video. So
Tom, hold on. That's your friend. That is not a friend. There's 700 people watching right now. You're telling a story about how one of the developers basically hung you out to dry, and all he could care about was the fact that he heard it. That is a self-centered person. Okay,
so let me just say this.
I've told you this before. I said it here earlier. The way Dave talks to you is like a dickhead. Dave treats you like a dickhead.
But everyone in the community does.
But Dave's your friend.
They all claim to be my friends.
No, they're not. The people in the chat are not your friends. They're people that either like what you do or they admire your Sub-Zero on some level. That is your boy. If my boy spoke to me like that, it would be fisticuffs. It doesn't matter how many times he's heard my story. If I'm talking to
maybe I'm
people,
just used to it. So
yeah,
Dave
you are
even
used to
admitted,
it. Bro, that is not cool. You're telling something. They left you out in a foreign area, basically, with no food, no place to stay. They hung you out to dry. One of the MK developers did this. You're telling the story, and he's just telling you, be quiet. That's your friend. You need to have a coming to Jesus meeting with that guy.
nobody wants to come out about this. And here's the real truth. This panel was done with myself and Perfect Legend. Now you can see the timestamp says 129. So this panel was done, is called Testers Among Us. This was UFGT. It was Combo Breaker before Combo Breaker. And Del Rich gave PL a Game of Thrones introduction that took a minute and a half. And let me just say this. PL deserves every bit of the flowers he got, because PL is one of the most dominant fighting game players of all time, and one of the most gifted players I've ever had the pleasure of playing, and a great sparring partner of mine. And I wouldn't be where I was in fighting games without PL. So, he sits there and he goes, here's perfect. Now, keep in mind, this was supposed to, myself and PL, who were both co-authors of the Prima Guide. And myself and PL were both co-authors of co-testers for Injustice. And so he starts the panel and he says, here's Perfect Legend. And it's a Game of Thrones introduction. Here's Perfect Legend, first of his name, breaker of chains, mother of dragons, and PL deserves all of that. He's like, PL DOA 4 world champion. Absolutely. 2-time Evo champion in MK9. The only 3-time MK9 Evo medalist. PL deserves every accolade that could ever be thrown his way. And truthfully, people don't realize how dominant PL really was. And he goes through the list of all the tournaments PL won in MK9 and all the top 8s PL had in MK9. And again, rightfully so. PL is one of the greatest fighting game players ever. And then you have, he's also co-author of the Injustice Guide. Tester, Injustice Guides, guys, Gods Among Us. Ladies and gentlemen, Perfect Legend. And look at PL's face. Look at that smile. You won't see PL smile like that now because everybody doesn't give him the credit he deserves. But at this is one of the few moments where PL actually got the credit that he has earned in the FGC. Look at that smile. And then Del Rich goes to introduce me. Now, Del Rich is a employee of NRS and is also an employee of Evo as a Mortal Kombat commentator.
What is this back then or now?
He commentated Evo before this and even after this. So he lost nothing.
Is he still an NRS developer?
No, he went to Iron Galaxy.
Okay.
Also, before this, at the first Evo for MK9, you had producer Hector Sanchez spreading rumors that I was making excuses about the game because I was acknowledging certain bugs, like the input bug. We know the input bug was real and proven to be real, but NRS created this lie that I made up a fake bug that didn't exist to make quote unquote excuses. I never said I lost to the input bug, and truthfully, I never really did outside of one time at the end of the game's life. I was just explaining to players why things were happening to them. They denied a bug and then told everybody that I was a lying excuse maker. Hector Sanchez from NetherRealm Studios went to the first Evo and told everybody there, we don't like Tom, he sucks. Now, everybody didn't believe me who heard his story. They say, why would someone who works for NetherRealm shit on you? Well, after giving PL all his flowers, and here I am on this stage, I'm almost 40 years old now, by the way. And when he comes to me, I was top 8 at the Evo PL1 for DOA 4. Did he mention that? Nope. I won MK9 majors. Did he mention that? Nope. I have a million top 8s at MK9. Did he mention that? Nope. Did he talk about my history before the NRS era in Mortal Kombat? Nope. I had just won the Injustice Major 6 days prior. I have the big dick going into this tournament. Does he mention that? Nope. I was the guide writer, same as PL. Did he mention that? Nope. I was also a tester. Did he mention that? Nope. Mike, play the clip. Tell him what he says I'm known for.
Next to him is Tom Brady. He usually gets trolled a lot by stream monsters.
That's the next clip. So if for those of you that can't hear, I'll play again.
Is Tom Brady. He usually gets trolled a lot by stream monsters.
So he said, for those of you, just in case you couldn't hear, because the sound on that video clip is very low, he said, for those of you that don't know, that's Tom Brady. He gets trolled a lot by stream monsters.
So here I am on this panel, and he said, what I'm known for is being trolled a lot by stream monsters. This happened in 2013. Now, my supporters and many people in the MK community will say, we treat Tom like... Can you please show... I sent you a tweet on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, on X. Can you show the tweet that I sent and put it on the screen there, Mike?
Yeah.
Sent you a tweet on X. Yeah, that's an NRS employee. Yes. Now, just while he's doing that, can you imagine if that was Sonic Fox? If someone did that to Sonic Fox, if Sonic Fox won ECT, same as I did, and 6 days later someone did that to him, what do you think Sonic Fox's fans would do? They would go nuclear. Can you read that tweet, please?
This is from the Sheriff 50. Tom, I've been an observer since Mortal Kombat 9. Every game, every dev cycle, it's the same negative, toxic BS. You scrubbed your YouTube video YouTube channel like 100 times, gone on neurotic rants, and constantly are bashing the scene and the games. Trust us when we say it's you and not them.
So this is 2013. I didn't get a stream till 2015. No trolls had any access to me, nor did I react to any trolling. This is 2 years before any of these events that this idiot says happened. And this is what most people see it. Trust us, Tom. It's you, not us. What did I deserve to deserve this humiliation? What did I do? This guy humiliated me publicly. Pig of the Hut told me if I were you, I would punch him in the face. How did I deal with this? Did I rage and react to the trolling? Nope. Kept a straight face and answered the questions as if nothing happened. What you should ask yourself is, how acceptable was it to treat me like shit for an NRS employee to publicly humiliate me on a panel, knowing there would be no repercussion? Not only and then the next year, he still commentated Evo. And he still worked at NRS. If an NRS employee did that to Sonic Fox, they would be fired immediately. Sonic Fox's fans would go crazy. Do you know why my fans didn't go crazy? Because I have none. When my fans tell me, Tom, we love you. You have fans. Why do you say we don't have any? Where were you? For a guy like that to believe this is acceptable says that all of you deemed it is acceptable to shit on this guy. All of MK9, Tom shit, Tom fraud, garbage, fuck Tom, fuck Tom, fuck Tom, fuck Tom. Years of fuck Tom. He's shit. He's garbage. Fuck him. Get him out. Made it acceptable to do this. Now, that's just one NRS employee. Keep in mind, you just heard my experience. I had no sleep, had no place to stay. I was exhausted. My brackets were shit. I lose to slips. I'm eliminated in top 32 by Alucard. I got 17th place. I'm first of all, also, those who claim I make excuses, do you know in MK9, early on, I was losing in tournaments because Sub-Zero, you don't know this, Mike, Sub-Zero couldn't even do a breaker on the ground. If I broke a combo, people could get up and combo me. You know why you don't know this? Because I didn't cry and complain. I'm going to say this again. My character could not do a breaker. Otherwise, you could get up and combo me for free. And yet, you never heard about it. Do you know why? Now, Mike, if true or false, if I was this crybaby and complainer, wouldn't you think I would cry about that?
Yeah, but I do want to offer a little bit of pushback on
Sure.
one thing. I think that part of the reason why the community is doing this is also because you've kind of let them. I think that Dave is a prime example.
So I don't
of
fight
this.
back.
Well, Dave, you're calling Dave your friend. With friends like Dave, do you need enemies? Like, seriously,
No,
I've never seen someone.
I don't fight back. But let me tell you
Yeah,
why I didn't fight
but
back.
what I'm saying, Tom, is that if you keep company around you that disrespects you as well, it doesn't matter how many times Dave wants to sit here and say that he'd give you the clothes off his back if it was freezing temperature. All that we see is disrespect. That's all this scene sees. So that's what they're going to play off. If you keep that company around you, that's what you're going to get. My boys never disrespect me. Like, I've had disagreements with content creators that I'm friends with, and they talk to me in private. They won't, under any circumstances, disrespect me, not because they're afraid of me, but because they respect me. But Dave is one of your closest friends in this scene, and he has no respect for you whatsoever. So much so that you're telling a story in front of hundreds of people who have never heard it before, and he can see the stream chat saying they want to hear it. And he's too self-centered to understand that maybe he should just keep his mouth shut and let you finish. Instead, he says, no, I'm cutting you up and I'm out. That's a
Well,
hate.
here's why. Because the NRS community doesn't want to acknowledge. Look, I've done a lot of things that mistakes. Mike, you know I've admitted my wrongs. But the NRS community doesn't want to admit they did anything wrong. They want to keep the gaslighting as Tom did everything and he just turned on us. We didn't. What did we do? We don't do anything wrong. What are you talking about? And Dave wants to feed into that because then he would have to admit that perhaps maybe there was a reason why things happened the way they did. That I was kind of aggravated to doing XYZ as opposed to I went off the handle for no reason.
Yeah. Well, again, he's your friend. Why is he not taking your side? You know, Tom, I got caught up in a controversy like maybe a month ago now, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago, where King J put out some information. It was bad information, and I took his side without doing my due diligence, and we ate shit for the whole week. We ate shit. You probably saw it. It was all over Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
But he had so many people said to me, disassociate with him, drop him, publicly shame him for what he did for like feeding you that information or whatever. And I said to them, no, I'm not going to do any of that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to apologize. I'll have Jay on the podcast. We'll talk in private. He's my boy. Now, if that had happened, I guarantee you, if that was you and Dave, you would have been dragged like that woman on Game of Thrones. You would have been publicly shamed. That is not your friend. I'm sorry. That is not your friend.
Can we just do one more thing? Can we acknowledge how good I looked for almost 40 years old in that video? Can we acknowledge how young I looked in that video? No, but in all seriousness, after that, I kind of want to run too long here. After that, I then lost to Alucard. I sat there with my hand out and they went on a rant. Not just to say, look at me, I popped off on this guy. It was much to say, Tom is shit. Didn't he just win this tournament? Fuck out of here. And lo and behold, a lead designer from NRS was in the video enjoying my humiliation. Mike, show the video. You'll see me there. I got my hand out trying to shake his hand. No one shakes my hand. I'm grabbing another beer.
Corn, nigga. Come on, boy. Get out of here. Hey, did that nigga just win ECT? Get that I told you, Task Force. Hey, let's go. I told you. Thanks for the buffs. Yo, name Polo. Where's Polo at? I told you. Take that man. Take that man right there. Take that man for the buffs. My nigga. Yeah. Oh, is this nigga? Yeah, it's this nigga. My nigga. Yeah.
Well, I mean, just full disclosure, I like Alucard personally, but that's not the issue with that clip. The issue is the NRS developer. Wait, where's Tom gone? I'm talking to myself. Yeah, I like Alucard. I think he's cool. I think he just popped off, and the disrespect is really everything surrounding that situation. It's a funny clip outside of that. Let me just quickly read some super chats while still waiting. What's wrong with my mouse, man? Oh my god. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you, bro. GG, thank you for the $5. Is this where we address all the Irish jokes? To be honest, I would like a Sub-Zero mask. All the Irish jokes. Tom, do you know what this is about?
Sub-Zero mask. That's something that I. So,
well, what is this about?
I want a Sub-Zero mask. That's when Help Me came to the House of Goons, and it was me, Help Me, JDCR, and Saint. And I forget who gave me the Sub-Zero mask. And I was joking around that I want a Sub-Zero mask. I have a picture of me next to Help Me, with him wearing the Sub-Zero mask. So that's what,
Lemon Tea said, and thank you for the $5. Bro, I liked your Sub-Zero. I'm not going to fight your damn battles for you. I have a job. I'm not fighting NRS on your behalf.
So this is the problem. My fans say we shouldn't have to say anything. If people believe a lie, so be it. The problem is, what you don't realize is, if you allow a narrative to get carried away, me, one man, can't fight 10,000 people. And if my fans are saying we will never speak up for you, then what you're doing is allowing a false narrative to spread so large that now there's no way to put it back in the bottle.
I disagree somewhat, because when I face controversy online, I don't expect any of these guys to run to my defense, and a lot of them are not even on Twitter.
No, so true, but you don't. But people, my point is, I have results that say one thing, and people literally believe the opposite.
Yeah, but I think unfortunately the MK community, like I think C4 was saying it earlier, they respect their elders. The MK community just doesn't seem to respect their elders. So you being one of the oldest, you're probably going to get a lot of disrespect flowing your way. And they revise a lot of things as well. There's a lot of things that they say that
I also won in the MK9 era and the Injustice era, and I was a top player in MKX. It wasn't like I'm a UMK3 elder. I was an elder that was still a god in their era.
Yeah, but what I'm basically saying is that, like, I'm not saying that people don't run to my defense. They do, but I just think that sometimes, especially with Twitter, you've just got to hold it.
Put it this way. Do you think if this happened to Sonic Fox, his fans would say, I'm not going to fight his battles? No. If that happened and somebody humiliated them on a panel, you better fucking believe his fans are fighting his battle, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you why, Tom, because Dave alluded to it earlier. Dave has the same brain rot as some of the people on Twitter. We were having a conversation about you as the person, and his smooth brain reply was, yeah, but you've got your results. And that's all they care about. Sonic Fox has current results, consistent results. That's what matters. If Sonic Fox
starts, I had results back then. When this was happening, I still had the results.
Yeah, but the community shifted as well. And like, to them, they just see it as you had results. They don't see it as you have results.
Because now I can no longer.
To be clear.
Yeah, but that's why.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, that's bullshit. I think that's a terrible way to look at it. But they look at it as, what are you doing for me as in on stream? Are you winning games? I'm not taking your back then. They don't care about
No,
the person.
right
They
now,
care about the
yes.
results.
Well, my point is in MK9, I was winning games. In Injustice 1, I was winning games. In MKX, I was still a top player. And this narrative persisted and persisted and persisted and persisted. And no one said anything about it. And then finally, when I retired, the narrative kept going. Only now I wasn't going to place top anymore. And then it was like, why do we care about this guy's not placing top? It was never checked when I was placing top because the thinking was, who's going to believe this? Can we be honest, Mike, in your opinion? My followers always say to me, Tom, don't give in to the trolls. But couldn't I say it was you guys that gave in to the trolls, which is why this narrative happened? True or false?
Yeah, you could say that. But
So-
I also think that like this is a good comment to highlight. He said Sonic won Evo this year, bro. You can't tell Sonic nothing. And that's exactly what I was saying. It doesn't matter. And I'm not saying Sonic Fox has done anything, but this mentality.
This is not me
Wait,
in
hold on.
current time.
No,
This is
I'm just
happening when
saying.
I was winning.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that current times, you can't tell Sonic nothing because the
Current
FGC
times, no.
don't care about the person. I'm not saying Sonic's done anything if anyone takes it out of context. I'm saying that Straight Canavan has the same kind of mentality as all of these players. So a player could do something reprehensible. And there's a player from the Smash community that we all know who's very controversial, but he's also very consistent with his results in Guilty Gear and Smash Bros. And has been allowed to get away with so much dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell these players nothing because
I agree.
people like this only care about results. They do not care about the person.
Let me give you an example. Sonic Fox is a better player than me. And his results will always dwarf mine because he's better. And Mike, there's no shame in that. Sonic is one of the greatest of all time. There's no shame in that. One person's greatness does not diminish in others. However, for Sonic to be as consistent as I was, for as long as I was, he would have to do it till the year 2044. Let that sink in. Sonic needs to go 19 more years to be at the top for as long as I was. He's better than I am. So I'm not saying his results aren't better, but to be at the top, he would have to do it for 19 more years. Do you know why it's rare, Mike? And you know this, to be able to be on top for 30 years? Because it's hard. It requires a ridiculous amount of adaptation. For me, this was happening in MK9 when I was on top, in Injustice when I was one of the top players, and in MKX when I was one of the top players. So this was not just happening after I retired and I could no longer back it up. This was happening when I was currently backing it up. Now, my fans thought, what logical person is going to believe this lie? Tom's always in top 8, right? They didn't realize that a narrative, like you always say, gone unchecked, will eventually become the truth. And that's what happened with me. I have one more thing that I want Mike to show. So people may say, well, how do we know before the NRS community, the FGC didn't look at Tom like a crybaby, like some piece of trash? Why are we blaming the NRS community? We don't know about Tom pre-NRS community. Mike is going to show you a clip from a trailer called Electric Cancel 5 DVD trailer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For those, do you guys know what Electric Cancel was? Mike, do you know what Electric Cancel was? I don't know how far you go back in the FGC.
Electric 5 Cancel was it was a tournament that was wasn't it? There was a type of tournament held.
So Electro Tekken,
was it Soul Calibur?
No, to the biggest Tekken tournaments at that time were called Electric Cancel. Electric Cancel 1, 2, and 3 were Tekken Tag, and then Electric Cancel 4 and 5 were Tekken 4, and then Soul Calibur 2. So at that point in my FGC career, Electric Cancel 5, I was in the FGC for about 13 years, so almost half the time. 13 years is a big sample size. Can we agree, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So many people will say, well, how do we know that Tom was actually respected? How do we know that the FGC before NRS didn't see Tom as a clown too, same as we see him? So, I was considered a top player in DOA 2, Virtua Fighter 3, Tekken 4, and MK 1, 2, 3, 4, and then at this point in time, MK Deadly Alliance. Now, I couldn't make it to California for this tournament, but I helped a lot of my friends make it out there. JOP won Tekken 4. And keep in mind, you have greats like Ryan Hart. Mike, can we attest that Ryan Hart is one of the greatest fighting game players of all time?
Yeah.
Attending tournaments like this. We have Mick. Maybe you don't know who Mick is. Mick and RTD. Two of the greatest Soul Calibur players of all time. Mick goes there. This is right after Eris won the Soul Calibur 2 World Tournament in France. Mick then goes there to beat Eris because he's like, I feel like I'm the best. And I helped my friends get there. Now, I couldn't make it there due to like obligations. And after Jop wins Tekken, Mick wins Soul Calibur, Jackie Tran is there also. Look it up. Evo, not just medalist, winner in Tekken 4. Mick says, we did it for the Godfather. And you hear Tran and Jop in the background saying, we did it for Bill. That's me. That's my name. Bill. For me. Now, the Tekken community then on the DVD, he goes, I did it for the Godfather. And they did a very small tribute to me. Mike, can you please show how the FGC viewed me back then? Please show the video.
The only reason why I came here was to take out the world champ, because I feel like I'm the champ, you know. But it wasn't no easy fight, man. I did it for the Godfather.
That'll get copyrighted.
Look at how the FGC viewed me before the NRS community. The Godfather? And then comes the NRS community. That's Kim Bogman on the center and Conquerable on the right. That's Sam right there. That's SLA from Seattle. That's String Bean on the left, JOP on the right. It's Eris in the middle. There's Mick on the right. Mick, we lost you too soon, brother. You know, I was one of the goats of the FGC before the NRS community. So here's 13 years of me being established as the OG of OGs. And then the NRS community comes in and rewrites my history. Now, let me just say this.
All right, go on.
Let's be honest here. If I was someone who followed the narrative of the NRS community, who can adapt, who cries about everything, who bitches and moans, who cries about blah, 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 who's on the forums giving into the trolls, do you think I would be respected, Mike?
No, but I do want to ask you a question I think relevant to you going forward.
Sure.
It's clear to me that you still have some stake in the FGC based on your tweets, your videos, and you coming on here. So with all of this, and I understand why you think everyone is against you. I don't believe that to be the case, but I understand the level of hate is so extreme that it's hard to see the love that might be behind it.
But you can't see it.
Yeah, you might not be able to see it.
Because they're quiet, so I don't see them. That's the problem. They're silent. So they say, Tom, we don't speak, but we're here. How come you don't see us? Because you're silent. It's like, here's the problem. My supporters want me to come back. But if my supporters don't have the balls to stand up to Sonic Fox, his acolytes, and the rest of the NRS community, they're not real supporters.
But Tom,
they
don't
want
you
me
think...
back, but they don't have the balls to stand up to these people.
All right, but Tom, don't you think, that as a leader in the community, as like a pillar of the Mortal Kombat scene, I don't think that you should need anyone to do it for you. I think at this point, there is a lot of hate that has been pushed against you, but I can see its support as well. I think that you should just go 10 toes down. If you're not necessarily re-enter the fighting aspect of it, but there's people that will support you. I mean, when I go and watch your videos, I see the likes on them, I see the views. People
that doesn't matter because they support me in private areas.
But I think you'll the more that you do, the more support you will gain, as with anything. And there's a lot of new players now. There's a lot of those old players that gate kept you and treat you like shit that are no longer part of the FGC or they're irrelevant. And then, you know, I strongly
See,
believe
there's
you
nobody
need,
going to fight your own fights. You see that guy? Here's the problem. This guy may say, Tom, we want you to commentate MK Legacy Collection. But the problem is, if I say I want to commentate Legacy Collection, nobody gives a fuck because the community believes you all hate me. This is the problem. It's not just me. The MK community believes nobody respects Tom. Nobody wants to see Tom. Nobody gives a fuck about Tom. So when you say, Tom, you go to these people and you fucking tell them you got fans, you fight your battles. I'm one guy. Hey, guys, I want to commentate MK Legacy. Tom, nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody likes you. Nobody cares about you. Do you see the problem there?
But Tom, why don't like say the Legacy Collection is launching in a disastrous state?
I
So
literally said I would commentate anything and I was denied.
But why don't you carve out your own space? Like I'm carving out my own space
because I can't. You see, Mike, do you realize
you can, Tom, you 100% can.
I can't because people say to me, Tom, why don't you hold? So here's my problem, Mike. I wish ChernyVolk was here, and I'm hoping ChernyVolk is okay with this. I get obliterated constantly for the scam. True or false, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
The scam happened in 2019. True or false?
Mm-hmm.
In a few months, what year is it going to be?
2016, 2026.
That's 7 years. Almost a decade. Over the last 7 years, Mike, you've seen it. ChernyVolk alone, Cherny, I know you're not here. I've given Cherny like $3,000. That's just Cherny. Mike, is $3,000 more or less than $500?
Yeah, I know that you've given a lot to the scene.
So my point is, I've given back 10 times to the FGC what they quote unquote think I've taken. And I even gave that back. And I've been very adamant in that I was wrong and what I did was wrong. It wasn't a scam, but what I did was wrong. But Mike, you've seen this. The FGC, when they hear about the good deeds I've done over the last almost decade, they don't want to hear it. True or false? They reject it. So the problem is you have my fans who want to tell me, Tom, this is a new era. Start over, baby. We did what we did. It's a new era. You want to start over when it comes to me and you, but you won't let me start over. To you guys, you hold everything against me. True or false? They hold everything against me.
Okay, well, let me offer some pushback now.
Sure.
Whenever I go to your videos or I see them uploaded, they have thousands of views. But when I go to your Twitter page, they have some comments. Like maybe if it's on a bad day and it's a lot of negativity, 100 comments. So there's thousands of people that are watching you, that are still subscribed to you, that don't say anything. And that's true. Like you want people to speak up, but I think by you just being there, somebody that they respect as an OG, the silent majority, because it's a silent majority. I don't believe the majority hates you. I believe that the best course of action is to do your own thing, the same way all of us have to. You know, there's a lot of people here in the UK. King J can even tell you this.
Well, let me ask you this: why is it?
Wait, hold on, Tom. Tom, hold on. There's a lot of circles that I'm not accepted in here in the UK. There's a lot of circles that don't like me, and even in North America, there's circles where like I've been blocked on Twitter. I don't care. What I care about is the 24,000 that have subscribed to me and come here to listen to me. I can't change everyone's minds, but I can change a few people's minds, and I can get a few people to come here and we have a good time. Now, when I started out running tournaments, like on my channel or doing things, I'd have like 2 or 3 people show up, and I'd have someone laughing at me. Now we have loads of people showing up. Now we have the beef set streams, and that's hopefully if there's a good Mortal Kombat game one day, that will extend to Mortal Kombat. But you have to carve out your own space, because what has already happened, you can't change that. We don't have a DeLorean. Like there's nothing that we can do to change what happened. But you can do something going forward. You're still one of the most known people in the whole FGC. You can use that in some way to start to build something and sway people. Forget about Twitter, because I'm on your Twitter page right now. Yeah, there's haters here. I can see the haters, but the comments are like 19 comments here, 30 comments here. But if you go to your YouTube page, there's thousands of views.
Okay, so let me just say it like this. Okay, let me just say it like this. My followers say, Tom, we want you back. But can you agree that for me to come back the way my followers want me to, unfortunately, they're going to have to demand that I come back. Some of my fans said to me in private, Tom, after your incident in 2019, we didn't want it to blow up like this. We just wanted a little humiliation, and we wanted you to do better. But they say we underestimated how much people hate you. And we didn't think they were going to use this to kill you. And now you're dead and we can't bring you back. So the problem is people don't realize their trolling have buried me in a way that I cannot fight the battle. I'm only one person. If you as my fans want to bring me back, unfortunately, you have to be very public and fight for it. Because the Mortal Kombat community, Mike, does not believe that they want me back. And
Tom,
unless
Tom,
these people speak up.
You need to look at it slightly differently. Like, I'll give you a good example of this. You said when that guy was insulting towards you on stage that you acted in a reasonable manner. Correct?
Yes.
So what kinds of people do you think you've attracted to you?
Maybe reasonable people.
Yeah, you've attracted reasonable people that probably see psychotic behavior online and just go, I'm not dealing with this, I've got a job. Whereas some of the other content creators that you're talking about are slightly more unhinged, and they're unhinged in the way they respond. And so the crowds that they cultivate are full of unhinged people who are terminally online and will go and say crazy things to you, the reasonable one. A prime example of this is, I don't know if any of you know about this streamer called Hassan Piker or Hassan RB, whatever his name is. His fan base are terrifying, basically. Like, if you say something against that guy, they will come after you in the worst ways possible. But if you get another content creator, I don't know, like someone that's more chilled out, their community is probably going to be chilled. So you shouldn't be surprised that your community is more chilled like you. Those are the kinds of people you've probably cultivated. You don't want crazy people online going at your defense.
I don't have a community because I don't see them. My community is, we're silent, but know we're there. I don't know you're there, and I don't.
But Tom, they're also probably like 40-year-old men that have kids and a job.
I don't care. I don't see it. All I see is the negative. I don't see any positive. Not any positive at all. Case in point, if the community really wants to show that they want me back, if I were to stream Legacy Kollection at midnight, maybe I would get 3 to 5 people to watch, and I would just say, it's not worth it, and I would just quit. Where are all these people that swear, we want to see you, Tom, we want to see you? They're never around. I don't know who these people are. I mean,
let me ask you a question then. I know you've delisted a lot of your YouTube videos, but they're still on your page. When you look at your YouTube videos, what's the like to dislike ratio?
They usually, a lot of them are liked. Yes.
So ain't those the people that you should come back for?
I don't know who those people are because
they know who you are.
All I see is negativity.
But you're the leader, Tom, though.
Here's my point. Here's my point. My fans will say they support me, but when Sonic says something, or if Foxy's even joking around, who do they side with, Mike? Me? No. You were literally, we did a little thing in which you need the receipts. Foxy literally admitted to the people watching, look, what the stuff I say to Tom, I'm not serious. I'm just trying to take a piss. They don't care. Diddle's a friend of mine, like Dave, Diddle's a friend of mine. Diddle constantly insinuates, Tom can't do this. Tom, it's a joke, right?
Diddle's your friend.
Yeah.
Tom, this might be part of the problem. You need better friends.
So let me just say this. If the community had to choose, if my fans had to choose between me or Sonic or me or this guy or that guy, who are they choosing, Mike? They're not choosing me because they're afraid. If you're a fan of mine, what my fans like to do is shit on me publicly and then in private say, hey, man, it's Sonic's fault. It's Foxy's fault. You know how many fans I would have when I would stream and Foxy would come in and just joke, do his stuff, do his little shtick, right? And I don't hold it against Foxy because I know Foxy in real life, when push came to shove, he was there for me. And he'll come in and just do his normal thing like he does to everybody else, right? Like he'll try to take a piss, get a reaction, and move on, right? That's what he does. You'll have 1,000 people who will buy into that, start crapping on me, and then say, it's not my fault. Sonic said this. Foxy said this. Diddle said this. And they made me do it. You should be mad at them. And I say, aren't you guys fans of mine? Yeah, we are. Then why did you just shit on me for an hour? It was a joke. We got you, Tom. We got you. And I'm like, but if you're supposed to be fans, here's my problem. Like, my fans will say when it comes to defending me, I'm not there to fight your battles. But when it comes to shitting on me, they don't say, I'm not here to, they'll shit on me all day. So it's like, but you'll shit on me for jokes. And then when it gets out of hand, you won't back me up. So why will you put so much effort into shitting on me, but you won't put any effort into having my back? Is that a fan?
There are these people that you can name, like names you recognize.
Every single man, woman, and child that claims to be a fan of mine.
But like some of my most viewed podcasts are with you on here, and they some of them have 100% like ratio.
They do that. They'll like the videos. Right? Take Ernesto. If we got Ernesto in a private chat, you know what he would probably say? Yeah, yeah, Foxy had the receipt. You had the receipt, and he did say yada, and he did say he said this to you, but he was taking a piss. So you did have references, right? You did have a point of reference. But in his YouTube video, what did he say? Tom couldn't name anybody. True or false, Mike? True or false? He made a YouTube video. He said, yeah, and we know Foxy was joking. Foxy said, I'm just, quote unquote, I'm just trying to take a piss. So Foxy is not doing anything more than what he does for entertainment. Foxy is one of the best entertainers in the business. And like I said, when push comes to shove, I know he's a good friend. But sometimes he'll just do his shtick. And Ernesto privately may say, oh, yeah, Tom, yeah, I saw that tweet. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. But publicly, what does he do? Stupid fucking Tom. He couldn't name anybody. True or false, Mike? Now, if Ernesto came to me privately and said, hey, man, I'm a fan. I just don't want to fight your battles. I'm like, but you'll humiliate me publicly. And then it's like you say with Dave. My fans are no different than Dave. You'll say, Tom, Dave will privately say XYZ to you. But publicly, he tries to embarrass you. But aren't all my fans the same way? My fans are basically saying publicly, we will shit all over you. We can't be here to fight your battles. And privately, we'll say you support you. So isn't it kind of stupid for my fans to get on Dave when they do exactly what he does?
Well, I mean, but you accept that company, so maybe if that's the case, they're looking at it as Tom is okay with this because you keep calling him your friend.
But the point is, so they say don't ignore the trolls. The real truth is I ignored the trolls for half of a decade. And because I never fought back, it got out of hand. And then when I finally addressed it, I addressed it wrong. I was angry. I was bitter. And all I did was allow people to lean into the narrative more. I take accountability for what I did. I'm a big reason why people believe what they believe. Because, I used to be a victim. I used to, oh, poor me. The truth is, no matter how people treat you, they don't control what you do. Nobody makes you do anything. And for a long time, I lived in this victimhood where, oh my God, the shitting on me made me do blah, blah, blah. No, I consciously chose to react the way I did, and I was wrong. But Mike, don't you think the community gaslights me a lot? Like, we didn't do anything, Tom. You just went off one day. True or false? Do they not do that?
Yeah, but I think my mentality is a little different to yours. I mean, firstly, I think looking at people as fans might be the first thing that we disagree with. I wouldn't look at any of these guys as like fans of either of us. They're just, people showing up and might enjoy some of the things we do. And secondly, I think I understand why you feel the way you do because you've had years of abuse hurled your way. But it's very obvious to me that you still want to be here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on these podcasts for hours on end. So I think that it's a point where it's like these people do exist and they don't like you, but you want to be here. So what are you gonna do?
Let me ask you this. I remember Li Joe's first day as a streamer. I was there, and I subbed to him because I support Li Joe. I love Li Joe. I've known him for a long time. A huge Li Joe fan. His first day of streaming, he had overwhelming support. 200 subs, whatever. A few hundred viewers. That's people letting, in general, not just Li Joe, but other streamers, letting them know we want to see you. My fans might claim they want to see me come back, true or false. And my fans claim that I have more fans than haters, yes or no?
Yeah, but they only see one side of it.
Okay, so if I were to stream tonight and 5 people show up, do you think that's them showing me they want to see me come back?
Yeah, but when's the last time you streamed?
Li Joe, his first stream ever, had like 300 to 500 viewers, 200 subs.
I know, but like comparing yourself to other people might be a problem as well.
Yeah, my point is, if I really have all these fans and they want to see me come back, wouldn't this be a good time to show it? Like if nobody shows up and they say, Tom, you haven't streamed in a while, you got to earn me back, baby. I'll just say, I just won't stream anymore. If people really want to see me back, then show me. This is my opinion. Tonight and tomorrow, if people want to see me back, they will show me. And if they do not, then they will not show me. Keep in mind, maybe I am scarred a little bit. I remember when Aftermath came out, I set my follower goal at 1. I said, I'm giving away 3 copies of Aftermath if I get 1 follower. I did a 48-hour stream. I didn't get a single one. Not a sub, a follower. I'm willing. I streamed the entire first year of MK1. I'm willing to bet I didn't get 2 followers for 12 months.
But
The community makes
still,
a meme of me, a joke of me, and I'm just like, I get it. Nobody wants to show up. Nobody wants to watch. Nobody cares. But then when I say this, my fans say, "Not true, Tom. We want to see you come back. We want to see blah 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 blah." So I say, "Okay, I'll fire it up. Let's see if there's any interest." There's no interest. And then the MK community says, nobody cares about Tom, you fucking loser. So what I don't want to be is your joke or your meme anymore. See, Tom's very dislikable. Just keep letting him talk. You know my response to that is? Then I just won't talk anymore. Problem solved. Then
but like Tom, like in my opinion, with streaming and like all of this stuff, I still think no matter what you've done in the past or how many videos you've done or giveaways or whatever it might be, I still think you have to earn the viewer. Like you have to earn the person showing up. So even if like you've got a long standing, or even if like I've done a stream and that stream had like I did a stream once and it had like there was 4,000 people watching between YouTube and Twitter. I couldn't believe it. It was insane. I wouldn't be of the mentality that like I'm now going to get that all the time. I have to earn
what I'm saying is show me something. If people really, what I truly believe in my heart is people say one thing but do another to me. We love you, Tom. And then I turn around and they're shitting on me. Well, you're telling me you love me while you were actively shitting on me 24/7. It got to the point, Mike, where people would go in other people's chat and just shit on me nonstop. And then I would stream and they would come in my chat and I would say, nah, bro, I know what you're about. I saw whatever, and I would ban them. Oh, Tom, I'm a fan. What are you talking about? And I'm like, but didn't I just catch you crapping on me in the last 3 streams you were in? You got me. I was joking, Tom. You got me. And I'm like, but that's not a fan, or they would create aliases. I busted a few fans that would create an alias come into my chat and shit on me on their alias name before you could shadow ban, right? Before you could like ban every IP when you ban somebody. Well, on their other name, they're praising me. And I found some of these people out and I banned them. And they're like, Tom, I was always praising you. What are you doing? Tom hates his fans. And I'm like, but aren't you this name too? And you were in here shitting on me? Oh, you got me, man. Yeah, I was just trolling, bro. Don't worry about it. So my fans actively go out of their way to crap on me while trying to present the image that they're supporting me. So what I'm saying is, if 5 of you show up tonight, I will never play Mortal Kombat ever again as long as I live. Because I'll just go on thinking none of you care. What's the point? That's all I'm saying.
But don't you think you should make people care?
I was the number 1 streamer in MKX, the number 1 streamer year 1 of MK 11. I have 50,000 followers. If people really wanted me to show up, more than 5 would. And if that's all that show up, then I understand. If almost nobody shows up, then I'll just say it's not worth it. Nobody cares. And I'll go back into retirement.
But they'll care all over again. Like MKX was a long time ago now. So it like the streaming world moves very quickly. So it doesn't really matter what you've done. It matters what you're doing. And I think maybe like you will stream and only 5 people show up. But if you're doing it consistently for the love of the game, I think more people will show up.
I will just never play again. There will never be another day. Because the problem is, Mike, you don't get to shit on somebody and say, you got to earn me back. Hold on a minute. You shit on me and then you tell me to earn you back? I thought you were a fan. I am. But you got to earn me back. But didn't you shit on me for 10 years? I did. But, let's not talk about that.
Yeah, but Tom, in my opinion, you're focusing on the people that you can see shitting on you. But like right now, there's 620 people watching. There's only maybe what, 30,
and not
40
a single
people chatting.
One of them, and not a single one of these people, not one, would show up to watch me come back. Not a single one of you watching right now would show up. Because here's the real truth. I was old. And in my last days that you had me at my prime, you just thought I'd be around forever. So we're going to shit on Tom Brady because you thought I would just always be here. I would always be in top 8 for you to give your jokes. Ha ha, we got him. But I was done. I retired. And then I would never come back. You guys wasted the last few years that you ever had to watch me at a dominant level. And you will never see me at that level again. And none of you cared. And the truth is, I know that tonight and tomorrow, not a single one of you, not a single one of the people that are on my YouTube channel, not one will show up to watch me play a minute of Legacy Kollection. And I know that to be true.
Would you be willing to put a bet on it?
I would put yeah.
I reckon. How many people do you think will show up?
Less than 20.
If more than 20 people show up to your school, then me and the chat are going to choose a charity that you have to donate to.
Deal.
And when's the Legacy Kollection up?
Tonight at midnight. I'll stream it sometime tonight or in the morning, but somewhere in that time.
If at any point that number goes over 20, then you have to donate £1,000 to a charity that we choose.
True. Deal. How many pounds is 1,000? US dollars, so I know.
How many dollars is it? Okay.
It's like what, $2,000 or
it's £757.
Deal. What is it? Dollars, you mean? No. 1,000
yeah,
pounds is more.
No, sorry, $1,000 because you do
$1,000 deal. Charity of your choosing. Deal. And yet, Mike, even with that, let's say 25. A nice number, even 25. And yet, even with that, nobody will be there. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it.
When are you gonna go live? What time? So you could let everyone here know.
Midnight or in the morning. Either midnight or like 7 a.m. One of those two times. East Coast.
What time is it? What time is it now for you?
So for me, it's 8:21. So sometime in the next 3.5 hours, anywhere between the next 3.5 or 10 hours. I don't know. I got to sleep at some point. I've been up since 5 a.m. So more than likely in the morning, I would go live. 7 a.m., which EU time would be like 11 a.m. or noon. And I know nobody will show up because everybody else will be on. So nobody else will be there. Who are they going to watch? Foxy's on, Ketchup and Mustard's on, Tweety's on, Honeybee's on. You guys are all fake fans. You guys ain't come. And here's the deal. If you guys show up after one of them show up, sign off, no. You know where you are based on who shows up when everybody is on. A host does not count, or a raid does not count. If you guys want to watch, show me you're a fan. Don't say, well, Tom, imagine I go on a date and I say, yeah, I showed up because everyone else eventually denied me. Like, no, don't show up after everyone else goes off and then I'm the only one left. No.
What's your Twitch channel name?
Twitch.tv/real MK Tom Brady.
Because I'm not really on Twitch too often.
No one's, dude. No one's. I can promise. These guys are fans of mine. They don't even know where to watch me, Mike. What are you?
These are.
I'm crying for views.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Tom. To the people in the chat, it looks like you're trying to manipulate people into watching you.
Okay, then don't watch. I just won't ever stream. I haven't streamed in over a year.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you like what it comes across as.
No worries, chat. No worries. I just won't stream. Problem solved. No worries. I'll just stay not streaming. I haven't streamed in a year and a half. I will just stay offline for eternity. No worries.
Well, you have to stream now because we've got a bet.
Oh, this chat. Tom, we want to see you, but I feel like you're asking for views. Okay, then I don't care if none of you show up. I just won't. I mean, like.
But you know, if 5 people showed up.
Thanks for being so supportive. No worries. No worries.
But Tom, you know,
chat could have chosen 2 things. Fuck yeah, Tom, we'll be there. What time? And they're like, fuck you, bitch. You're simping for views. Do you see, Mike, how instead of being encouraging, they're choosing to be discouraging and shitting on me? The very people in this chat right now, they could have just said, fuck yeah, we'll be there. Guys, let's pick up the charity that Tom's going to donate to. They could have gone that route. But you know what they chose? Negativity. True or false?
But there's people in the chat saying they'll show up for you.
No, I don't see it.
There's one on screen.
One.
Like there's some of them are not on Twitch. Like they're asking for your details. There's people in here. I feel like you've received so much negativity in your time in the FGC that you actually can't see that people do care. I guarantee you, if you go live, you're going to get more than 25 viewers.
I would be very surprised.
I'm just going to read out some of the super chats that I missed. From Twinty, thank you for the $10. You can respect your friends, but that doesn't mean the people who respect you will also respect them. People tend to forget, but this is a social environment saturated with anonymity. They don't care. Yep, perfectly put. Honestly, Tom, I feel like Dave and I didn't even know Ditzel was your friend. The way your friends talk to you online is probably a big problem and a big contributing factor to how other people treat you on Twitter. I think as their friend, you need to have a serious chat with them because under no circumstances would my friends talk to me like that in public. That's insane.
I understand that, and I hear the chat saying some things. What I want to understand is like, you guys, if you acknowledge that I am hated on so much, and the people that support me openly come in your chat, Mike, and say, we support Tom, we just don't say anything. So clearly they acknowledge I won't see them, right? So people that support me say, we acknowledge you won't see your support, but you'll always see your hate. So I'm like, I don't see you. I don't know that you're supporters. So they seem to kind of miss that point. And it's like, I have been so beaten down by the community. Instead of people saying, you know what we should do? We should show Tom that he is supported and we do want him here. They say, well, I'm just going to stay silent, Tom, and just ignore everyone that hates on you. I'm like, well, I don't want to ignore it. I just don't want to be around it. So if all I'm going to see is this angry hate, I'm just not going to be around anymore. Like, it's just simple.
Let me I'm gonna link your chat, your Twitch in the chat as well. So guys, there's a link. Right. Flames Gamer, thank you for the $4.99. M2Dave, next time play Subway Surfers while your friend is telling the Lord of the Rings novel instead of being rude on stream. Yeah, he could have just been quiet. Like, you understand what he did was on some level humiliating, right?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, everyone does that, including.
Yeah, but he's your friend though. Like, if some chat did that to me or people on Twitter, I'd be like, okay. If my friend did it to me though, it's different.
Mike, honestly, outside of you or maybe Rio, I think every single man, woman, and child in this chat, if they're my close friend, would do the same thing as Dave. That's just what I believe, and they've never shown me different.
I think my chat pretty reasonable and respectful. I think a lot of the time when people come in here to talk to you, they always say, "Oh, you're the GOAT," or "We really enjoy what you do." Even if some of them are silent watchers, I think that, like, for example, I know C4 wants to come in here and talk to you as well. He's told me privately he respects you a great deal.
I have a huge respect for C4. I think he's very intelligent.
He wants to come on and talk to you. Do you have time to talk to somebody? Or
I actually don't. I have to do a podcast with Rio in 2 minutes. I'm doing all podcasts today.
In 2 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, let me get through these super chats real quick.
Sure.
GG, thank you for the $5. I was talking about how avoiding the puddle has many running gags about Tom throughout the years of controversy. Don't these fuel Tom's haters? Yeah, potentially. Like, I am of the belief that Tom gets a lot of hate, but I'm not saying that I've received anywhere near the level of hate, but you have to focus on the people that give a shit.
But if they don't make themselves known, how can I focus on them? I have supporters who are saying, focus on your supporters, Tom. Well, where are you? I don't say anything, so you'll never see me. You want me to focus on you, but I don't know who you are. You don't support anybody. You don't support me.
Do you think that your support would grow if, say, you streamed every day, aside from this bet that we've got now?
I did it for years, Mike. It never changed.
But you've got 50,000. That didn't come from nowhere. That's an insane number on Twitch.
50,000 haters. That's all it was.
FX Martinez, thank you for the $5. I think the problem is the different eras. Tom hate came when fighting games were more niche, so the trashing isn't just a meme; it's accepted law. Yeah, it's different eras. Yeah, I think that the hate that you received from back in the day is worse because a lot of the hate you get now is going to be no name randoms on Twitter that I just want to say something crazy. Whereas it was in your face.
Yeah, it was people that had the power to make it lore as opposed to no names who nobody cares what they said.
Lemon Tea, thank you for the $1.99. Tom is crying for views, just making that clear.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you answered that one earlier. And last one is Shadow X Dragon, thank you for the $5. If I set my clock, wake up, and he leaves us on menu, he loses the bet. Oldies know how he used to do us. You're going to lose, Tom. Be ready to Sub-Zero.
I hate that topic. Oldies know how we leave us on menu. So again, this is another lie. So I used to leave them on menu or delete the game because one of the trolls my supporters used to do is when I was trying to learn a matchup, and the person came in my stream, they would try to convince the guy to play me one game and leave and never play me again. And this became funny to my stream. And they would say, Tom, how many games do you need? So I thought, how am I going to fight back? So I thought the next time someone in my stream does this and they say, how many games do you need? I'm either going to sit at the menu or delete the game and say none. And they just deleted their part and said, Tom, for no reason, would delete the game or leave us on menu. But they conveniently, Mike, deleted their portion of it, right? These are my supporters.
I think, I'm not doubting that any of that happened, but I do think that maybe like there's obviously going to be trolls that show up, especially after this podcast. Trolls will show up, but I think that the more you stream and the more that like you don't let them bother you, because trolls have showed up to my stuff before, and I just laugh at them. Like they've tried their best to get under my skin. They ran a whole cancellation campaign on me just like a couple of weeks ago. The post went up to like 500,000 views. I woke up in the morning to my own girlfriend saying, "You're on my timeline. People are ripping into you." I just shrugged it off. You know, you just shrug it off. You just focus on the people that matter. I think you should do that, and I think things will. I mean, you know, forget the 50,000 number. Let's say that 45,000 of those people are trolls and they don't like you. You still got 5,000 there that do. I don't believe all 50,000 people that hate you.
The point is, I don't see them.
I reckon that they will show up if you show up for them. Okay.
I'm saying, Mike, I don't see them.
Hmm?
I don't see those people. I don't see them.
But they see you though. I think if they feel like you're doing right by them, I think
if you don't have the
that.
balls to stand up to the MK community, you're not a fan of mine. You're not a fan. Because what happens is when they speak, they'll be like, yeah, we love you, Tom. Oh, this guy said this. I don't want to be seen going against him. Yeah, fuck Tom. Fuck Tom. So-and-so leaves the conversation. Tom, man, you know I love you, man. You see my point? That's the problem. They will crumble. They're not real fans. They're not real fans. They're only fans as long as this guy or that guy isn't around. The minute those people enter the conversation, oh my God, I can't go against my Lord and Masters. And then when they leave the conversation, Tom, I love you, man. You know how it is, man, trolling. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
I still think that even if that is the case, don't you think trying a different, going down a different road is probably better than staying on this one? Just even attempting it.
It's been so many years. Look, if you want to support me, all you have to do is support. Mike, do you understand? I'm asking the chat if your supporters just support me. And they're doing nothing but come up with excuses. But what if this? But what if that? But what if this? But what if that? Guys, if you support me, then support me.
That's a good question. What is a fan to you?
A fan to me would be like, so for example, I'm a huge Peyton Manning fan. In the end, you guys don't know who this is, Mike. Oh, I'm a huge Kobe Bryant fan in the NBA. I don't know if you know who Kobe Bryant is. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge Kobe Bryant guy. So if I'm around in a room of LeBron James fans, do you think I'm going to say, yeah, fuck Kobe, that fraud? No, we're going to war. I don't care if there's 30 LeBron James fans. We're going to war. I'm a Kobe guy. Fuck that. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant. I'm a Peyton Manning. This guy, Peyton Manning. When I'm in a room of Tom Brady fans, Peyton Manning. I'm a Peyton Manning guy. I don't care. I'm a Peyton Manning guy. I'm not going to give in to these narratives, choke artist, blah, blah, whatever people want to say. Whatever people say about Kobe. Here's my fans. I'm a Tom Brady fan. I'm in a room full of all these other people. Fuck Tom. Fuck that. Yeah, fuck him. Blah, 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 blah. That's what a real fan is to me. A real fan will say, you guys are wrong. What are you talking about? Like, they don't allow these narratives to spread. So giving them these ultimatums, dude, honestly, here's what I'm saying. I don't care if you don't support me anymore. What I'm saying is if you stay not supporting me, I am never coming back. And that's fine. I just won't ever come back. It's not a big deal. But you don't get to say, Tom, we want to see you back, and then never support me, and then say, Tom, why didn't you come back? I mean, I'm done. I mean, honestly, nobody wants to do any support, I will stay done. I've been done for a year and a half. I'm done.
So wait, is the bet off?
Huh?
Are you not taking the bet?
I'm taking the bet, but I'm pretty sure that no one's going to show up. I'm very confident that no one's going to show up.
You said 25, yeah?
Yep.
25 guys. Make sure you screenshot that shit in case I'm asleep because of the time zone difference.
No, I'll do it. I mean, I don't care. I don't pay by paying $1,000. I don't give a shit.
I think you.
I'd much rather donate $1,000 to charity than half of the people I give it to in the community. At least I know for charity it's going to something good.
Yeah, I mean, me and the chat will choose the charity.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, why don't we just choose now? Because Tom's here. He's gonna go to Rio's podcast in a minute.
Choose the charity.
What charity should we do? What charity is good? What is a good charity?
Michael donated to the charity. Yeah, what's the charity?
Yeah, I actually don't. I mean, I've donated to like small family-owned charities, but these big corporations are not very trustworthy. We'll figure that out. We'll figure it out. We'll do something. My PayPal.
yeah, it's some charity. But yeah.
Oh, do you know what we'll do? Christmas is coming up. There's a lot of like children's shelters that could benefit from it. I'll find out what children's shelter or whatever needs it, then and I'll try to see if it's like independently owned or something. I'll ask my girlfriend, she probably knows, and then we'll donate it there.
Deal. But on the flip side, if we don't get at least 25 or more, these people never get to say, Tom, you don't see the support, because I'm offering to donate $1,000 to charity. And if people still don't show up, like, you get to tell them, hey, you guys are on your own on this one. Tom is right.
No, that's fair. Listen, if 25 people don't show up this in the next 4 hours or 10 hours, whenever you do it, fine. You win this argument. I will never push back on it again.
Deal.
Fine, deal. I know you need to go to Rio's thing,
Yeah,
so
thanks for having me on, Mike. I appreciate it, brother.
No worries, man. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, later.
Guys, hear me now. This is not only about Tom anymore. This is about children that don't have a home or clothes on their back. So I know some of you got work. I've got work. It's already almost 1 a.m. for me. You better show up to Tom's stream, okay? I forget how you feel about how this podcast went. We can, as a community, we can do something nice for these kids, right? Make sure you show up. They've put his Twitter name is sorry, I think C4 is. Let me just get C4 in here. He's just messaged me. His Twitter name is real MK Tom Brady. Yeah. Make sure you show up. I'll get that money. I will show it to you. I will find the charity. We will donate. I'll post the receipts because I know someone's gonna be like, "Oh, Mike kept it for himself." And all of this can have a good outcome. It can all be a good outcome. I agree with you guys, and obviously that's why I pushed back on Tom. Now two things are true. Dave is a terrible friend to Tom. He doesn't listen. And hold on, let me get C4 in here. Hey, what's going on, bro? Yeah,
I'm upset, bro. I'm upset. I don't want to see something like this.
I don't want to see him like this either, man. That was difficult to as his friend. That was difficult to listen to. And you know what? There's so many things that Tom has shown me over the last 2-3 years that I've known him, where I'm like, I understand why he's so clouded. Why his perception of everything is jaded, because he has received some pretty gnarly comments from people and the way he's been treated by higher ups, but because of all of that, he can't see any positivity anyway. Even if the ground pops like cracks open and someone pops out saying we love you, Tom, he won't see them. He'll just see hell. Me
personally, I think it's selective, because in the chat, when you mentioned it, you're saying, oh, people are like showing that they support you. He says, I don't see him. But every time there's a chat that says something shit about him, he'll pick it out instantly. He always sees those. Always. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. He has to keep up the everyone hates me for everything he says to be true. He can't allow people to support him. He can't. That's why I say he's in the spiral.
Yeah.
He has to keep the spiral up. Like me personally, like I said, I respect him. I probably wouldn't say I'm a fan because I don't play MK. So every time an MK game comes out, the first person I go to is his channel. Every time an NRS game comes out, Injustice or MK, then I'll go to Foxy and then I'll go to the Twins. That's the order I go in because the way he plays games is how I want to play games. I want to play not to lose. I don't care about winning. I just don't want to lose. And that's what he showed me with Sub-Zero. And I've used that in other games. So that's what I mean when I was saying like, I respect him. He showed me a way to play the game that I like and I vibe with. But what he was doing to his fans in that stream, I don't want to be a fan of him. I wouldn't want to be a fan of him. That was abuse, bro. That's abuse. You can't say, oh, you're not a fan if you don't bat for me. It's like that's what a friend should do, not a fan.
Yeah, no,
He was describing friends.
Well, this is the problem. Like his friends are terrible. Tom Brady has terrible friends.
I saw that today. Yeah,
bro. To call M2Dave your friend after what he just did, I'm just like, no wonder he sees things this way. If your friends behave like that, like me and you are friends, yeah. If you do something online, I'll just message you privately and be like, "Yo, C4, you stepped out of line, bro." Blah blah blah. I wouldn't bring you on here. And there's no. Do you know what? Me and Fate used to get into this all the time. And I understand we were enemies at one point. I get why he would do it, but he understands now. And he's the same, right? Me and Fate have become friendly with each other. I did a video of him earlier today, which will go out tomorrow. If Fate does something online, I would just message him and be like, "Yo, I didn't like that you did this." And we've squashed things. We're cool. You know, when I go to Australia, I said to him, "I'll come see you. You know, we'll bury the hatchet officially. I'll shake your hand." If we were then on a podcast and I disrespected him, bear in mind, like he's not a close friend. He's not like one of my boys down the road, but he's someone that I have a level of respect for now. Same as you. I am not gonna drag you on a podcast. Like we might have banter as friends, but doing an actual podcast where I'm telling you to shut the hell up and you're telling a story that obviously deeply affected Tom. That situation obviously deeply affected him. Just because I've heard it 100 times, I turn around to my friend and say, "Can we talk about something else?" Bro, that's some mean girl shit. That is some mean girl shit of some Hollywood TV drama. I would not expect a grown man to do that in front of 700 people were watching. You know how embarrassing that is. Couldn't believe it.
It is a bit mad. It kind of made sense when he said about the Foxy thing, right? Because Foxy did something really, I don't know, maybe it was the right place, right time when he had the accident he was carrying around. I think Tom sees an act like that and goes, "You're a friend," and no matter what you do afterwards, he'd be like, "Well, he carried me around an event," and it's like there has to be a point where that gets outweighed by the shit they're doing now. Not to say that's what should happen with Foxy, but with that Dave guy, there has to be a point where you're like, okay, you might have helped me out back in the day, but now you're just taking the piss. You've got to stop this. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's too loyal. He's not loyal to the people that he should be to. That doesn't make sense.
I think he's putting too much stake on people that have like a big following, and he wants them to be his friends, and they're not. Foxy, in my opinion, I don't know. Me and Foxy are cool. We've always gotten along. I've never had an issue with Foxy. At no point did I ever think that Foxy and Tom were friends based on their interaction. Like someone could fall over at a tournament. Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm the kind of person where even if I strongly dislike you, if you like, I think Tom did he say he broke his leg or something? That something happened to me at a car crash.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this for free. Yeah, this is going to be an unpopular thing to say.
Uh-oh.
If let's say it was Big Nose or Planted Medusa, right? I don't like these guys and they don't like me. We can't stand each other. If one of them broke their legs in front of me, I'm not the kind of person that will leave you there to suffer. I'll probably pick one of them up and take them to the hospital. And I'll say, "Listen, I can't fucking stand you, but I'm not going to leave you there to rot." So just because Foxy carried him around does not make him his friend. Okay? There's people that I'll help. There's people that I have helped in real life. And I've told them, "I don't like you, but I'm not going to leave you in this situation." That would be a dickhead thing to do. That's just my personality. Now, maybe Tom Tom saw that as an act of friendship. I just think that's just being decent.
Yep, I agree. I 100% agree. I don't. Yep, I would do the same thing, even if I don't like them. If they're, like you said, if they can't help themselves, it's not even about wanting them to like change their ways or something. They could stay being an arsehole, but my conscience wouldn't be able to be good if I just let someone in pain or unable to like help themselves just stay there. And all it is just carrying them. Like it's not a big deal, but to Tom apparently it is, and that's the sad part. That is the sad part. Look, the other sad part is everything. Well, a lot of the stuff he said in the podcast today screams narcissism, like big time. And I don't know. I would probably say I know he's not narcissistic. I think he's one of those people that is kind of annoyed that they didn't get their flowers. And I think there's a lot of people like that. And all the people that I think of that are like this also have a lot of hate. I think of Clayton. Clayton is like a god when it comes to combos. But when he's telling stories, he comes across narcissistic. Same for PL. He comes across narcissistic. When you talk about yourself a lot, you talk about the flowers you should have got. There was zero empathy in what Tom was saying. When you said about, your fans are probably like 35 and they've got a life and stuff, he was like, I don't care. The same thing that Dave said. Notice that. The same thing that Dave said when he was dismissive, he was like, they're 35 and they can't bat for me on Twitter. I don't see them. Doesn't matter. I don't care. And I'm like, bro, you can't. You can do that, obviously. He's a grown man. But you shouldn't do that and talk about, I've got no fans. But then when you do talk about you have fans, you're just saying this shit all the time. He didn't say one good thing about his fans. Not one good thing. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's self-fulfilling. He says he hasn't got fans. Then he says he does, but he shits on them. So he's trying not to have fans.
Yeah, you're right. Like, he's in a spiral right now. It's sad to watch because he's my friend. I don't want to see him like that, but I really don't think having Dave around him is helping. Like, what's the saying that they say that you're like the sum of 5 people you hang around? Something like that.
Yeah.
Like the 5 closest personalities towards you that you kind of pull from all of them. Listen, if Dave and Dittle are his friends,
yep.
I hate to know what the other 3 are like. Like, no wonder he's in that headspace. Like, it's nothing that I said what got through to him. Not a single thing. At times I was talking, he wasn't even listening to me. He was just reading chat. He's not.
Yep. He's
not, like, it's almost like he's not present. He's consumed by every little criticism of him. And the thing is that I'm sure he's going to watch that back one day and realize that he just did a lot of damage to himself amongst people that do care. Maybe not to me and you, but there's a lot of people watching right now that are not leaving comments. And they're probably feeling a certain type of way about what he said. Now, I would say to those people, there's a couple of things you need to acknowledge here. Someone just said it in chat as I was about to say it. He did drink quite a lot on stream today. He did drink quite a lot on stream. And Dave kind of pushed him over the edge with the way he behaved as well. So I would say that it's a mix of trauma, right, of what's happened, and the booze and his friend behaving like that on stream. So maybe don't be too harsh on him or like turn your back on him. He's still Tom Brady. He's still an OG in our scene. He's just not dealing with the situation as well as he should. I obviously believe that every man has to take personal responsibility for their own behavior, but Dave is a contributing factor to Tom's behavior, and I think we all observed that today. I don't know if you agree, C4, but that's how I feel.
When you said it, it made perfect sense because Dave and other people obviously shit on him, and he's just passing it down the chain and shitting on his fans. So yeah, I agree. He doesn't do it back to Dave. He does it to the people, I don't want to say below, but people that he can do it too, right? Even with someone like when he was talking about Sonic Fox, I know he respects Sonic Fox for the accolades, and that's how I am with everyone in the fighting game scene, especially on commentary. Like, I know people don't like Leffen, but when I'm commentating one of his matches, he's one of the greatest players we've ever had. That's just where it is, right? And I think he shows that same respect to Sonic Fox. But then he weaponizes his audience, his fans, to be like, well, you guys should, fight my corner. So he's putting pressure on fans when it's the pressure he should be putting on his friends. And the shit he gets from his friends, he's putting on his fans. Like, and I think as soon as he stops doing that, people would be more likely to defend him. I think.
Yeah. No, 100%. I told him that like you shouldn't ask people to run to your defense. Let people do what they want to do. It's that what people will come to your defense if they want to. You shouldn't, but we shouldn't need people to run to our defenses. Like first of all, it is just online stuff. I know Tom has been through quite a bit offline. I've seen the things that people have done. I've seen videos that people haven't seen. I know that he's been mistreated heavily. He has received unfair treatment, and to be treated like that by the NRS developers, to be told to fly out off your own back with your own money after you've just told them that you've had a firstborn, for them to leave you in the cold at 3 a.m. That's mad. I mean, bro, I ain't never been to America. I've explained several times. I try to not chat shit to Americans because everyone's got a gun, and I'm terrified. Now I can imagine being that guy at 3 a.m, wherever they were. Where were they? Were they not in Chicago or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Chicago, bruv, at 3 a.m. with no one to pick you up. Yeah, I would be traumatized as well. Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse to behave, to do what he just did, but that's a pretty fucked up thing to do. Now, was he on the south side of Chicago? I don't know. I mean, he's still here with us. He's still alive, so I'm assuming not. But I can understand why you would be a little jaded. Like, maybe it's gone on for so long that no matter what we say, it's never gonna get through to him. And the company he keeps is also treating him like a dickhead. So they're kind of fighting a losing battle.
I would say like the only person that I think I guess a model friend that Tom has is Perfect Legends. Because every time I see them two interact, they big each other up. They uplift each other, as corny as that sounds. They both uplift each other. And when they tell stories, I think for us who are like interested in the history, it's super cool. And this is what I say about the narcissism. When they tell stories, when Tom goes on his like monologues, we find it informative, but a lot of other people be like, you're just blowing your own horn. Like, stop bringing up the past of when you was good. That's what I'm saying. It comes across narcissistic, but I don't see that with him and PL. But with the Dave thing, he was telling stories to justify why he is. And I agree with you. The stuff that he's gone through, you could make like a Netflix documentary and most people would come out looking like the Joker. They would have totally gone. I don't think Tom's totally gone though. Yeah. He's not a nobody yet. He's not like a heartless nobody shit. He's very close. He's not there yet. He's not fuck everyone. There's still people like you that he like confides in. So I think he's savable, but yeah, the things that he's gone through, I think most people wouldn't be sticking around in the FTC. They would have just like fucked off and gone.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, also, let me just say, I didn't mean to address anyone, offend anyone in Chicago when I said that. I'm not saying you're all gun crazed. I'm just saying I'm here in the UK. We hear certain things in the UK. Last I heard about Chicago, they were sending the military in. So I was like, better not chat shit to people from Chicago. They're sending the military there. But obviously, sensationalist media, I don't know if I'm being fed bullshit or not. I'm just saying. I saw a bunch of videos from Florida the other day where people like open carrying guns, and I was like, do you know what? I think I'm just gonna chill and like clapping back at people on Twitter because this is mad to me. But anyway, that's divulging from digressing. What did you say, C4? Sorry, I forgot.
I was saying, I forgot now. I'm not surprised that he's kind of in the mental state that he is after getting so much shit for like years. Literally years. Like you said earlier, it's not like a excuse. but it's totally understandable, and most people wouldn't have come out the other end in the FGC. Like I wouldn't have. If I had the allegations, people do shit on Tom a lot, obviously, but he's now just selecting the shit. He's only picking the shit comment, and he's only addressing people that are assholes to him. And whenever someone's being supportive or nice, he's like, nah, you're not loud enough about it. So yeah,
I completely agree. And there's few people that I can really say has been attacked as much as Tom has within the FGC, like on a level that feels unjustified. Because there's people that get hate come their way, and you could sit here and go, well, you kind of asked for that one. Tom's hate over the years, it does feel unjustified on a lot of different things. But I still think that like he clearly wants to be here. He wouldn't be doing my podcast. I mean, sometimes I reach out to him and say, hey, you want to do a podcast? I have some things I want to talk about. But oftentimes he'll reach out to me and be like, I want to cover this, I want to cover that. So he still wants to be here. So really the question is, what do we do now? Like, where do we go from here? You want to be here. You want to talk about games. You want to commentate. You do want to play Mortal Kombat. You want to be a part of it. The people that are in power don't want you here, but they're not the people that really hold, like, the real power is just your everyday people like me and you that will show up and watch your stuff. I don't need the people in charge. You know, I can just do my own thing on YouTube and I'm happy here. And I think Tom needs to accept that those people might not ever accept you again, and you might never get to like commentate either, but you can still do your thing on Twitch and you can still do your thing on YouTube, and those people will show up for you. And when you go to certain places, you'll have people come up to you saying, hey man, I watch your stuff. And if just one person does that, in my opinion, that's a victory. I mean, I remember the first time I went to Comic-Con after coming back to YouTube, some tall dude that's 7 foot walked up to me and goes, hey man, I watch you on YouTube, can I take a picture? And for me, that was like right, that was a win. Now, if that was the only person that walked up to me, I would still be like proud of that. But listening to Tom when he was saying if only 5 people show up, I'm not doing it, I was like, but don't those 5 people matter? Like those people matter, and word of mouth matters. Maybe those 5 people will tell 5 people, and those 10 people will tell another 10 people. But it seems like he wants SonicVolk's attention, whilst not acknowledging that we exist in a space where people only really care about accolades, and current FGC, MK at least, SonicVolk dominates that.
I don't want to like psychoanalyze him, but I think a place that he's coming from is understandable. Is that look at all I've done, and I'm not getting the flowers for it. So for everything he's done, him getting 5 viewers is ridiculous. I just said the same thing about PL. All the stuff he's done through his like fighting game career, for him to have under like 100 viewers in his streams is absurd. But then this is what I saw his tweet when I think it was Mustard talked about applying for Frosty Fauci comms, and he was like, "Oh, I wish I would have been picked for something like that." And I was like, "You're already setting the tone of like, woe is me. If you're a goat, act like a goat. Don't act like a fucking pansy, right? Like you should be going in the comments saying, no one knows this fucking old MK as much as I do." That's what he should have said. He should be showing why he should be on there, not going, oh, I wish someone would give me a chance. He shouldn't ask for a chance. He should show his credentials to the world. Like, that's what he should be doing. But, yeah, obviously it's easier said than done, and I get it. Doing commentary, there was a lot of places where I was like, oh, this is fucked. It's all about who you know, not what you know. I don't like fucking brown-nosing people. I don't like networking. I hate small talk. So I was like, I'm never going to get to the big positions. But you just have to go like, I'm the best person for the job. And he probably is the best person for fucking doing MK commentary.
Yeah.
For me, he would be.
Yeah, he would. He'd be the most knowledgeable. He'd have like the most, obviously Tom remembers like fucking fatalities from Deadly Alliance, like the inputs, and he hasn't played it for years. I don't know how he does that, but he would be the best one for it. But it's a situation where he's got to kick the doors in. The doors ain't going to open for him.
Yep.
So he can carve out a path. We've all had to carve out our own path, right? I'm sure like your path to get into where you are now wasn't easy, and there were probably gatekeepers and And why free time arcade? Why are you asking how old I am? I'm 33. You have to carve out your own space. Like, people ain't gonna give it to you, even if you've done stuff. I get what you're saying. Like, it's ridiculous that someone of his worth in the scene would only have 5 people show up, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, you know. Like, I remember I went to Japan, yeah, and I was getting steady viewership before I went, and then I took like 3 weeks off, like posted a video here, and then when I came back, my viewership had like fallen off. I didn't have the mentality where I was like, oh, well, you were watching me before, so come and watch me now. I was just like, all right, well, I got to build it back up. I was gone for too long, and I wasn't established enough. It is what it is. Like, you just gotta get on with it. That's just life. I don't know how else to put it. I don't think it's right that Tom has dealt with the level of abuse he has, but he has. That we don't have a time machine. We can't fix that. There's nothing we can do about it.
He said it. He said, life's not fair. It isn't. It isn't. The same way he said that about the, like, people rewind his history. You've got the fucking receipts. You can pull up Wikipedia and show, like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Look, you can see it. It doesn't matter what people say. You can just look. The stats don't lie. Yeah, like, it's just fucking, it's annoying because I feel we're just losing great players to just dumb internet shit.
I think what he should do is, when he does this, because he has to run the bet now. I think when he does this stream, he should just play the game. Just play the game. Don't reference it. Forget this podcast even happened. He's very, very well informed on how these games worked, right? I played them when I was a kid, obviously, and they were in Trocadero arcades, but I didn't understand what was going on. There's going to be people like me who still don't really understand how to play the old MK games. I understood 3D era and NRS era. Just do the stream and educate people. Just educate them, play the game, have a laugh. If they try to troll you, troll them back. And Tom is going to beat most people in those games, right? And he was a champion in those games as well. So he's going to beat most people. And then they're gonna be all right. I can't beat this guy. They're going to want to show up to beat him. And go from there. I think as long as he stops, because he's done this thing where he talks about his history to death. And I get why he does it, because he's done a lot of cool shit. He has been, in terms of like how long he's been dominant, I guess he is the most dominant MK player ever in terms of like length of time. You would argue Sonic Fox is the most dominant ever because of the era he did it in, but Tom was there the longest, right? So we can give him those flowers. He's already we've heard it now. We've heard it 100 times, and I commend him on like talking about it and bringing up the history. But now I think, we're getting the MK Legacy collection. There is a new, there's potentially NRS no longer developing the game or going off to another company. We don't know what's going to happen with Mortal Kombat now. I think going into this new era, I think he should just focus on new shit and leave all this behind, because this will never go away. This will always be there. But if he keeps on feeding the trolls, they're going to keep on coming back. It's like feeding pigeons. They're always going to come back.
Yep. I think, I actually agree with you more now that you said that, because I think when he talks about the past, people bring up the bad shit in his past. If he just reset and, like you said, just started off fresh, like, look, I play this game, jump on stream, we'll play. Doesn't talk about how good he was back then. Prove that you're good at it now. That's what you got to do. I mean, it's going to be hard, especially when you're like a streamer. You need to fill time, so you need to talk. And Tom is probably one of the best storytellers in the FGC by far. Yeah. There's a lot of people that have the XP, like they were there back in the day. But when it comes to actually telling a story, he's probably one of the best. Like, the guy's charisma is through the roof. But I agree with you. He needs to not bring that up. He needs to live in the present. He needs to just fucking boot up and beat people now.
Me and Tom did a podcast a little while ago. It's called, let me just get the name. It's called The History of 3D Mortal Kombat, right? It's a 5-hour podcast. This, in
I
my
listen to
opinion, this, in my opinion, is my favorite Mortal Kombat podcast that I've done. Tom covered MK Deadly Alliance all the way up to MK vs DC in detail. He covered how characters worked, what games were broken and what games were balanced, stories from those eras. He remembered fatalities. He even remembered like really niche things, the names of moves on the move list that I didn't even know back then. He knew so much about these games. He covered everything in perfect detail. There was no talking about like any of this stuff that we've been going over today. And that stream that I did was like at the time when it was 8 months ago when my channel was still building up. That was one of the biggest streams that I did, and people loved it. And people messaged me saying, "Make sure you get Tom on to do another history." And then we did the history of Dead or Alive, which was like 8 hours long, and that stream was great as well. Tom covered Dead or Alive in extensive detail, and the stream was so popular that whilst we were streaming, we had Swoozy jump on the stream, who, you know, I don't know, you guys know who Swoozy is. He's got like 8 million subscribers. He jumped on, he was on the call. Emery Reigns was on there. PL jumped on. Ponton jumped on. And then from that spawned me getting to talk to Master, the community manager of Ninja Gaiden. So Tom has done a lot of great things. He's an excellent talker. He needs to get away from this. This everything that's happened is never going to go away. The trolls will always exist, but he needs to focus on his strong parts, which is the fact that he's basically like an encyclopedia for the FGC, and he can tell stories in a way that grips people and captivates them without leaning into the like they did me wrong sort of narrative.
Mm-hmm. Bro, if he listens to this, he might think I'm just blowing smoke up his ass. I think he has the ability to be one of the best commentators, full stop. Full stop. Because he has qualities that people look in other people. He has, like, for example, like Jammers knows every name in Street Fighter, like 4 onwards. He knows all the move names. And then you've got someone like Logan Sama, that knows, you could ask him, what was the, I don't know, 4th match played on stream at Evo 2021? And he will just know, and he'll know the score, and he'll know how the match ended. Tom has all the qualities of elements that good commentators have, and he has multiple of them. But the problem he has, he's too busy on these side quests, arguing with chat, sending these fans their shit, talking about the rewrite history. If he, like you said, just leaned into the walking encyclopedia that he is, with the delivery and charisma he has, he could easily be one of the best commentators. He just needs to stop doing these side quests. These side quests are not helping him. He's not progressing.
And I do think that if he hears that, he's going to say no one will care. And my response to that would be, so what? Just do it anyway and people will care. Like, if you think nobody will care, so what? You have that wealth of knowledge. You clearly love Mortal Kombat. Just do it anyway. Do it for the love of the game, and eventually people will show up. I can guarantee it. Tom is a great talker. People will show up. He has to get away from. And do you know what? Dave, like I said, Dave's a shit friend for doing that publicly, but privately, you could say to Tom, "Don't do this, don't do that, blah blah blah." And maybe he's heard it too much privately. Shouldn't have done it publicly. Certainly not in that manner. That was extremely disrespectful. And I explained it to him in plain English 100 times. It wasn't registering at all. But
Spiral. He was spiraling.
He's spiraling, and his friend is not helping. Basically, I mean, there's ways to deal with people. I mean, I just sat here and had pushback with Tom. I didn't tell him to shut up. I didn't treat him like he's a child. I didn't treat him like he was a piece of shit, which is all things that Dave has done. Publicly shamed him. So yeah, I don't know. There's loads of moving parts here, man. Bad friends, loads of negativity from the scene, unfairly, and now he just can't see clearly anymore. He cannot see what is in front of him.
It's fucked. He's actually so fucked. I don't know. I don't know if he can. I'm more concerned about him not feeling so. It's him against the world. That's kind of the sad part. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that at all. Not for anyone, let alone fucking someone who's put in literally blood, sweat, and tears into a franchise that clearly, from the stories you told about the devs, don't give a fuck about him.
Yeah. Yeah, the dev's doing that to him. And he's told me some other stuff in private that maybe he'll one day divulge. The way he's been treated by the higher ups is pretty terrible. He handled himself a lot better than I would have if that guy on stage announced me as the guy that gets trolled online. That I would have clapped back immediately. So, but then Tom also needs to realize that those are the people watching him are going to emulate his behavior to some extent. He's probably going to attract the kinds of people that would just be chilled and shrug it off. So you can't expect those kinds of people to jump onto online beef. Like, online beef can get very long depending on who you get into beef. So, I mean, like, you bear witness to what happened on Twitter the other day. Even you messaged me going, "What the fuck?" Like, we were talking about it in Discord. You were like, "Holy shit!" And Mrs. Playstuff was messaging me going, "Are you okay?" I said to her, "I'm fine." And I won't say who it was because I don't want to get him implicated, but somebody in the FGC who's quite a big content creator he literally messaged me and he goes, "If I received that level of hate, I might have done something to himself." And I was like, "Don't be crazy." But he was like, "I don't know how you dealt with it." And I just said to him, "It's Twitter. Like, it is what it is. What are we supposed to do? There's nothing we could do. It's not the first time. It's likely not going to be the last, right?" And you're aware that, like, with the kind of some of the hate that I receive on Twitter and some of the messages I get, maybe one day that's going to come your way because you appear on my podcast. You might catch flack for it one day. I'm sure you're aware of that. I'm sure you're not going to message me.
I've had people message me saying, "Why was you on Mike's stream when Shinblade was there?" I was like, because we was talking about something. I don't know what to tell them. They were like, "Shinblade did this, Shinblade did that." I was like, "Oh well, we weren't talking about that, so I don't care." They're like, "Don't go back on there." And I just said, "Well, cool. If you don't want me to go back on there, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to be upset." But clearly, Mike's podcast isn't that bad because you was there watching me on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate watchers. Do you know what I don't understand about people is when they say, "Oh, don't do this and don't do that." I'm just like, who the fuck are you? Why are you telling me where to go and how to spend my time? And someone like leaked a Discord group chat to me a little while ago, and they showed me all of these people in the UK just like bad mouthing other people for appearing on my podcast and then like trying to control them and being like, "Oh, you shouldn't be there." And I was like, I'm sure you know that there's a lot of people in this scene that like try to control like what you do. They try to to try and push other people out. And I know that Tom has experienced that people have spoken to other people, made him feel a certain type of, or made him seem to be a certain type of way. And then those people have it in their mind that Tom is this nasty, horrible person, which is what he showed on screen earlier. But I said to him, like, I've experienced it as well, Tom. Like, it's not a small number of content creators or people. It was quite a large number, but it's not as large as his. But comparative, like, if you were to take my size and compare it to the level of hate that he's received, it might seem small. But for me, being a much smaller content creator, the level of hate that I was getting from like these Discord group chats, you might say is quite large. So I just said to him, like, look, like this also happened to me, bro. It's okay. Like, just show up for your community, and that's all that matters. Let them all hate you. It's all bless. If you saw some of the names in here, C4, you would laugh because you know some of them. But it is what it is. You can't. These people will obviously try to paint a picture of you. They'll obviously try to control you. Just tell them to go fuck themselves. You keep it moving. I mean, the other day I put up a post. A harmless post to say that my girlfriend bought me she bought me this, like, it was like how'd you say, like a bouquet or something, of flowers.
The bouquet of cards,
of One Piece cards. She
I saw that.
She took I think you can see it over there, like I've got it on I've taken all the One Piece cards out, but I wanted to keep it. She took the time out to like create that and then get the sticks and then go to the shop and buy individual One Piece slabs. So I saw it and I said to her, this is like the most thoughtful gift I've ever been given. So I put it up and some guy messaged me going, what did he say? Something like, that's not your girlfriend, you got a boyfriend. That's a man that did that for you. I was like, why would you message me that, bro? Why would you send me that nonsense? And then he removed it. I was like, what the fuck? What's wrong with these people? It was such a weird thing to do.
Didn't even stand on the 10 toes. That's cringe. That's very cringe. You're brave, bro. I would never. Ain't no way I'm posting personal stuff. The internet's too weird for that shit, bro. I'm posting.
I didn't post it. I just put up that I got some One Piece flowers, basically.
But you said you got it from your missus. To me, that's too much. That's too much information. Fuck that. Like you're brave,
right.
and you get like tons. You've got a reason to get way more hate than I do. So I can't even comprehend the shit that you get. Like the worst I get is the Strive stuff, which doesn't seem to go anywhere with the misgendering stuff. But it's never like that deep. They always end up deleting the post afterwards when I reply or when I say at me, because they never at me. But I think what you and like what Tom gets, it's like a campaign. It's literally like a hate campaign where they're constantly watching and waiting for you to do something that they can try and spin as like being nasty, bad, horrible, whatever. And like me, I'm super petty, so I'll just lean into it. I'll do it more. The more you try to say, "Oh, I shouldn't do this," or "This is bad," if I don't think it's bad and you can't show me why it is, I'll just do it more.
Yeah, I'm definitely not as petty as you, but
it's a good thing.
These guys on YouTube don't know. I think some of them don't know what goes on Twitter, and so a lot of them don't understand why like I get hated a lot. So I'm not gonna speak. I'm not gonna say for myself because it will sound like I'm just chatting shit. Why do you think I get a lot of hate on Twitter?
The reason, besides like the normal, you're platforming people that we don't like. I think because you've got such strong stances, this is me talking from experience, because you've got quite strong stances, people like to hypocrisy hunt. So the more you speak about a situation or a stance you have, people be like, okay, I'm going to wait for you to go against that. And I think that's what happened with the J thing. That's why I think people dislike you, because they're like, this person's not consistent. They're going to fuck up one day and I'll keep watching until they fuck up. I think that's what people dislike about you.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that like they're just waiting for me to. They don't like the fact that I'm strong on my stances, and that they're just waiting for me to fuck up.
Yeah, I think that goes for like most people. The more confident you are in something, the more people that disagree with you are willing to spend time going through like logs and history and tweets to see when you fuck up. It's just hypocrisy hunting. That's how I think it is for most people. I feel some people do generally go like, "Oh, you're platforming a bad person," but I don't think it's. I think that's not a real reason, because if you platform the person they didn't like and you rip them to shreds, they'll be like, "Good stuff." They'll actually like it. It's because you give those people a chance to tell their side of the story. That's what they don't like.
Yeah, they really didn't like me having Shinblade on here, but there was never any proof against Shinblade ever. There was no like concrete information. That was he said, she said. And so when I announced that Shinblade was going to be on here, there was a lot of people that messaged me saying, and there was even I'm not going to say a threat, but there was even like a few people saying you better not, which to me is like you telling me you better not comes across like what, like my response should be or what. And
yeah,
I was just like, you want me to demonize these players and to shit on people because you don't like them. And then I ask you, where's your proof? And you get annoyed at me for asking you, where's the proof? And then I'm supposed to take you seriously. I don't understand that mentality. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. And to this day, not a single person that sent me a message has provided any evidence whatsoever. Not a single piece, bro. For people that were so vocal to hate on this guy, even when I did the after school Sophie thing, people were so annoyed at me for bringing her on. But if you pay attention to that podcast, most of the people that came onto the podcast were black. Yeah, most of the people that came on were black. I'm not. I was gonna say something. I'm not gonna go down that road. But
No, you gotta do it. You gotta say it now.
no, there's no need to start. There's no need to start another fight.
Okay, fair. You chose peace today. I respect it.
I'm choosing peace today. But most people that came on, they were like, we'll say people of color, and most people were like, you know what, like, yeah, what you said was fucked up, or like it could have annoyed people, but much worse things have happened, and you haven't made the mistake since. We will forgive you. We'll just move on. Someone said, do I ever say the N-word? I mean, if I'm rapping along to something, or if I'm with my boys, I don't say it. I don't like saying it publicly. But I say loads of naughty words in private. I don't say it publicly because I don't think. I don't know. I don't really swear in public. You know, I don't. You might hear me swearing every now and then, or using unsavory words, but I don't really do it in public. It's not really my thing. But yeah, when me and my boys are in private, yeah, we say mad things to each other. Those are my boys that I can say whatever I want to them. No one's gonna tell me, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that. I'll say whatever I want. But yeah, with Sophie, I said to her, listen, I'm not gonna get onto her if she says stuff in private. I don't care. I don't think you care either, right? If she's talking to her girls and it's like white chicks and they're rapping along and the N-word pops up and they're in their car and they say it. If no one heard, no one's going to care. I just said to her, listen, maybe don't say it in public because people don't like it. And she said, yeah, cool. Yep. And we all said, yeah, cool. And then after that podcast ended, oh my Lord, bro, I didn't even message her about it. The amount of people that were in my inbox saying, I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you did. I was like, oh, shut up, man. Like, honestly, what's wrong with you people?
Yeah, I mean, you platformed a person that said the N-word on stream. It's the first time, I promise you, it was the first time someone's ever done that. Actually, to be fair, maybe with what they called with a VTuber, maybe that's the first time a VTuber did it. I don't know. I don't watch VTubers.
No, bro, VTubers are always in controversy.
Oh, are they? I only know about Sophie, and then someone who got accused of cheating in Battlefield or something. It was a lot.
Yeah,
oh, you know the one?
Yeah. That was hilarious. It was the cat girl one, wasn't it?
That's the one. Yeah, the cat girl one. Yeah. And I was like, these are the only two VTubers I've ever heard about.
Yeah, there's I don't know how many podcasts I've done now. Even when I was disagreeing with the Smash players, and I went into their Twitter space. I went into their Twitter space to argue with them. It was me, 300 people watching, and about 20 speakers, because in Twitter spaces you can have a lot of people.
Yeah.
There was nobody on my side, not one. I went in there to have a conversation with them because I didn't like the things that I saw online. And do you know what these smooth brains on Twitter did? They didn't bother listening to the conversation. They saw my name in that Twitter space. They took a screenshot and then they started saying, I knew it. I suspected he was one of them. I was like, oh my days, man. There's no way people are this dumb. But people were that dumb because they started spreading it everywhere. And I was like, do you know what? I'm not even mad at this. I'm glad that this is happening because there's certain names that I recognize. And now I know you're stupid. Now I don't need to associate with you or talk to you with a level of respect. If you're going to take a screenshot of me in a space and take that as Michael's one of them or those are his people and not even listen to what's being heard or consult me, then I can't be mad at you. How can I be mad at someone that's dumb? You don't know left from right. So even that situation, I showed it to Tom and I said to Tom, look, I got dragged. The post got it got like 100,000 views. There's probably still people that think that I was in there saying crazy things about women. When if you actually go and listen to the Twitter space, which I believe is still up, I was defending them. I was even defending some girls that have me blocked on Twitter. on the basis that I didn't like what they were saying, and they blocked me anyway. That was just like, what can you do? What can
That
you do?
was such a mad art, because I think I came on your stream like a couple of weeks after that. I remember this, and I didn't think about it. And now I'm looking back, and I was like, the rhyme was on the wall, because someone put a post in one of the Guilty Gear Discords with me on your podcast, and all they said was, "See, I told you he was transphobic."
Oh my god!
My friend showed me, and I was like, "Who is this my guy? I swear he's not transphobic, or he doesn't do any of that." And obviously now, like, spoke to you way more. It's like, oh, you just have haters. You have detractors. You just
Yeah,
have detractors.
bro. We've had trans people on here before. Your friend was on here.
Exactly. So I'm
What
like,
was the name again?
oh, sir.
So yeah, Sort was on here. We had
Yeah.
a nice conversation. There's other trans people that have been on here as well. I have trans friends in real life. Like, I don't know where they got this narrative that I hate trans people, but it got out of control. Like, I even got messages from people saying, "Why do you dislike gay people?" I was like, what did I say? What did I say that was? It confused the hell out of me. But that's this Chinese whispers, isn't it? It just, one person says one thing, one person says another, and then by the time it gets to like you, I'm like a warlord that has like committed genocide or something, and I'm just sitting here like, I was just playing Tekken, bro. I don't know where this came from.
People like, I promise you, I'm not even exaggerating. I think Evo France, I had an equal amount of people saying, "Oh, you're C4. I love your commentary." Then, as well as, "Oh, you're C4 from the Mike Holler podcast." I swear to God, I had about 5 from both. So
Was it like hating, or was it just, oh, that's what they saw you?
Oh no, they were like, "That's cool." The people I saw in person, from that recognized me from your stream, were all cool. They're like, "Oh yeah, it's cool that you do that." In real life, no one's been like, "Oh, why are you going to Mike Hollow's podcast?" It's only people in Discord.
Yeah.
Only people on Twitter.
Sometimes I forget how many people watch the podcast, because I'll be, you know, your algorithm can kind of feed you videos that mention you now, and sometimes I'll scroll down the feed and I'll see like the beef set stuff being referenced. Like, I saw a video today, and it is a little bit weird to be watched by that many people. I'm not gonna lie. Like, sometimes when people come up to me when I'm in central London or whatever, and they say they watch the podcast, I'm like, it's cool. But with the amount of Twitter hate that I get sometimes, I'm always like, when someone walks up to me, I'm like, it's about to get into a sticky situation, you know, that we don't know what's about to happen. Well, no, that's cool. That's cool that people.
You have to get vigilant.
Yeah, you have to be vigilant. You always have to like have your P's and Q's. Like, you don't ever know what's gonna happen. And but so far, I think 99% of my interactions in person have been pleasant. There was only one where some guy, for whatever reason, I don't know why, he thought I was fat phobic, and we didn't get into an argument, but he was saying all these things that I never said. And the worst thing is that I was at that event with somebody that was very overweight, who I'm good friends with, and I just said to him, "I'm not fat phobic, bro, but what's wrong with telling people to go to the gym? I don't understand what the problem is with that." Eventually, like, he cooled off, and he wasn't like super heated, but he heard something that I didn't say. So I was just like, well, if you didn't hear it from me, like, why are you reciting it?
That reminds me of like, if I spoke to you like a couple of years ago, I would have had so many stories from like Dragon Ball. Do you know Bum? He streams from New York.
It sounds familiar, but not entirely sure.
Yeah, he's a big figure in New York for like mostly like Marvel and other games. And he had a tournament called Bum's Birthday Bash, and we did like a restream, me and a bunch of other people. And there's Trunks when he does Shining Slash. So Trunks was playing, he does that, and then I copied it on the restream so everyone could see my hand stuff. And I got people telling me I'm racist, right? And the logic was, oh, it was a tournament in New York and you was making gang signs.
How would
That
okay,
literally happened.
even if you were making gang signs, what's that got to do with racism?
Well, you've heard about the being black British isn't the same as being black American, right?
Right.
Yeah, that is a different kind of black. So I can be racist to black Americans.
But
Yeah.
you're making gang signs.
Well, technically, I'm doing anime Trunks shiny slash signs, but it looked like gang signs because I did it on a stream when it's a tournament in America.
Did you?
The gymnastics was OP, bro. Like that person who did a gold medal, they were doing all sorts of fucking gymnastics to get to that conclusion. It took me a while, and I just said, you know what? I'm sorry you took it like that. My bad. I will not do shiny slash ever again on stream. And then it was all good now.
So I'm assuming this person's never seen Dragon Ball Z before.
Oh no, they know Dragon Ball Z. They just said like, oh, you need to read the room, and the room was I was doing it while watching a New York tournament where gangs are prevalent in New York.
But if they see people doing Naruto hand symbols, they're gonna have a heart attack. What an absolutely ridiculous thing to say to someone. They must have been trolling. There's no way. No.
Bro, this was a big thing. They were not like a couple of us were like, oh, we're gonna get cancelled. We'll never commentate Dragon Ball again. Other people were saying stuff about it was during Ramadan, and one of the commentators, Acoustics, was eating on stream, and one of the EU commentators said like, oh, he's eating again. Bruv, he got roasted. Because he was like, why are you watching this guy's weight? Why are you looking at how much he's eating in a fighting game tournament? Bro, it was bad. We were literally thinking we're never going to commentate Dragon Ball ever again.
I'm so perplexed by this level of stupid. I don't even know how to respond. It was during Ramadan, and I'm assuming the guy you're talking about was breaking his fast and eating.
Yeah. No, sorry. The person on stream, they were just eating. But for us in our time zone, it was Ramadan. It was like 2 a.m. So the person was hungry. So he saw food and he mentioned that someone was eating food. And they saw the restream and went, why are you talking about Acoustics eating food? Are you trying to say he's fat? Blah, 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 blah. Yep. It was a bleak time. It was a bleak time.
We are all dumber from hearing this. We've all lost brains. So what the fuck? I don't even know what to say. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss for words. People remember that. Oh my lord! I'm glad I wasn't around for that. There definitely would have been a video on that.
Oh, see, yeah, someone in the chat must know about it. This was like about 4 or 5. No, probably about 4 years ago. Yeah, massive falling out. Like Damascus and us lot had a massive falling out with Bum. We jumped on his stream, I think twice, to like try and hash it out. We had a moderator, bruv. Alucard was the moderator. It was that serious.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so was the person complaining also a commentator?
No, the people that were at like Bum's tournament told Bum, and Bum obviously was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing, talking shit on my tournament on his birthday?"
Are these people that made the complaint? Are they like known people in the FGC?
One of them that I recognize, a guy called the Cool Kid. Everyone else, they were just like stream chats. Yeah, the Cool Kid was like, yeah. Oh, you know Cool Kid?
The Alex player.
Did he play Alex? I think so. Yeah.
He complained.
I know him from Cross Tekken. He played Bob Cody in Cross Tekken. I don't know what he played in Street Fighter 5.
And he was the one complaining, not the one eating.
Yeah, no, he was the one saying like, "You guys are out of order for what you said."
And just to be clear, sorry, this is so dumb. What did you say?
I did the gang signs. Someone spoke about someone eating. I also did say it's a bit shit throwing the Matcherino page mid-match. I did say that. And they got really upset about that. And I was like, but we're missing the match. Like, just put the Matcherino before and afterwards. But everyone saw it as we're shitting on Bum's birthday tournament. It's all squashed now. I apologize to Bum. I was like, bro, this is silly. I didn't mean any disrespect. You're a pillar of the community, which he is. And he was like, oh, yeah, don't worry about it. So it's all squashed. But yeah, back then, his whole chat just pulled up, told him he did a stream. He was doing a stream of our restream of his tournament. It was that level of inception. Fucked up time.
Well, I don't envy you, bro. That is, do you know what? I'm not even gonna touch that. That's old wounds. We don't need to open them. I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself on that one. Could probably have an idea of what I'd say, but
I mean, that sent me on this fucking trajectory of fucking debating and arguing with people, because I'm like, I need to understand how people think, because I was blindsided. I couldn't understand it until I was like genuinely trying to ask and figure out what they meant. Then I was just like, yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Like, you thought about it too deep, and I didn't think about it enough, apparently. So I'm way more cautious on restreaming people's stuff, which is I just don't do it.
yeah, no, that's mad. That's all right. Well, it's almost 2 a.m., so I'm gonna quickly read the super chats if you're cool with that, C4, and then I'll wrap it up. I think there might be a question here for you. Trinity Glassfield, thank you for the $5. Hey there, Mike. Do you plan on doing Virtua Fighter 6 content in the future on its release? If it comes out, bro, I'm halfway here believing that the game's gonna get cancelled. Where's the news on this game? Like, I'm sorry, but the marketing for Virtua Fighter 6 has been atrocious, and I'm saying this as somebody that RGG is my favorite studio and Sega is my favorite publisher. So, like, they're number one. You've got 1 and 1 for me. You've got the dream team, and it's been a mess. So yeah, if it comes out, of course, it's a 3D fighting game. I like 3D fighting games. I would love for it to come out, and of course, I will stream it. Yeah, Virtua Fighter 5 has some great online features. If they migrate those features over to Virtua Fighter 6, then we're laughing. You know, it's going to be everything that I wanted. And the people that are like, oh, well, if you don't like aggressive play in Tekken, you ain't going to like it in Virtua Fighter. I've played Virtua Fighter. The aggressive play in Tekken 8 and Virtua Fighter 5 are drastically different. They're not even remotely similar. So we'll see in it. OJ, thank you for the $2. Tom can literally make a HBK 2002 comeback. He could. He really, really could. He honestly could. Tom could do something generational, but he needs to lock in. He really needs to lock in. Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $1.99. Dave is too big of a coward to face you one-on-one, Mike. Well, I don't want to beat the guy up. What do you mean one-on-one? Like, we've spoken. Like, he does speak to me. He does speak, but when I pull him up on things that he's done, he does have a way of going around it. Admittedly, he called me a fraud, and then said it was for entertainment purposes. I don't know about you, C4, but if I called you a fraud, if I said, "Oh, C4 is a fraudulent commentator," and then you pulled me up on it, and I said, I was just trying to rile people up, you would look at me and think, Are you 10 years old? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that I would just say you're a waste man, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, I find it funny. You know, he's critical of me bringing on people on here that are like surrounded in drama, and he doesn't like the fact that I cover dramatic issues in the community, and then almost starts drama between me and him off something he didn't even mean. You know, like. I don't understand. And for those of you that were wondering, I know some people were saying, when did he say this, Mike? Well, I've got the receipt here. So I will show it to you guys, because some of you were saying that, where did he even say this, Mike? So this is him donating to the stream. Shout outs to Dave in the call. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, bro. You didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate it.
You're taking games you don't like non-stop and you're trashing them. You go on a fraudulent channel like Mike's channel, which is incredibly negative, unfair.
All right. So
Ugh.
Don't know about you guys, but that is wasteman behavior. Like, I'll give you an example, right? ChernyVolk doesn't like my views on a lot of things, but Cherny, for as much things as he says that I don't like, and we've gotten into arguments, there's a level of respect there, and I know he's having some difficulty at home right now. I hope he's okay and all that stuff. But Cherny wouldn't come on here and donate to me because he's told me to my face that he doesn't respect my views on MK. He thinks I'm wrong on a lot of things, and I can respect that. I can respect that. But what I don't respect is you going onto another popular podcast, on Rio's podcast, calling me a fraud in front of his thousands of viewers, and then just being like, I was joking, or I was just trying to bait rage. What kind of nonsense is that?
That's
That's
I'm
bitch
surprised
made
you let him on your podcast after that.
Well, I wanted to hear what he had to say, and of course, as always, when people come on here and I say to them, "Why did you say this? Where's your evidence? Why are you saying that?" Oh, I was just joking. Blah blah blah. It's the same every fucking time, bro. Every time. And I thought, maybe he's gonna stand on it. Maybe he'll stand on it this time, and he didn't. And then I asked him because he said to me, he says you're incredibly negative to Mortal Kombat, which is a lie. The lie there is saying Mortal Kombat. I'm negative towards MK11 and MK1, but last time I checked, there's tons of Mortal Kombat games, right or wrong. There's loads of them, right? So if I like 11 of them, but I don't like 2 of them, am I a Mortal Kombat hater? Then he says no. Then I asked him, don't you hate MK11? He said, yeah. I was like, are you an MK hater then? Or are you an MK11 hater? The wording is very particular, and he did it on purpose. And there's a bunch of people that are going to watch that and see and just hear that and be like, oh, you're that hater of Mortal Kombat, which is exactly what they do to Tom. Now, I'll bring Dave on here. I'll confront him. We'll dispel it and we'll move on, even though some damage will have already been done. But when he does that to Tom, Tom doesn't handle it in the same way. He gets like in his feelings about it, proper in his feelings. And then this situation happens. So I would just say to Tom, just, when people talk shit to you, just bring them on and watch them crumble. It's the easiest way to deal with it. Radiant, thank you for the $5. Tom, if you're listening, Tom will listen to this back, I guarantee you. Know that there's several who would be interested in you and your content. You've got to let yourself move on and start again. I agree, dude. Some of my most watched podcasts are with Tom Brady on there. Like, I bring people on all the time. Tom Brady's in some of the most watched podcasts. Of all the MK content that I've done, anything regarding Tom Brady, whether it's videos or live streams, they get the most views. So I do think he's a little bit jaded by all of the hate. And lastly, FX Martinez, thank you for the $5. Racist trunks, gang signs, and time zone Ramadan. Maybe Tom Brady is right to not want to stream anymore. The thing is that, like, you can't focus on idiotic behavior. You got to focus on the people that matter, right? Like, that is a dumb situation, admittedly, but you got to focus on the people that matter.
Yeah, at the time I was scared because this is like before I did like big offline tournaments. But yeah, now looking back on it, I cared way too much. It was I needed stress.
It's understandable if you're trying to establish yourself, but now that you have more of a perspective, you can obviously see it was just dumb internet shit. Which is most of this stuff as well. I hope that Tom honestly watches this back and realizes where he went wrong here. And regardless of all of that, we have a bet now. If Tom gets more than 25 viewers at any point during his stream, he has to donate $1,000 to a charity of our choosing. So it's going to go to a good cause. So even if Tom pissed you off tonight and you don't like what he said, just show up, take a screenshot, send it to me in Discord. I'll try and be there. I've set my alarm. I've set one of them. I'll set the other one as well. I'll show up to the stream. I'll take the screenshot myself, and then we'll get that money and we'll do something good for some kids over Christmas. But yeah, that's it, man. Was there anything you wanted to say to chat?
To chat, I guess if anyone sees me offline, please say, "Oh, you're the guy from the Mike Polo podcast." That actually means way more to me than as a commentator. It's way funnier. And
I appreciate that. That is funny. That is pretty funny.
it's to me, it's better because I'd rather be acknowledged for my ideas than my knowledge of games. So yeah.
Yeah, I also just before you go, we are planning on doing a Dragon Ball Z event, and
Yes.
it's proving to be extremely difficult. Do you know what? Actually, let me just say this before we go off. Modern FGC, I've never seen more difficult people to get to play their own games. Like it's so, and it's not just the Dragon Ball Z guys. And yes, I'm gonna bring up what Hikari did. I did not like what he did at all. But
Do it.
I even went to the Soul Calibur guys, and I was like, you know what? I want to platform Soul Calibur and DOA. The DOA guys, they locked in straight away, but the Soul Calibur guys, they were like, "Oh, I'm too old, I don't know, man." But I was like, "Isn't this your game?" Like, I'm telling you, I'll showcase it. We'll do an exhibition. We'll do beef sets for Soul Calibur and DOA. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm just like, what's wrong? What happened? What happened, bro? If someone came up to me and said, "Yo, Mike, we're doing beef sets for Rebirth of Souls," you've got me. You don't have to pay me to be there, right? I will jump on. If no one knows what I'm talking about, C4 can elaborate on this a little bit. We're doing a Dragon Ball Z stream, and it's going to be Dragon Ball Fighters people versus Sparking Zero people, and they're both going to play each other's games. So, and we're going to grade it. We're going to have a criteria to see which players are best. And so Hikari was in our group chat, the Evo World Champion, and C4 brought him in, and I'm there talking to him, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, "Yeah, so how much am I getting paid to do this?" And I was like, "What do you mean getting paid to do it? We're doing a stream for the community. Everyone just lock in, we'll play, we'll have a good time." And then obviously it starts a conversation in the chat saying, "Well, if he's getting paid, I want to get paid to be there." I was like, "What are you guys smoking?" I later come to find out that C4 put me right in it. If you want to elaborate on what your part is in this.
Yeah. So for the people that don't understand, I used to think Kari was a moron. Now he's my goat. He's my goat. I'll defend him as much as I can. But basically, I said I'll pay you to play in this basically like team exhibition tournament thing. Now, what you have to understand is me and Akari come from a different world. It's a world called the land of esports, where time is money. And to get a world champion and a 2-time Evo champion to play Sparking Zero, I was like, he's not going to do it for free. He's not going to do it for free. So I offered him like $25.
Now, can I ask you, why did he not make that clear when I said in the voice note that I don't know where you heard that from, Hikari? I'm not giving you anything. I'm just asking you to play. Why did he not just say to me, "Oh, it's an arrangement I had with C4"? What was all that nonsense about?
So something that comes alongside being, a 2-time world champion, a 2-time Evo champion is a bit of an ego. And I think maybe that got in the way. He's the GOAT, but I think he doesn't, there's no switch. He's always in I'm the best mode. So that's my defense, Your Honor. I don't know if it's a good one, but that's how I'll defend Takari on that one.
Joe, the worst thing is that he didn't even say to me how much you had spoken about. Because if it was just $25 or £25, I would have been like, I would have just messaged you, be like, "Did you offer this guy £25? It wasn't a big deal. But when he said to me, "Am I getting paid?" I'm thinking, wait, what? Is this guy asking me for hundreds of pounds to play in a stupid game? That's where my mind went eventually. And then you had Gojo and the rest of them go, "Well, I need to get paid now." And I was like, "Oh, this is a mess now." Like, so it's proven more difficult to try and get this off the ground. I think we've got one Dragon Ball Fighters player so far.
I might have another one.
Yeah. So it's meant to be fun. Go on.
We're gonna have to find a way to like stream off of PC and console. I think. I don't think we can do this all on console.
Yeah, we'll figure out. It's gonna take a bit longer to get off the ground than what I would have liked, but there'll be other streams in the meantime. But yeah, that whole situation was so dumb. But that stream is upcoming. It should be a fun stream. We've already got like the opening set up for it. Even if we don't get like an Evo finalist or whatever to play, as long as they're a good Dragon Ball Fighters player and they can play Sparking Zero as well, then it should be fine. But it's just that whole conversation. I just looked at my phone, shaking my head like, I'm not dealing with esports guys like that. That's all those are your people. All of this payment, this fly me there, do this for me. I'm not part of that world, bro. If you either play for fun or don't play at all.
Yeah, you're right. I'll try and bring him back to grassroots. It's going to be hard. You got to think, man. You know how much money he got from playing Dragon Ball, 2 Evo championships and 2 World Tour. He's loaded. I don't know why he even needs money from us, but like I said, time is money in esports. Except me.
Do you know what?
I'm good. I'm a good one.
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what? Paying somebody that is high profile is not a problem. It's the manner in which that we were all spoken to. I was like, listen, bro, I know you won Evo World Championships, but your shit still stinks. Okay, just relax. If it was a thing where it's like, if he messaged me privately and he was like, hey, listen, I'm busy. If you guys want me to play, I need to be compensated. I could have spoken to him and be like, what did you and C4 talk about? If he said to me $25, I would have just messaged you like, all right, cool, yeah, we can split that. It's not a problem. It'll be fun to have him there because he'll talk shit on the mic. But all of that, the way that was all handled, immediately, like, admittedly, maybe I could have handled it better because I sent a voice note saying, I don't know who the fuck you guys spoke to, but you didn't speak to me. And I'm the one running this event, or I'm the one that I'm running it with C4, so you didn't speak to me. And it clicked in my mind. I was like, it must have been C4. No one here told him he was getting paid. It must have been.
I mean, it was in the tweet. It was on the timeline. It's just no one saw it. Gojo saw it.
No, but I showed you my Twitter. That week, I couldn't even read my notifications. I woke up to like 200 messages.
Fair. It flew under the radar. My bad. My bad. I was just wanting someone who had a bit of, oomph behind them when they're going to be playing. They're going to be chatting shit. He was that guy, but he chatted shit in the GC, not in game. So it was too much.
Yeah.
Unhinged. My unhinged goat. Shouts to Hikari. Shouts to Bum as well. Shouts to all in New York. You guys are the best.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with him myself. I just thought that whole interaction was a little stupid. But yeah, we'll get there eventually. I wanted to ask you just before you go, are you free tomorrow by any chance?
Yeah, I ain't got to work on Friday, so yeah, I'm free.
Okay, cool. I might be putting a podcast together tomorrow, one of those tier list podcasts, but it's not going to be as long as the last one. So yeah, I might message you and see if you're free to jump on.
Yeah, I'm down. If you do it.
All right, cool, man. I'll message you on Discord then.
Cool. Can I say one more thing for Tom?
Tom Brady, yeah.
Yeah, for Tom Brady. Please, if you miss anything, please remember this. You could be the greatest commentator. Like Mike said, just fucking lock in. Please. You could lap so many commentators if you just stop talking about your past and talked about the game's past. You could be the fucking best. Please, I beg of you. Be petty like me, or the same way you allowed Dave to talk shit to you and shrug it off. When chat does it to you, just shrug it off and fucking focus on the game. Please. There's too many great people that get flung to the wayside because they're old and don't hang around anymore, blah, 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 blah. We need people like you in the scene, for sure. I wish there was a Tom Brady in anime games.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. He could be the greatest of all time. He really could be. We'll see in it. We'll see how the stream goes, guys. You better pull up. I don't ask you for anything. I'm asking you now. I'm pleading with you. Pull up to this guy's stream. A, because he needs to see people show up for him, and B, even though the way he went about it, I will say, was very distasteful. You should not talk to people that come to your streams like that at all. Even calling people fans, I'm not a fan of that. We're not celebrities, like it's a little bit weird. So I acknowledge that, the disrespect today was a little bit high. I will say, as Tom's friend, but Tom's still a good guy. I still think we should support him. He had a bad night. We all have bad nights, but he is still one of the greatest MK personalities that we have. And B, it will go to a good cause as well. So even if you don't like him, it'll still go to a good cause.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, man.
And
I'll
shout out to
message
Mike.
you and
Shout out to Mike. You're the most important person to shout out.
Oh, me.
Yeah. Platforming all these good and bad people. We need this.
I'm just trying to piss off Twitter, bro. That's really it. I'm just trying to piss off Twitter.
It's working.
That's my main goal. When I bring somebody on here, it is specifically to spite some idiot on Twitter that doesn't like me. I don't do these podcasts for any other reason. I'm leaning into my pettiness.
Yes, the petty arc. I can't wait. It's going to be the best.
No, I'm joking. I'm just saying that there's people on Twitter that I've seen messages of people saying that he specifically does things to annoy us. And I'm just like, man, you've got to, you really must think the world revolves around you if you think I brought people on because of some Nami Luffy profile picture that can't stand me. It is funny, but there you go.
Yeah. All right, bro. Safe and let me jump on. In a bit, chat. You didn't bully me today. I respect it.
So you didn't talk about Tekken.
Yeah, Tekken and their fantasy Alex characters. All right, then. In a bit. Peace.
All right, safe, man. All right, guys. Well, that was the podcast. OJ, I did see your super chat. Played Sparking Zero last night and made A3 Blue Gogeta rage quit as a D5 Goku Black. Haven't played the game since before the 2.0 patch. Bro, yeah. They were saying to me, I'll jump back on Sparking Zero to prove a point. And at first I was like, I'm not proving a point. I've really won tournaments on the game, offline and online. I don't need to prove a point. But then I thought, you know what? It would be funny. So I'm probably going to go for the Z rank in the latest patch. And I'm going to do it very quickly. Don't know when I'm going to carve out some time to do it. But I'll take a day. I think I can get it done pretty quickly. I'm going to record the whole thing. And I'll put it up on Twitter for people to watch. Just so they can stop yapping. We've done it already. I've done 3 Z ranks. I don't know what more I need to prove to these guys. We'll do it again. We'll do it again just to prove the point. It'll be easy. I played it the other day with my friend. It's not Z rank in Sparking Zero is not anything special. It's not like getting God of Destruction on Tekken 8, and even that has been watered down. But all right. Well, I should be streaming tomorrow with C4 and maybe one other person. I'll let you guys know. Masats is Tekken King now. Well done, bro. You're still gonna lose to me. But well done. But I'm going to go and get some rest because I got to work in the morning. And thank you for all the super chats as always. Always appreciate you guys showing up and supporting the stream. Make sure you shout out to Tom Brady's stream. It's for a good cause. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good... Oh, shout out to Urban Boy for that Dragon Ball Z stuff that he did. It was proper sick. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good day. And peace.